Coming up on the LCS preview show, we break down the playoffs, hand out the Spring Split awards, and reveal the top plays of 2014. Don't touch that browser. The LCS preview show starts right now.
Cyanide jumps back in, Reckless rejoins the fight, and it's a double for Reckless, and Fnatic cleaned up to secure the number 2 spot.
Next turret number 1 is gone. Next turret number 2. Meteos trying to close the game by himself. And the 4-4-2 Meteos takes down the Nexus.
SK celebrate that first place position with a dominant win over Millennium.
Cloud9 staves off Team Solo Mid one more time to go 3-0 in the 4 matches against them. Cloud9 is going to be more than happy to keep sole possession of first place.
What's up, everyone? I'm David Freak Turley alongside Joshua Jat Leesman. Today, we've got a special playoff edition of the LCS preview show. Ready for some bonus coverage?
I am ready. And Freak, welcome to the preview show.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I love getting up early. I love talking about the games. It's going to be a lot of fun. Today, we're going to look at the playoffs. But before we do, we're going to look at how the teams got here. Heading into the final 16 games of the spring, all 8 teams were in the playoff hunt with 65,536 possible outcomes, most of which would result in at least one tie. It looked like we were in for an incredibly exciting and extra long final week of the spring over in Cologne. Up first, it was Alliance versus Fnatic in a battle for sole possession of first place, both teams sitting at 14-10.
Yeah, and this game really started off intense. Big turret dive coming in right here from Fnatic, trying to get Reckless going early on in the game.
Yeah, it was a champion, Vayne. He's very comfortable on. He's going to play that multiple times throughout the week. And you know what's funny, though, because if you can push Vayne back and make her kite away, you can kind of win fights all on your own if Alliance just kills the rest of Fnatic here.
Yeah, rather low kill game, but not low in excitement here, because Fnatic came really strongly into this fight, and Alliance was fighting so close in this one.
So Alliance pulling their way back into this one a little bit, but it all came down to a big end game fight. Peke with the huge pick over onto Nif. And this set up Fnatic for a gigantic team fight.
Yeah, no more Ghana in this one means Reckless can go a little bit crazy. Doesn't have to fear the Dark Binding, does have to fear the Froggen, but the rest of Fnatic zones properly and gets the stun onto him, which was so critical for the damage Fnatic wanted to place.
Yeah, the rest of the fight comes through with just great kiting out by Vayne, getting the duel against Shook, the escape from Wicked as well. Fnatic secure first place with that victory, off the back of some great performances by all their individual
Reckless
players.
Reckless is pretty good at Vayne.
A little bit. I think he's a great player overall. Up next, it was SK's turn, in the battle for first place when they took on Fnatic.
The original SK.
Yeah, there you go.
Say. But in this one, it was actually the brush bait by Fnatic. Nobody thought they would stick around that long in the brush. They actually had 2 wars to make sure they weren't spotted, but they pick up the double kill because of it.
And look, Reckless getting fed again. No big surprise in this one.
Yeah, you'd think that would mean they'd win.
Yeah, but no, Jess is the rookie mid laner here for SK, having a great performance on Ziggs, picking up kill after kill.
Yeah, the disengage as a team for SK has just been so critical. It's crazy how well SK has done this year without the individual star players that the other teams have. It's because they play so well as a team.
Yeah, they're absolutely phenomenal in this one, and this catch right here on the Reckless just kind of seals the deal.
Yeah, again, it's teamwork. Candy Panda was a little bit lower. He barely stays alive, but it's because N-rated his support was able to save him with the Karma Shield. Big plays, gives him the victory.
Now, SK take number 1 in the spots, and they don't give it up in the standings the rest of the way through the week. Gambit and Rokat then fought it out for playoff positioning. Gambit only 1 game behind.
Yeah, this was expected to be a slugfest, and right off the bat, there was some big action down here. Jankos going way deep to get a kill. I think he went a little too far, though.
Yeah, and the problem is they gave Diamond Kha'Zix, and Diamond pretty much put this game on his back for a large
was his
portion.
First kill.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we see the Renekton fight coming up next in the bottom lane. It looked like they had a nice combo. Kick into Yasuo. We're going to get him. We're going to get him. Uh-oh, here comes Kha'Zix.
Yep, Darien was tanky enough that Diamond gets himself a double kill and keeps it moving forward. Ends this fight 3-0-0. It just keeps going that way.
Yeah, Diamond really showed up this game and made it a quick victory. That's an inhibitor down at 19 minutes free.
Yeah, and so just pushed through. They kind of crushed the entire game down, barely giving anything back to Rokat. So Gambit finally getting their first win of the split over that team. Pretty important for these guys, because that's a first-round playoff match. Our next highlight, Gambit still had an outside chance at a top 2 finish. They had to get through Peke and Fnatic first.
Yeah, the 2-time LCS split champions were going to put up a big fight, and a huge battle here in the mid lane as both teams clash. Low kill game to this point, but this is a big fight.
And the big pick for me there was actually the Soaz pick onto Yorick, and the Needly Javelins keeping the team in for a while, but that pick against Ryze, it was Darien getting caught over and over.
Yeah, and Fnatic just had more farm. They controlled objectives and they controlled the vision. A lot of that did have to do with the Yorick that Soaz brought out, but oh no, the Baron gets stolen by Leona.
And Gambit hopes that's enough for them to get back into the game, but the problem is Fnatic get kills off that to keep snowballing the game, and by the end game you can see minions hitting the Nexus already.
Yeah, just overwhelming pressure by the entire Fnatic team. Without the Baron steal, it would have been over a bit sooner, but Fnatic still takes it home.
Hey, they're finishing the split very strong, the chance at the top 2 for these guys. Next highlight is Alliance versus Gambit, another super close game up until about 30 minutes.
So many good games and big matchups last Super Week over in Europe. And this is just yet another one. The double bubble after 30 minutes of standing off breaks the stalemate for Alliance.
Exactly, and Alliance just able to dive in on enemy champions. Gonna see another clip of Nif's and Nami, the tidal wave coming across, and with 3 melee champions to dive in, what better champs to join with Nami?
You were waiting for that one this entire time. But really, it was Alliance playing extremely well against Gambit, really solidifying their place as being one of these strongest teams in Europe.
Yeah, 3rd place team overall going in. Pretty, eventually favorites as well. Yeah, the bubbles, Darien dying once more. Alliance just, they have such good ability to clean up fights. You're seeing the Kha'Zix resets, the jump on in, showing no fear.
And you can see everyone is also trying to be more like Froggen for Alliance. They're wearing all the Alliance t-shirts now as opposed to the jackets. There's only one convert left, and that's Tabs.
Yeah, well, they've got a jump, so why wouldn't you name after Froggen? Now, of course, Gambit versus Rokat versus Fnatic here. Another important match. Fnatic wins this, they get 2nd place.
Yeah, but it does not start off very well as Peke gets destroyed by Jankos and Overpower in the mid lane. This Talon was looking pretty scary right here. 2nd kill of the game in mid lane, but then the Fnatic team collapses.
Yep, everyone's showing up for this one. Even though it starts out 3-1 in kills, there's just more flooding in Fnatic's way. And big surprise, we've got a Reckless Vayne. He's going to show up, get a bunch of kills towards the end here, and Fed Vayne, good thing for Fnatic.
And it's the team coming in around him as well. The support play, the synergy. They had a slump in the middle of the season, but now they seem to be back in business.
Yeah, they locked the number 2 spot with that one. So even though the European League headed into the final day with an 81% chance of at least one tiebreaker, for only the 2nd time all spring, there were no ties on the table when the week was over. Yay, normal games, no 6-way tie. I couldn't believe it either. Let's take a second look just to make sure at the standings. Thanks to their perfect Super Week, SK Gaming moved into the top spot for the first time all year, while Fnatic's 7-1 record over the final 3 weeks of the spring gave them the 2nd playoff bye.
However, on the bottom side of the table are 2 teams heading into the Summer Promotion Tournament, which are the Super Hot Crew and Millennium, but more on them later.
Now, for those 4 teams that finished in the middle of the table, they'll be facing off today in the quarterfinal round of the European Spring Playoffs. Let's check out the bracket. The winner of today's first best of 3 between Alliance and the Copenhagen Wolves will advance to face the team that's won every European LCS title so far, Fnatic.
Meanwhile, the top-seeded team in the tournament, SK Gaming, is waiting in the semifinals for the winner of our 2nd quarterfinal series, Rokat versus Gambit.
Now, for a closer look at the quarterfinal matches, I'd like to welcome Quickshot to the show. What's going on, man?
Yeah, not much, Freak. I'm just looking forward to getting the playoffs underway.
Yeah, I can't believe they're actually here already. We're going to start with the battle between 4th seed Rokat and 5th seed Gambit. Looking at their head-to-heads this spring, who do you give the edge to in this best of 3?
I actually think this is a really tough question to answer. Even though their head-to-head sits at 3-1 in favor of Rokat, one of those victories was against the Gambit in Pyjamas mix, and most recently, Gambit absolutely decimated Rokat with a flawless siege composition. So if we look a little bit deeper into the match, it's pleasantly surprising to note how close these 2 teams are in terms of major metrics that we track. So we'll start with average CS at both 10 and 20 minutes across the entire team. There's only 2 minions that separates these teams, with Gambit having 54 average CS at 10 minutes to Rokat's 52. At 20 minutes, Rokat have 119 to Gambit's 121. With average gold, both teams hover around the 5,800 gold mark. In terms of objectives like Dragons and Barons, once again, it's extremely close. Rokat have got 10 Dragons in their 4 games against Gambit, while Gambit have taken 8 Dragons. Rokat have got 4 Barons, while Gambit have got 3 Barons. So from a purely mechanical standpoint and statistical standpoint, both teams are extremely even, and it should be a good series.
Okay, so their stats are similar, but the question still stands. Who do you give the edge to?
So I think my gut tells me Gambit have got the edge here. They've been boot camping for the last 12 days in Kiev as a whole team. Alex has talked about the team analyst that's come in to help them find and fix their problems. And in general, you just have to think that if Gambit were able to adapt to the new patch and play with the intensity that we expect from them in playoffs, they're going to be a tough nut to crack. I do want to say that if any team's going to upset Gambit, it might just be Rokat. Rokat do have an ability to play sort of unconventional picks. They've also demonstrated an ability to disrupt Gambit in the early stages of the game. And if Rokat can surprise Gambit, get under their skin early, that might be the key to victory for the Polish powerhouse.
Trevor, I feel like you should go into politics because you've actually been dodging the question every single time. So one more time, who do you think is going to win?
I hate that you have to put me on the spot. Okay, if I have to pick a winner, Gambit. But I'm going to cop out a little bit, 70-30. I do still feel like if Roccat can get ahead early in game one, that's their key to victory. But overall, you got to lean with that Gambit.
Well, I appreciate the hardcore commitment on that one, Quick Shot. So now I want to welcome Shox to the show for some straight answers and to get the team's word on their matchup. What's up, Shox?
What's up, Freak?
Hey, okay, so we're going to actually talk to you then about you talking to the players about their quarterfinal series. What did they have to say about their opponents?
Well, when I talked to Rockat's Vander, he pointed to Gambit's jungler Diamond as their strongest link on the team, highlighting his experience, his ability to counter-gank effectively, and his early game synergy with Alex Ish. Now, on the other hand, when I asked Vander where he thought Gambit was vulnerable, he pointed to their bottom lane. He said that Edward and Genja actually put their team at a disadvantage in many LCS games, although he did say that they played very well at IEM. Now, overall, Vander is confident that if they can play the standard meta and avoid bad rotations that cost them objectives, they do have a great chance. Now, when I spoke to Gambit's Edward before he broke his finger on his foot, he also had some nice things to say about his opponents today. Edward told me that Roccat does not play like every other European team. They have different play styles, and he said that Gambit will need to adapt to them if they want to have success. Edward also complimented Rockat's jungler Jankos and mid laner Overprow. He said that they were, quote, really good and that they were the key for the win for Roccat. As far as Roccat weaknesses go, Edward identified 2 points. First off, he says that Rockat's AD carry Celiver is, quote, vulnerable, and that Roccat struggles to adapt to what their opponents are doing. Edward said that Roccat just plays their game and does not prepare 100% for the team that they're going to be facing. Now, heading into their quarterfinal matchup against Roccat, Edward is confident that they can win. He said, quote, we are absolutely stronger because we have bootcamped for 12 days before the playoffs, and we all know what happens then.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shox. It is a very scary Gambit if they do get the boot camp going. Let's move on then to the opening battle in today's playoff action, the fight between third-seeded Alliance and sixth-seeded Copenhagen Wolves. Quick Shot, based on the standings and the head-to-head, the series should go in Alliance's favor. What do the Wolves have to do to get the upset over Froggen's squad?
Okay, so in order for the Wolves to surprise Alliance, they need to find a way to shut down both Wicked and Froggen. Wicked has continually found ways to shine by out-CSing everyone else on the Rift when playing against the Wolves. He's got 81 CS at 10 minutes and 181 CS at 20 minutes, and it's great numbers. Froggen, on the other hand, has only given up 2 deaths across all 4 games played against the Wolves. His 18.5 KDA and near flawless positioning has been immensely helpful in getting Alliance their victories this split. So for Alliance, they'll be looking to play their game at their pace and simply not allow their playstyle to be interrupted. The man that I'm looking at to get in the faces of both Wicked and Froggen is amazing. He was the first European player to receive back-to-back MVP awards. His Lee Sin play was the best in the European split, in the middle of the split rather. So if Amazing can find a way to channel that level of performance, it might be just the bark that his pack needs to run down Alliance. I do want to throw out a brief mention to Forgiven though. He's not had the same level of success against Alliance that we have seen against other teams. His average CS at 10 minutes and 20 minutes is lower than we see for his overall league average. And as a very large part of the Wolves' success when they're winning, we'll need to see if he can help bring a positive impact into this series.
All right, Quick Shot, I think I know what you're going to say, but I do want to get it on record. Who do you see coming out with a win in this quarterfinal series?
So this one is a little more clear-cut for me. I do think Alliance is a pretty strong favorite. In general, I feel their individual performances, as well as their teamwork, have been at a higher level leading up to the playoffs. So, Alliance over Wolves.
All right, thank you very much, Quick Shot, for a dedicated answer. Now, for an inside look at the teams and how they're preparing for today, I'd like to welcome back Shox. It's been a long time.
I've missed you, Freak.
I have too, but thankfully you're here, so we're okay. We're on a screen together. Now, when you hit up Alliance and the Wolves, what do they have to say about the quarterfinal match?
Well, when I spoke to Froggen, he complimented the Wolves' experimentation with new playstyles and new picks. He liked the top lane Heimerdinger and the Wolves trying an early siege strategy instead of waiting for the late game. But he was critical of the Wolves' bottom lane and their reliance on wave clear champs that need to stall till they have enough items to make an actual impact. Now, overall, Froggen feels that their versatility in champs and playstyle will give them an advantage, especially in a best-of-3 series. Meanwhile, the Wolves' Youngbuck is confident they can take the series because they are, quote, putting all our effort into Alliance, strategy-wise and champion pool-wise. Now, Youngbuck said that he believes that Alliance doesn't adapt as fast as other teams do to new metas, and that their champion pool can be stubborn to change, and that leaves them, quote, vulnerable in a brand new patch. Now, Youngbuck does confess that because they are going all in preparing for Alliance, that, quote, will have a less chance of winning further rounds, but it will ensure us our stay in the summer split.
All right, thank you very much for the info, Shocks. We'll let you go and get ready for that battle between Alliance and the Wolves.
Can't wait for that one.
That's going to be fun. So we've been focusing on what's on the line for the winning squads, but we do need to turn our attention to the fate of the teams that come up short today. The 2 squads who lose will be dropped into Wednesday's 5th place match. Now, the team that wins that series will lock in their spot in the summer split and they're safe. But the team that finishes 6th will be relegated into the promotion tournament where they have to fight for their LCS lives. The bright spot for that 6th place team, they get first choice of the challenger team they want to face. Either challenger champions Cloud9 and Eclipse, 2nd place Ninjas in Pajamas, or Denial Esports. Then, after the 6th place team makes their selection of Denial Esports official, the Super Hot Crew gets 2nd choice with Millennium getting the leftovers. The 2014 European LCS Summer Promo Tournament will kick off next week on Thursday, April 24th, with a best of 5 between Millennium and their challenger opponent at 7 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Now it's time to turn our attention to the LCS pros that were godlike during the spring split as we reveal the first ever all-league team. Now, FYI, these 5 all-pros were chosen by a panel of experts and the LCS teams themselves, because who better to pick an MVP than the teams he stomped on the way to winning the award? I'd like to welcome back Quickshot one more time to help reveal the team and the MVP. You ready, Quickshot?
I'm always ready to fire quickly. It's in the name, freak.
That's really lame. Let's start with the awards in the top lane, where your all-league team member is Fnatic Soaz. He had the highest KDA of any starting European top laner, as well as picking up the most assists at the position.
Yeah, as the only French top laner in the European LCS, I think it's fitting that his most played champion is Renekton at 6 games. But it's only one of 12 total champions that Soaz has played this split. Even though Soaz was outspoken about disliking the tank meta, he's shown a great ability with all manner of tanks and bruisers in the top lane, and in my opinion, is still performing better on that class of champion than his AP champions. Also, it cannot be ignored that he played and won with Yorick during the last Super Week of the split. Now, I'm not sure if that helped or hindered his chances of getting MVP, but it worked, helped get the win, and that's what matters.
You know what you should have said? I'm ready for everything. Let's take a trip to the jungle. Hope you brought your Hunter's Machetes, where one of the league's most celebrated players can add All League 2014 to his list of accomplishments. Diamond had the 2nd highest KDA for a European jungler this spring, while getting his hand on more gold per minute than anyone else in his role over in Cologne.
Now, the most amazing thing about Diamond is not that he's the all-league jungler, but that he's performed at this level again. From the moment that Diamond burst onto the scene, he's been heralded as one of the world's best junglers, and he shows no signs of slowing down. He's played 12 total champions, some of them good, with 7 games in Lee Sin and a 5.4 KDA. It's like Evelyn with a 4.5 KDA, and some of them bad, like his Skarner and his Udyr. I wasn't a fan. But you can't deny the fact that Diamond has set precedents for new jungle champions in the past, and one of these attempts may just be the next best thing. In truth, Diamond has not lost his edge, and he is totally deserving of the title.
Absolutely. So up next, the mid lane. There, it was Alliance's Froggen, who reached new heights as he helped his team jump from last place to the 3rd seed in the playoffs. He also recorded the 2nd most kills of any player in the European LCS, while compiling the highest KDA of any EU LCS mid laner.
Well, Froggen has continually impressed me this split with how varied his champion pool has been from week to week. He's shown an ability to play farm-heavy champions like Gragas and Ziggs. He's put assassins like LeBlanc and Zed. He's even thrown in the likes of Karthus and Kassadin into the mix. You never really know what he's going to play, but what you do know is that it will be handled excellently and played well. Considering how intense the European mid lane scene is, it's actually great to see Froggen earn the spot as all-league mid laner and rise above the competition.
Yeah, it's working for him. So that brings us to the 2014 All-League AD carry. And the top vote getter was Fnatic's Reckless. He put the team on his back and carried them through Super Week and into a first-round bye in the playoffs. Plus, he compiled some incredible stats over the spring split. He led the European LCS in gold per minute, KDA, and had the least deaths in the entire LCS for someone who played all 28 games.
Reckless joining the LCS was one of the most highly anticipated moves of the year. Having sat on the bench from IPL 5 waiting to come of age and take his seat amongst one of Europe's best teams, there was a lot of pressure on this young AD phenom. In his opening week, Reckless earned the very first MVP award of 2014. He did not die in his opening 3 games, and he racked up a weak KDA of 19.3. This incredibly positive trend continued, even through Fnatic's slump, and Reckless always found a way to have a positive impact on Fnatic's games.
So that brings us now to the all-league team support. When the votes were tallied, based on the votes, everything, casters, players, teams, N-Rated and Yellowstar were tied. Now, I can't argue with the votes because they both had great spring splits. Yellowstar led the European LCS in assists and KDA by a support, while N-Rated had the second most kills secured from the support position.
It's actually somewhat poetic that after the spring split wraps up, both N-Rated and Yellowstar are the all-league supports, considering that Yellowstar moved to the support role when N-Rated was benched last year in summer. Even though these two players were tied in the votes, let's start by talking about Yellowstar. I was one of his harshest critics last year, and I was pleasantly surprised to see how fantastic Yellowstar has become in the support role over time. At the beginning of the split, he favored aggressive, in-your-face champions like Leona and Annie, and as bans started to get drawn, he transitioned to Morgana and Karma with ease. You always feel like Yellowstar does what is needed for his team. I want to move over to N-Rated, who has a very similar champion pool, but he's also pulled out Galio, Blitzcrank, and is showing the world how to play support Kayle with 3 wins and 0 losses. For N-Rated, though, I think he gets more of those kills because of the fact that he's the primary shot caller and initiator for the team. He's also the in-game leader, and as I've said, primary decision maker. So this has helped him earn a spot in the all-league supports. He got the Week 11 MVP and also led his team to the #1 seed going into this week's playoffs.
And it's good performance there. So with an all-league team stacked with that much talent and 6 players, it's hard to pick just one of them as the MVP, but the experts did. And after tallying up the votes, your 2014 European League Championship Series Spring Split most valuable player is Alliance's mid laner Froggen. Now, while his individual stats earned him the all-league mid laner honor, it was his value to the Alliance squad that garnered him the MVP. Not only did he build the team himself, but after a shaky start to the season, he won back-to-back MVPs for Week 8 and Week 9 as he led the team from the bottom of the table up to the top.
Yeah, even in losing games, Froggen still has great stats. He farms well under pressure, he has shown that he can roam around the map and impact his side lanes, and he can play an incredibly wide array of champions to an excellent level. As the leader and captain of Alliance, and as a player that has been very vocal about wanting to win, he's been an incredibly large driving force in getting Alliance into the 3rd seed in the playoffs. If you think back to games where he was just trying to split push his Kayle and his Yasuo, despite his team being behind, it's that objective-focused gameplay that has trickled down to the rest of the team as the weeks have gone on. If you draw contrast between Week 1 and Week 11, you would not say that this was the same set of players, nor the same team as a whole, because their decision-making, their individual play, their laning, and every single aspect of the game has progressively improved, and it's all been led by Froggen. All of these improvements have allowed Alliance to win 10 out of their last 12 games.
All right, quick shot before I let you go. There's one more piece of business we need to take care of. Who's going to win the 2014 European LCS Spring Split Championship?
I'm going to have to dance around this one a little bit because I have thought long and hard. I don't know who's going to be crowned Spring Split champion because I think Fnatic, they're looking to take their 3rd title in a row. Gambit looking to grab their 1st. I think SK are looking to surprise. But because you're going to pressure me and ask me to put a name down, I've set my eyes on Alliance. I think they have more than enough synergy, more than enough ability to claim the title, and I can't wait to see them grab the Spring Split champion title.
All right, quick shot. Thank you very much for the straight answer. We're going to let you go and get ready for the European LCS playoffs. But first, thank you for your MVP performance today.
Well, thank you very much, Freak. I will be back later in the show with Joe, as we'll cast Roccat and Gambit.
That's going to be fun. So, we've revealed Europe's all-league team and handed out an MVP, but there's one thing we haven't hit yet. Glorious, glorious stats. Let's rectify that now and take a look at the top killer, the perpetually respawning, and the most helpful players in the League Championship Series this spring. Let's kick it off with the European kill, death, and assist leaders, where Xpeke was the most deadly European for the 2nd straight split with his 125 kills. Then there's super hot crew support Migza, who's won 28 deaths over 28 games, set a new LCS record. As far as assists, Yellowstar's 240 over 28 games not only led the league, it earned him a spot in the all-league team. And while all 3 of them mastered one category, the guy who led the league in overall KDA was the all-league AD carry Reckless. Now let's shift our attention from individual performances to the teams, where no surprise, Fnatic topped almost every single category. The 2-time LCS champs and 2nd seed in this year's spring playoffs racked up the most kills, the most assists, and thus the highest KDA, while Migza led his super hot crew to the top spot in at least one category this year. Now let's arcane shift from the single season marks to the all-time records and take a look at the players and team who rewrote the LCS record books. Of course, we should start with the super hot Cruz Migza. His 128 deaths broke Kiwi Kid's heart and his previous death total of 126. Next up is the man in the solo mid for TSM. Bjergsen broke his own record for highest kills per game in a split. It was 6.91, it's now 7.05. Just like his teammate Wild Turtle upped his own mark for the highest gold per minute over a split by more than 7 gold pieces. The next record to fall was for the most kills by a jungler. Diamond previously held that mark with 89, but Meteos crushed it by stacking up 107 kills. I guess he likes to farm champs as well as camps. The team to rewrite the record book was Cloud9, but actually they just added their name to a record they already own. Their 13 wins in a row to close out this spring split tied the record they set last summer. And finally, we have another record that got scratched but not broken, the record for most deaths by a jungler. Considering the dubious nature of this one, I'm sure Nintendo X doesn't mind sharing this one with NK Inc. Now, from the record breakers to the plays that broke your brain, let's send it across the studio to Jat for the Outplays of the Year.
Thanks, Freak. One thing the LCS pros do well is make nearly impossible plays look effortless. In case you don't realize just how much effort it takes to pull off the top plays of the year, well, that's why I'm here on the big screen. Biggest play, at least that we have from Europe, actually happened during Week 1. Reckless and Yellow Star showing why they are on the All-Pro team right from the start of it in a 2v3. Let's roll this clip at half speed just to see exactly what happens. First off, it looks like Fnatic is going in on a Gambit, but it's actually going to be a bit of a bait. As soon as Yellow Star fully commits, he gets flayed back in the turret. Let's pause it here, actually. Let's take a look at all the bad things that are happening for Fnatic right now and why it was such an outplay. So Yellow Star is in turret range right now. Genja has about 40% of his health left, whereas Yellow Star's already burned his Tibbers, and Reckless is not only out of kill range or attack range, he has a full health Shyvana on him, level 7, with an ultimate up. He's closed him without even using his gap closer. So let's continue to roll this at half speed to see really just what happens. Yellow Star actually gets a full cycle of spells out, dodges the hook, is actually able to land a double stun, and Reckless stays in front of Diamond so he can get the Super Mega Death Rocket out and get the move speed. At that point, we can roll it at full speed. He flashes away from the dragon, and miraculously, Fnatic made it out of all this, getting 2 kills in a 2v3 without dying. That's why, to me, this was the biggest outplay we actually saw in the entire year in Europe, especially the barrier right at the end. But that was just Reckless and Yellow Star right from the start being amazing. Let's send it back over to Freak for a final tally of the number of champs that got to see some playing time on the Rift this split.
Thank you very much, Dat. We headed into the final week of the 2014 Spring Split, 5 champs short of the 93 unique selections that were made last spring. And in case you weren't keeping track of the champs that got picked during Super Week, well, we were, so it's okay. The week started off with a ton of promise as Diamond pulled out Udyr and Youngbuck whipped out Heimerdinger in the same game. Soaz helped out the quest for the record with a top lane Yorick, but that was it for Europe, which left us 2 short heading into the NA LCS. Sneaky flew in with a Corki, and Zuna chose Kog'Maw, which brought us to 93, officially tying the record for most champs played in a split, but that's as high as it went. Now for hitting up the LCS preview show on Twitter and predicting who was going to be played in the next champion select, well, there were several people who giggled as they tweeted out the donger. Only one person, though, mentioned Udyr, and even though Jox2Fox actually cheated and chose 2 champions in his tweet, we'll let it slide because he actually chose the 2 champs that made their debut, Udyr and Heimerdinger. So, nice work to Fox. Now, while the champs selected in the playoffs won't count towards our spring split total, it's still a lot of fun to guess. So hit us up at LOL Esports, hashtag at LCS Preview, and try to predict which champs will be played for the first time this season. Now, with the playoff games being played on 4.5, who knows what champs we'll be seeing on the Rift? Actually, I know someone. Let's send it over to Jat for his breakdown of the biggest 4.5 patch changes and his champion predictions.
We're going to see Victor. But actually, I'm actually going to say Brand or maybe Master Yi. But the 4.5 patch is what we're here to talk about. And it is set to bring some major changes to the LCS Spring Playoffs as it affects everything from champions to items to runes. So let's put on our new boots and take a stroll through the changes. The biggest change, obviously, is actually the boot enchantments. Alacrity, more movement speed. Captain is cheaper, gives you more movement speed as well. Distortion has some cool new effects with Flash and Teleport. And Fury is more accessible for AD carries and melee champions. What all of this actually means is that we're going to see more play of the top 4 boot enchantments and a little bit less play from the home guard boots because they have been reduced in power quite a bit. I think this is going to open up a lot of versatility and we're going to see a lot more Alacrity, Distortion captain, and Furors. Next change, of course, is the runes. Now, a lot of this changed. Armor runes reduced, we got health runes being buffed up, lots of interesting things going on, but the main impacts are going to be this. 80 carries are probably dropping lifesteal quintessences. They'll be bringing attack speed, so we'll see more damage down there from the 80 carries. Mid laners are going to be a little healthier because they're most likely not taking armor runes anymore. They're going to opt for health. Other than that, there's not a huge overwhelming impact from the runes. I think the larger impact is actually going to come from the summoner spell choices in the bottom lane. Exhaust and Heal both got some pretty hefty improvements for 80 carries in particular. If an 80 carry wants to have individual protection from assassins, it is now more damage reduction, and also the range is increased, so he can use it before he gets jumped on by an assassin type player. Also, if you bring double heal, especially late game, you're healing upwards to 1,000 health on 2 targets, which is absolutely absurd since it has a double use with the move speed now as well. So definitely a lot more exhaust and heal, a lot less ignite and barrier in the bot lane. So we'll have to watch out for that one. In the jungle though, Feral Flare. This thing made huge waves in solo queue. I'm not sure what types of waves it's going to make in competitive because it has that stacking component. Trying to get to 25 stacks on the Feral Flare is just much harder in the competitive landscape. With lane swaps happening early on in the game, junglers just don't have the time to farm. If a team wants to make it work, you're going to see a Flare on someone like a Xin Zhao or maybe even a Master Yi, but it's not going to be as dominant as we see in solo queue. Still excited to see that change though. Now, mid lane wise, Lulu, she got nerfed pretty heavily. Help picks, you can no longer do the double glitter lance with putting 1 picks on and shooting off 2 glitter lances. So a diminished role from Lulu, but I still think she's going to be a priority pick for a lot of people just because glitter lance is so spectacular. Also, last thing to touch on is Shen is disabled for this week's playoffs and maybe a little bit more into the future. That's going to be a hit to a few of the top laners that were trying Shen out. Other than that though, 4.5 changes have a huge impact on the spring playoffs. But, like Brad Pitt said in Moneyball, adapt or die. Freak?
All right, thank you very much, Jat. It's now time to turn our attention to the champions that the pros picked, because we just talked about new ones. Let's talk about the old ones. Here are the most picked and banned champs from the 2014 spring split, starting with the most popular choices in Europe. Tied for 5th most picks in EU this spring is a pair of jungle friends, Elise and Lee Sin. Seems like half the highlights we saw from Cologne last split were on those 2 champions, and based on how many times they were picked, I'm probably right. Laying down the law at number 4 is the Sheriff of Piltover. Caitlyn comes in as the 2nd most picked AD carry in Europe. At 3, the top picked top laner Renekton sliced and diced his way into 61 games last split. While the runner-up position was hooked by the Thresh Prince, his mortal enemy / lane mate Lucian lit up the European stage more than any other champ last spring. Those 78 Lucian picks by the pros means he took to the Rift in more than 70% of the European LCS games this spring. Pretty big improvement over the 0% during last summer's split. Goes to show how much being available in Champ Select really improves your chances of getting picked. Works out for him. Now, Kale comes in as the 5th spot, though, for most banned. And if I had to face Overpower 4 times a split, I'd ban it too. At number 4 is everybody's favorite Fire Stuffed Teddy Bear and his owner, while LeBlanc was locked out of Champ Select 35 times. At number 2 is Elise, who has the distinction of being the only champ to be both on the Insta-Lock and Insta-Ban top 5. And if you add her 43 bans to her 47 picks, she was involved in Champ Select 80% of the time. That brings us to the number 1 on the list, Kassadin. Despite being let out of the ban jail on parole thanks to the 4.4 patch, the Voidwalker got his sneakers stolen more times than anyone else in the league. Now, from the most feared champions to the most mind-blowing plays of the European LCS, or as Quickshot likes to call them, the Penta. Coming in at number 5, Edward shows off his support carry skills.
Consistently throughout the game is Edward going to get caught out here by Candy Panda. He actually turns the damage around, and this is a support against the AD carry. Edward going low, he's going to fall. No, he actually got the kill before falling from that one.
At number 4, Froggen hops a ride on the Thresh Express.
Caught out again.
Does himself favors. I'm not too sure if this is going to quite be enough. The Lantern flash run near pulls Froggen across from 2.
Right there, that was so good, they've had to pause the game to give him a high 5.
At number 3 is Froggen again, this time with a shocking flash.
Pekka's in trouble.
Oh, Pekka is in trouble. There is a decoy in the Cyclone, going to catch up Pekka. So we're flashed away from. What a flash from Froggen. They pick up a kill. That was so well timed. Brilliant play from Alliance.
So many Alliance plays. Number 2, shook into the hook.
Don't actually know if they really saw each other there, but the Q's going to land. There's the kick. Oh, into the hook. It doesn't get much better than that, I'm afraid. time, picks up the kill onto Celiva. What a combo from Alliance.
Absolutely beautiful.
And the top play from the EU during the spring split is, well, amazing.
Push on this mid in the turret. Wow, superb stuff from Amazing there. Landing the kick onto Peke, following straight across and on towards Yellow Star, just punting him back in towards the team.
All right, guys, we've come to the end of another LCS preview show, but now if you're thinking to yourself, hey, where are all the North American highlights? Don't worry, gonna have your answer. On Friday, before the North American LCS pros take to the Rift, we're gonna have a North American version of the LCS preview show coming your way. Now, guys, before we head out, let's last hit some of the silliest moments from the spring split.
This will be a good opportunity for me to show off what I can do with my hands.
4 chains! Oh, look at Lock it! There's the hook! A 5th chain to come in! Where's he pulling it from?
Hi, now you can see me. Wolf Claw, double fang.
Knife and fork in the bag. We're gonna eat some wolves.
Are you gonna get him on one?
Gang.
Yeah, there we go.
He can have his cake and eat it too.
Rocket just melted the super hot crew.
Wonga combo.
Obviously, see her pretty face every morning makes it a lot better.
I would like you to give your us.
I saw him actually in the crowd while we played the game. And actually, he kissed me right now.
Oh my god, are you serious, Afro move?
Esports Express recently revealed the secret behind CLG's decision-making, which is, of course, magic spinners.
The swag lord himself just trots out with his red pants on.
Still going for the kills. He's not gonna get it. Oh my god, he does get it. Ghost breaks the win streak of Team Solo Mid to go 5-8.
Overall, I'm like, if you don't lose, you're gonna win.
Up until they lose the game, they're winning.
Thanks for that insight. Now check this out. Double spider.
Hashtag 34 deaths the dream with Reggie.
The birds are great.
Here is your funny hat trick, and I have decided that I am a winner as well. So,
But not
Congratulations to me.
The playoffs mean everything.
during playoffs, every game will matter.
So you actually should give every single moment you have for it.
But where you're going to go down on top of Heimerdinger, and he's going to blow you to pieces.
Jankos kicks him deep back in towards Zazas, and Selfie is going to go down from this one. Jankos in the right place at the right time.
The entire season we've been building up to the playoffs.
No best of one. We will prepare ourselves even more. If you lose, you're out. If you win, you're gonna go further.
There's a double bubble, and that means trouble and shutdowns in there.
I think the atmosphere during playoffs is a lot more intense.
Our goal is to stay for the next split.
You gotta perform harder, we gotta perform better, you gotta show your best.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2014 European League of Legends Championship Series Spring Playoffs, coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me, of course, is Martin Deficio Linger, as we head into the matches that will determine who will finish first place for the Spring Split and who will be sent to the Summer Promotion Tournament.
And as we learned all season long, D-Man, every team proved they can beat each other. So get ready for this, because anything can happen this week and any of these teams could actually take the championship.
Absolutely, could be a wild week. Let's take a quick look at the playoff brackets to see where the teams are. Keep in mind that all of these matches will be a best of 3, except for the championship final, which is a best of 5. So, beginning with the quarterfinals today, Alliance finished in 3rd place and will be facing the Copenhagen Wolves, who finished 6th. And then it's Roccat and Gambit, who finished 4th and 5th, respectively, will be facing each other.
And the semifinals will take place on Wednesday, with Fnatic taking on the winner of the match between Alliance and the Copenhagen Wolves. And then SK Gaming will square off against the winner of Roccat versus Gambit. At the end of the day, a match to decide 5th will take place between the losers of the first 2 quarterfinal games. As a reminder, whoever loses that match finish 6th and be sent to the summer promotion tournament.
Yeah, big matches, of course. On Thursday, we'll begin the day with the third place matches between the teams that were defeated in the first 2 semi-finals. And then the main event will take place as the winners of the first 2 semi-finals battle against each other for the Spring Split Championship and a trip to the All-Star Game. It's going to be a big one, ladies and gentlemen, but let's focus our attention on today's games. Up first, in just a few moments, we will have Alliance taking on the Copenhagen Wolves in a best-of-3, with the winner facing Fnatic tomorrow.
And then in the second half of the day, Rocket will battle Gambit in the next best-of-3, where the winner will play against SK Gaming in the second semi-final game.
There sure is a lot to keep track of throughout the playoffs, so remember that you can get your team information, stats, VODs of the past matches, and much more over on lolesports.com. You'll also find the schedule for the week there, which is where you can vote on today's games.
Just submit your picks for the teams you think will win each best-of-3, and we'll check in before each match to see how you voted. And speaking of voting, for the last 2 weeks you have chosen who you wanted to make up to the 2 All-Star Challenge teams that will compete in Paris, but that's just the beginning. This week you can submit your vote to pick 2 former pros who will join the teams in a single hexakill mode game doing All-Stars.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic. Just log on to vote.lolesports.com and choose 2 of the 5 candidates, including the former European mid laner Shushei, well, he was technically top laner, and of course our very own shoutcaster Jat from North America, who you just saw in the preview show. The 2 who receive the most votes will join those All-Star Challenge teams on the 6-on-6 hexakill action. You can also find seats to join us here in the studio to watch live the pro teams play. Tickets are now available for next week's summer promotion tournament, and of course you can find all of the details on the website. So, we also want to hear what you guys have to say. Hop onto Twitter and tell us, which European LCS team have you learned the most from this split and why?
Actually, I have to say Alliance, to be honest, because they showed how important teamwork and coordination is during the season. Came in, big names, didn't work out in the start, learned how to play together, and now they've just been looking so strong. But we, of course, want to know your answers, so send them to us at LoleSports and use the hashtag LCS. We'll choose our favorites, and Shocks will read them on air later in the day.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin the European LCS Spring Split Playoff quarterfinal match between Alliance and the Copenhagen Wolves. During the Spring Split, the head-to-head between these teams was 3-1 in favor of Alliance, but more importantly, the final time they met was the very last game of the season, which of course Alliance won. That decided whether there was going to be a tiebreaker as well. It was a big game, trust me. Alliance, of course, they're coming into this match as clear favorites, ending the season in 3rd place and have recorded at least 2 wins against every single opponent in the league.
Yeah, Alliance had an incredible season of ups and downs, starting with 4 losses in the opening week, which began their curse of the odd weeks. And that was a strange run of winning 2 games on even weeks and then losing 2 games on an odd week. And that just continued all the way till week 6, where Millennium finally helped them snap the hex.
Yeah, and after that, of course, they wrote their very own history, because from week 8, they went on to win 10 out of 12 games, which catapulted them from 7th place to 3rd place.
And the backbone of Alliance is a strong early game with objective control, a lot of games from Shook combined with roaming from Froggen, and then diversity in their picks. Because we've seen many different comps from Alliance, but lately they prefer to play 1-3-1 split push with Wicked on Aurelia and Froggen on Zed to pressure both side lanes. And this was the exact tactic they used against the Copenhagen Wolves in the last game of the Super Week, where the Wolves, yes, they managed to defend for a long time, but they never had a real answer to the Alliance split push and just ended up losing after Kautat got caught out of position.
And of course, Wicked's Aurelia he's demonstrated once again that he is at his best on his most loved champion. With a KDA of 6.33 in those 7 games, he has always done well on farm, and he's really proven to be an elite top laner in Europe once again.
Yeah, Wicked had a shaky start to the season, where we often saw picks like Malphite and some very strange builds. But he's changed his champions and builds, which is why we see him dominate on the likes of Aurelia now. And the only issue for Wicked is the fact that Aurelia could actually be banned away in these games, and his 2 next most played champions, Trundle and Renekton, are far away from the same level.
Yeah, and of course a player who certainly cannot be banned out is the second Dane on the Alliance. It is, of course, Froggen. He was named MVP twice this split, and he's been performing well all season long. He's always had a very strong laning phase, and if you combine that with his great roaming ability and his deep champion pool, you have to consider Froggen the best mid laner in Europe.
Highest KDA of mid laners in Europe with 4.36. Second highest mid laner in kills with 121. And the best farming mid laner with an average of 347 CS a game. Then Froggen has really shown how fantastic he is. People said earlier in the season that Froggen was stuck in Season 2 farm meta, but he really proved people wrong. Because strong laning phase and synergy with Shook makes the early game from Froggen and Alliance very deadly, and whenever Froggen gets ahead, he will just roam around the map now and create pressure.
Meanwhile, the Copenhagen Wolves, they had a fairly steady opening this season. After storming through the amateur scene, which they secured their place in the LCS split by beating Meet Your Makers 3-1. Everyone was just unsure how strong they would actually be. It turned out they were actually pretty good, taking wins from every single team in the European LCS, including a clean sweep over Millennium 4-0. They stayed steady and they've never once moved above 4th place or below 6th place throughout the entire season.
In my opinion, the Copenhagen Wolves have been very hit and miss this season because they're very consistent against lower ranked teams as they tend to play very risk-free. They mostly focus on the strong laning phase from Forgiven and Unlimited, and then with Amazing just helping out all the lanes. And if they get ahead, the Wolves will then slowly grind you out of the game by taking objectives and just extending their lead until they're confident enough to tower dive or just push for the Nexus. However, getting ahead early has been an issue against the better teams, and it's simply because for the Wolves, it's only the bottom lane that's very strong. Unless Youngbuck, he pulls out the Donger, then him and Kautai, they're going to rely on Amazing to help them out in the lane if they want to win.
Well, I mean, Amazing is a play you have to highlight when you're talking about the Wolves. Double MVP winner with some great performances on Lee Sin all season long. Amazing is one of the best junglers in Europe right now.
Yeah, and the numbers, they speak for themselves when we're talking about Amazing. He's the jungler in the EU LCS with the most kills. He's also the jungler with the highest kill participation. 33% of the first bloods for Copenhagen Wolves are on Amazing, and he collected the second most kills for his team. Amazing is a real MVP, and he will be able to carry his team if he performs on the highest level. His main job is often to get Forgiven and Unlimited ahead early in the lane, and then focus on helping out Kautai and Youngbuck, who tend to struggle 1v1 in their lanes. When he succeeded early in the season, we saw Copenhagen Wolves play some very brutal siege comps, which are very hard to come back against. So I expect to see Amazing simply come flying out the jungle here and just try and win the early game for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, coming into this match, both teams have strengths like Alliance's late game split push and the Copenhagen Wolves' powerful bot lane. But this series may come down to a game of fixing mistakes as a team rather than relying on one strategy.
I think how to beat the Copenhagen Wolves is make sure Youngbuck is an uncomfortable champion and you don't let Forgiven snowball.
They rely on Forgiven getting all the farm, then basically having him carrying the game. It's not a Forgiven-centric team, it's just Forgiven being centric about himself and then leaving his team to play 4 versus 5.
They're nothing special per se. They have weaknesses. All of their roles, aside from mid, are beatable. So I don't see us losing to them necessarily.
I think they run strategies where they have a mid laner and a top laner that outscale their other opponents, and then they use it to split push later on. So what we're looking to do is actually get champions that outscale them.
I think if we win the first game, they're probably gonna go on tilt, and then they will lose the second game because they have some emotional players in there. And for us, it's also that we have the momentum and we just keep going and just win the second game.
Their teamwork has been improving a lot lately, but they still have many mistakes. So do we, and I think that the team that manages to fix their mistakes before playoffs will be the winner.
Well, I wonder who exactly has fixed their mistakes, because it's been a big build-up to this one. They've had a good week, solid practice on 4.5, and 4.5 could be the difference for these teams.
There's a lot of changes to the entire gameplay, especially also jungle-wise. So when you have a jungler like Amazing, it could really benefit Copenhagen Wolves on this 4.5 patch.
Well, let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Alliance for game 1. That means Wicked's in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs as AD carry, and Nif on support.
And on the red side, we have Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck is in the top lane, Amazing is the jungler, Kautai is in the mid lane, Forgiven as AD carry, and of course Unlimited on support.
So, 4.5, the first LCS game on it. We've already seen the Challenger Series on it in last week. What are we expecting from these teams? Is anything new, anything wild going to get thrown out there?
Well, obviously new junglers come into play here. Nocturne has been very popular with the new changes. Master Yi could be an option. Sing Zhao, personally, I think is one of the strongest junglers, especially if you want this early game pressure here. So there's a lot of new junglers. both Amazing and Shook can put into play here. And that, of course, changes everything for everyone else because you need to adapt to these new strong bruisers jumping in your face. Playing the AD carries who are very immobile, like Jinx, can be more risky now compared to before because you need to be able to escape when the Xing Zhao or Nocturne jumps into your face. So let's see what the bot lane decides to play here. And I think Karma is going to be a big deal too.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans underway for Game 1 of the quarterfinals playoffs. Lucian banned out, no surprise, going straight towards Forgiven, aiming for him there, nearly being taken away. We expect that to be banned every single game against Alliance, of course, because Froggen is so strong in it, and there is the ban. We talked about it just a moment ago. Aurelia being taken away from Wicked. How much will that hurt Alliance?
So 2 direct target bans from the Copenhagen Wolves instantly, and I really think that's the right tactic to use because Wicked has been so good on Aurelia and okay on the rest here. So target away this 1 pick for him, remove it for the game. At the same time, over on the Alliance side, I think actually maybe they want to force Forgiven to go Caitlyn because Caitlyn is a lot easier to deal with. She doesn't have the same amount of damage when it comes to the mid game as a Lucian.
Well, these bans have gone blown through there. Evelyn also taken away. Amazing and Shook both been playing that one. It's actually Alliance that banned it out, despite it being pretty much Shook's main champion. Renekton also taken away that big bruiser in the top. And there is Kha'Zix. You see him picked in. First choice for Alliance. That's an important first pick, but also we're seeing the Copenhagen Wolves fast picking. You talked about it. Caitlyn going to be in that top, and it looks like Jax for Youngbuck, although he seems to be discussing it.
Yeah, but the Caitlyn pick, it's been the 2 champions for Forgiven every time, like Caitlyn and Lucian. So ban 1 away, you get him on the second one here. So Alliance can look now to collapse onto the Wolves in the mid game, where Caitlyn isn't necessarily the best. She needs to go early game, she's very strong, and late game she's very strong, but the mid game point is where she's lacking damage compared to the other AD carries.
Well, they're just going to remake that champ select. You could see that Youngbuck was like, I can't select this champion. Where's Heimerdinger? I can't seem to pick Heimerdinger. I don't know what's going on here. So he's just having a small problem there. Needs to get his donga ready to go. So he will be going into picks and bans in just a moment. Don't give me that grin. So we saw already the picks and bans. Obviously, that's going to be the same bans.
Yeah.
What are we expecting? So we've seen the Kha'Zix first pick. These picks that came in, they're going to have to be redone in the same fashion. I'm pretty certain of that with that one, as far as I'm aware with the rules. But where does this put? I mean, we saw Ryze being banned out by Alliance, Renekton and Aurelia taken away. Their top lane are really being hit hard.
They're really focusing on it, and both these top laners during the season is actually 2 of the top laners where we've been saying, are they
limited?
Do they have a good enough champion pool? Do they have deep enough champion pool? So that's why they both target them away. Also, the Ryze obviously could go to the mid lane, so they hit kind of two players here from the Wolf side when they banned away from Alliance here. So that's smart. And if you look at the Kha'Zix, it's not an issue for Copenhagen Wolves because there's so many junglers left. Evelyn should be still open. Was she banned away too, actually? I didn't remember if she was, but in
Evelyn was banned by
in case she was banned away, there's still Nocturne, Xing Zhao, multiple options you can lock in. Lee Sin is still open here for Amazing, of course. So I don't think he's too sad about Kha'Zix being first pick.
One thing it tells me is that we're not going to see a Zed coming out from Froggen. I don't believe, because generally, unless Evelyn's on the board, they've got no ability power, basically, unless maybe Wicked has suddenly learned some ability power champion in the top lane, but I don't expect that to be happening. So I expect to see some sort of ability power assassin for Froggen, maybe even a farmer.
Could even see a farmer. We could see him focus on like Ziggs or Karthus or something like Wave Clear. Orianna, of course, could be an option too. And then focus on having Wicked split pushing by himself. And then the rest of the team just, stay together, farm in a 1-4 split push.
Okay, here we go again. The remake is back underway. So there is the Kha'Zix. We saw it locked in already. It will be the Jax, of course, for Youngbuck in that top lane with Renekton taken away. Jax is a strong pick.
So I really like Jax now here in 4.5 because your scaling runes make you even stronger in the late game. And it means when you're building Blade King and Trinity Force, because you got scaling HP runes, you got scaling magic resist, for instance, you're going to be more tanky in the late game just by having the runes. So it makes you very strong even though you build a lot of damage, and that's where Jax really, really shines. And that's also why when they ban away the Renekton, who's the early game bully against Jax, simply saying, we locked this one in here, and now Youngbuck is confident he can duel Wicked no matter what he picks.
Oh, Big Pharma has been locked in. It Ziggs has had some changes, slight reduction in his range of his basic attack, but it's his own minor change. Wasn't hit as hard as someone like Lulu, which is probably why he hasn't gone towards it. But Kautard has played Yasuo very well in the LCS. The last showing he had of it. I wonder if they're going to be thinking of this one again.
But if they do log into Yasuo here, they need some more things to set up his ultimate, because so far the first two champions here won't do anything. Of course, there's one of them, Xingzao with his ultimate, can activate it here for Yasuo, so he can jump in, join the fight. So that's a very, very, very strong combo from Copenhagen Wolves already, just by having Yasuo and Xingzao together. Also, the damage you can do in the small skirmishes around someone like Ziggs, you can just jump onto him and kill him.
Yeah, Xingzao definitely is a champion that's come into his own, I feel, in 4.5. Twitch is a champion that's been very strong over in the Korean scene, the North American scene. We saw them back in the last Super Week just before the playoffs, playing it fairly heavily, has a very good win rate, and as of yet, haven't seen a great showing of it in Europe.
But one thing I really like about this Twitch, if they lock it in, combine that with Kha'Zix, you got double stealth here to set something up. You have Wicked split pushing in the side on Shyvana, you have Frog and Waveling in the mid lane, and then roaming between these two lanes, you got the AD carry and you got the jungler unseen when they get close here, and they can join in for fights. They can surprise someone. All of a sudden, they can be 3 people top lane against poor old Youngbuck who's trying to defend 1v1 against Wicked. He gets piled on, he gets killed, and they start pushing down. So this lineup here from Alliance is going to be like a 1-4 split push, and then with both Twitch and Kha'Zix roaming around, trying to set something up once they actually get out of the laning phase. The only issue for Alliance is that Twitch, when it comes to hitting the turrets or sieging the turrets, is not the best because you don't have any escapes. So once you're actually standing there hitting the turret, if they engage onto you with Xingzao, with Yasuo jumping, with Jax, you're not going to get out.
Everybody piling on you. One of those squishy targets, be it a Ziggs or a Twitch, will be very weak and will get popped very quickly. Well, last chip pick will be the support. It looks like it may well be Karma once again for Unlimited. It's a champion we've seen him playing to varied success throughout the season. He was pretty much one of the first to pick it up very early on to limited success, and then obviously it seems to have switched into the meta as the patches have rolled by.
And the thing with Karma here, especially with someone like Caitlyn, is in 4.5, lane swaps is very, very standard. It's very... I might actually expect to see more lane swaps than standard lanes here early on in the 4.5 patch. So with Karma, with Caitlyn, of course, you have a lot of poke onto whoever is you are fighting against in a 2v1. You have good tower damage, both are ranged here, and they're very safe because both can escape from ganks. If they do get 2v2, Karma will provide a lot of poke, and now that AD carries don't really run lifesteal quints anymore, poke is going to mean a lot more, because if you take some damage early on, you won't be able to sustain it as easily as you could before.
Well, I mean, Wolves are one of the teams that were doing the lane swaps very early on and throughout the season, honestly. But Jax is a tough 2v1 pick.
Well, Jax should be able to get some farm in it, and then with his teleport, he's going to be able to go back to base if he gets poked down, get a few potions, get his first item, and come back then to the turret, get some more farm here. And obviously the same thing is go for Shyvana. Both of them should be denied early on. It's a bit risky to dive a Jax due to his stun, but at the same time, if they actually get onto him, he's still fairly squishy early.
We could also be seeing what's been happening in North America and Korea is the top laner joins the bottom lane to just shove on down them towers. So we'll see how it works out for them. It is going to be an interesting game. It's the first quarterfinal of the playoffs, and the players are just about to enter the Rift for the first match in the series. So let's check in lolesports.com to see who you think will be the best of 3 winner here. The first game, it is going to be Alliance, of course. 81%, no surprise there. They are the 3rd place finishers.
They are the favorites, and they should be. I mean, I think many people expect Alliance to either 2-0 or at least 2-1 advance on, and then face is a Fnatic in the next round here. So for me as well, Alliance will be the favorites. But going into the game, looking at their composition, I get a little bit scared, because whenever they actually want to hit a turret, there's so much pile on, engage on potential here from Copenhagen Wolves to just get onto Twitch, get onto Ziggs, and just blow them up instantly.
And what an interesting game it is for Shook as well, coming into this matchup. He, of course, was on the Copenhagen Wolves before the spring split began. Back in October, he chose to make that choice. He switched across, so he could be on either side of the winning team here. Not too sure how it will work out for him. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get in the game. Game 1 of the quarter-final playoffs here in the spring split. Alliance on the blue team facing off against the Copenhagen Wolves as the red team.
So both teams clearly looking for something here level 1, because you got wards on both supports, so they're going to get some early vision here. Late invades is very popular here, especially also after the trinket changes. You don't have any vision. It's safer to just late invade with your team than just wait around and make sure you can get something and get the right lane swap. And now actually Copenhagen Wolves moving in already with 5 members. Scouts out a little bit behind, but Nif spotted them out.
Well, it is going to be a 5-man push from the Wolves. They have got that early ward, and they've put that early ward placement down on the red. You can see the ward also picked up by Nif, so looking to maybe do that same thing. And we'll see whether Alliance go for that late invade or whether they push straight in towards that red buff. As of yet, they are staying in there, and you just saw the entire Copenhagen Wolves team backing to base.
And I think Copenhagen Wolves want to try and bait Alliance to think they're still waiting in here at the red buff, so they want Alliance to move up to their own red buff and then possibly collapse onto them. But it seems, though, the team is still moving as a group now, going towards the blue buff here, hoping to find Alliance.
Well, meanwhile, Alliance are making their own moves. This is a lot of counter-tactical play going on between these teams. It is going to be the blue buff start for the Copenhagen Wolves. You saw Youngbook being the first man to go in towards that bush. He wanted to be the front man. Meanwhile, we are seeing Wicked, Shook, Tabs, and Nif, 4 men piling in towards that red buff. And you can see neither teams really have each other's position. Nobody knows where anyone is right now.
But again, this is the thing we see so often now with the trinket changes, because you don't have vision. You need to go in with your team to late invade, because if you just stay back in your lanes and wait, and the other team then late invades on you, you're going to lose 3 buffs. So you need to make the move yourself. And Copenhagen Wolves, of course, due to the ward down here, they know Alliance is not starting red buff, so they can do the blue here and then rotate down, because that dual lane is also down in the bottom, so they can go in and fight if something should happen at the red buff of Alliance here. So very standard start for both teams.
Yeah, it does mean, of course, we have that 2v1 lane swap. It's actually Alliance that have initiated the lane swap as well. So they've chosen to take Tabs and Nif into that top lane. It does mean that Youngbook's going to be having problems. Instead, he's taking on the white down the bottom, so he's going to make sure he gets to level 2, or try to get to level 2. He's not going to quite get there with just the white, and back off, and he can just rejoin that top lane. Amazing is going for that counter invade straight in there, and of course Shook nowhere to be seen. He's taking away the blue.
And both junglers now are in a good position to move up to the dual lane and then simply just force down the turret, because blue buff here for Kha'Zix, or for Shook, he can just move up, of course. Same goes for Amazing down the bottom lane here. There's no solo laner though from Alliance side down the bottom yet. They're just building up a big wave from Copenhagen Wolves side, and then if Wicked shows, they're going to go in and just deny him all the season, force him away. And Shook, he wants to do the same.
Yeah, they've both done identical tactics so far. Continuing, but Youngbucks this time is going to get caught out here. He's gone for Counter-Strike as a level 1 because he wanted to catch people out in the bushes, and that's going to cause him problems. Shook flashing for this one. He thinks he can get another unseen threat. He's got minion wave in it. I don't think he's quite got enough to dive in towards the turret there, and he isn't quite going to have enough, and Nif was so close to getting that exhaust down.
But a mistake here from Youngbuck, because he should have known Shook would have double buff already and moved towards this top lane, or there was a high chance he would be in this top lane, because his own jungler already had the double buff. So a bit risky play by him to go down to ward and almost cost him his life.
Safe play from Wicked, meanwhile, in that bottom lane. He doesn't want to get close. He's got 0 CS right now, but he is playing it very safe, sitting on the inner turret. And that's actually going to be a problem, because you can see Copenhagen Wolves are already up to that one. This is going to be the tower pushing we've seen so often through the Korean scene and the North American scene recently.
Yeah, and the bottom lane turret, of course, takes more damage than the top lane one, so Copenhagen Wolves are pushing faster. Amazing rejoining them here. Sing Zhao is very strong in pushing the turrets early on here, so they get a lot of damage. They will take this one without any problems, because of course Midland's just farming. Alliance, they want to trade for this turret up in top.
Yeah, they should have enough minions. Second wave is coming in there. You can see Wicked staying very well deep away from this one. Youngbuck doing the same, trying to get just a little bit close enough to try and maybe sniff some of the experience as the tower hits it, but it's still very cautious. There's the second turret of the game for Alliance. So both teams equal. They have to go back, because the Wolves, they're going to keep pushing here.
Yeah, Alliance, either they want to trade the turrets here, because Copenhagen Wolves, they will pick this one up very easily. We can't do anything. Nif taking turret damage. The last hit actually went to Shook here.
It's always a problem for the top lane team that pushes along. That inhibitor turret is going to go down. The Copenhagen Wolves, in 5 minutes, have taken the first inhib turret of the game.
They got the inhibitor now. Alliance, they didn't recall yet, jumping onto Wicked.
This could be massive problems to get the 3-talent strike. They bounce him to get the first blood down. The Copenhagen Wolves are going to push on towards the inhibitor. Alliance has still only just gone back. If they can get that inhib down, those super minions will wreck everyone in the bottom lane.
Big mistakes from Alliance here. After the second turret went down in the top lane, they should have recalled instantly. Got down here, tried to defend this turret. Instead, Copenhagen Wolves, big advantage early on, and also picking up the first blood onto Wicked.
Such safe play by Wicked for so long, and then just as he caught out a little bit too close. Froggen, meanwhile, in this mid lane, we haven't seen a great deal of him, because this has been very much not where they've so focused of actually protection for them. But Froggen is keeping up the farm, but at the moment, Coutard is doing a grand job on Yasuo. You can see, got the edge over Froggen, only so slightly though. It's literally 1 CS difference. Tabs rejoining, and this is what we may see Alliance do. They may rotate everyone into that mid.
But look here, Alliance, they don't know where to go because Wicked, he's trying to freeze the lane all the way down the bottom. There's of course no turret, so the lane won't actually reset. It's only the damage from Wicked going against the minions here, so that's why he can keep this wave for quite a while, unless Copenhagen will decide to make a move. Seems they're just moving for Dragon. Very good move, especially also because they spot all the members of Alliance now up in the top lane here. So map-wise, Copenhagen Wolves with a big advantage early on, and they don't care about Wicked freezing down this bottom lane.
That Dragon will go down. It's the first one of the game in 6 minutes 23. There is so many things starting off so quick in this game. Youngbook going to get caught out with a slow here. He may get hooked in. Nif is going to go for it. Does manage to land the death sentence. That's Youngbook going down. He's not going to escape this one. Counter-Strike will come in, but you can see Tabs is finishing it down, and Shook gets himself the kill.
So kill for Shook here. Very nice response. Youngbook, he stayed out a little bit too far to try and farm here. We haven't actually touched about the mid laners. Very even so far. Good farm for both of them. Coutard actually doing very well getting farm here earlier and putting a lot of pressure onto Froggen, even though Ziggs is having this auto-type poke onto him, but he's still doing a very good job just farming away.
Amazing, also doing a great job of counter-jungling, stealing away everything from Shook's jungle as he's just shown himself in that top lane. Of course, Shook did just get that kill. Both junglers now with the kill, and of course, Feral Flare being built up by Amazing.
Yeah, so Wriggles all ready for Amazing early on because 3 turrets, he got the first blood, of course. He got 6 stacks on it already. He needs the 25 stacks before it turns into the Feral Flare, and that's where he really becomes strong in these duels. So he can just farm up now because Copenhagen Wolves, because of the way it went now, with them moving their duel lane up top here, full control of Nif and Taps, they don't really need to fear anything except for Shook, because Froggen in the mid lane and Ziggs, he's not exactly one who's going to roam away. He needs to stay and farm.
And let's just not discount the big difference here is the fact that one of those inhibitor turrets are down already. An exposed inhibitor is such a dangerous thing. It causes so many tactical problems for Alliance. They can't push heavily in top lane because they're going to leave that bottom exposed that somebody could sneak into. And someone like Coutard and maybe Youngbook, once they get a lot of items, just even maybe 2 or 3 major items, will take things down so quickly.
Exactly, that's going to be the key moment. It doesn't really matter for now because nobody really has the damage and they can't duel anyone to get all the way up to the inhibitor for now. But later on, if Youngbook can then beat Wicked in a 1v1, he will get just a free way all the way down to the inhibitor and then force Alliance to send someone back to defense. So in about 10-15 minutes, it can actually start to become an issue for Alliance as long as they don't fall behind.
It's a 3-man stack from the Wolves in the top lane this time. Let's see if they can sneak their way around there. Shook is close by, but Amazing is looking to make one of those plays. We talked about how he's involved in so many kills for the Copenhagen Wolves, and this may be another one, but a 3-man dive here would be a very dangerous thing. You've got the Flay from Nif, could stop them in their tracks, and Shook, you can see, waiting in the tri-push.
It was very good research by Alliance here because Copenhagen Wolves, whenever they do the lane swaps and get the first turret, they always swap back to the dual lanes going against each other, and then they send Amazing down and they try and get the turret because they love this fast push early on. So now Alliance, they pinged him out, and at the same time, oh, Coutard going aggressive.
Coutard using that ult to be able to look at that straight away. The exhaust goes down from Froggen. He's going to try and turn some of that damage back around. The Mega Inferno Bomb not quite landing and finding his target, and Coutard pretty much getting out that one untouched.
Yeah, exhaust onto Froggen, exhaust onto Nif. That's 50% damage reduction onto Yasuo when he jumps in with his ultimate. So they're going to be able to shut down a lot of his burst damage, and that's going to make it very hard for Coutard to go into fights. We saw actually how little damage he did to Froggen. It was just 1 health potion, he was back.
But that ultimate of Yasuo is very quick, whereas the exhaust is going to be much longer.
Very
he
true.
didn't use the ignite that time around, so Coutard may just be trying to burn that one out, and would have made the call, of course. And Coutard, with Youngbook roaming around in that red buff, they are going to try and take this opportunity and push in, because there's not really a great deal they can do about it other than try and steal it away with the bomb.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we see Shook actually using so much time up in his top lane. Copenhagen Wolves can take this red buff for free because they spotted Shook going in towards the engage up in the top lane here. And you invest so much time onto a Caitlyn and Karma lane, so mobile, so easy to escape, and at the same time you got heal and exhaust, it's going to be very hard to kill them.
Yeah, and if they could have burnt out the flash, which I believe Coutard was aiming at for Froggen, it's a scary, scary time for Ziggs to have a Jax, a Xin Zhao, and a Yasuo all jumping on you in mid lane, and he is fairly exposed right now, which is why they haven't got any wards. You can see the river anywhere around him, so they could easily hit them level 9, 10 modes, which they are getting into, and just tower dive on towards him.
And I'll just continue to do what they're doing in the top lane here, to just push the wave down instantly with Karma and Caitlyn and get a few hits on the turret, back off, do it again the next wave. Nif was actually forced to recall, so Shook once again is near this top lane to try and help defend. But Copenhagen Wolves for now just continue pushing down.
And this pressure at the top, look at it, Shook's having to stay here. Youngbuck, he's not really had a wave to clear. He's doing the counter jungling. He's farming out Shook's jungle while he's up there. Meanwhile, the rest of Copenhagen Wolves are keeping pressure on. Spray and play being used by Tabs just to clear the top wave.
Did some very good damage, but once again now, Amazing joining in this top lane. Copenhagen Wolves, they love to get these early turrets. That's how they put pressure on the map. Once this turret is down, they want to rotate to the mid lane and do the same. It's going to be harder against the Ziggs because there's so much wave clear, but at least they continue to just apply pressure everywhere.
It's been a great start for the Copenhagen Wolves. Nif dying to get a ward into that bush, and if he does, he can pull it straight on Amazing's face. They do get to clear it out, but it gave him the information that they required. Second one gets cleared out. Well, it's a good job he managed to buy that Sightstone as his first item.
So again, Copenhagen Wolves actually stay in the lane. They didn't back. Tap's been forced to stay too. Look at him. He doesn't even have a BF sword yet. He's probably got a lot of gold, but he didn't get time to go back and shop, because if he does, his tower is gone. That's it. There's no way to defend the turret without it.
Yeah, you can see just shy of 2,000 gold on him. Look in this mid lane. We have the three-pronged attack coming in. Amazing Youngbuck and Kaltard all circling around the Froggen, who is somewhat vulnerable in that mid lane. Shook is nearby, and that pink ward is being protected. They've got to make sure that is clear. They don't want anyone jumping on them. But with that 6-minute dragon they got early on, this is another very quick dragon from the Wolves.
Yeah, and there's no timer from Alliance side because they had zero vision when they took the first dragon here. And at the same time, look at Froggen. He's completely roaming the mid lane. No blue buff, won't be able to regen it. So very easy, very safe dragon for Copenhagen Wolves. And they're just outplaying Alliance on the map.
You know, and something we've been talking about off air all week, honestly, is this Feral Flare item. We heard Jack talking about it. We didn't really expect it to make a big impact because the teams won't allow you to farm for so long. But Amazing got it very early on. He's had freedom of the entire jungle, both sides of the jungle almost. So he's going to get stacked out very quickly. The fact that they've taken 2 dragons down already as well is a big, big difference because Shook hasn't gone towards it. He's not feeling he's going to be required. He's basically been running a babysitting job in the top lane.
But it's also champion-wise a bit different. Elder Lizard is actually bid onto Kha'Zix. First of all, you don't really need the attack speed from Feral Flare, and at the same time, your Q actually doesn't activate the proc here, so you're more ability-based. That's why Elder Lizard will do more, whereas Xin Zhao, of course, very auto-tech focused. But Alliance now pushing onto this mid lane. Copenhagen Wolves are here though to try and wave clear.
Well, the Wolves finally alleviated some of that pressure in that top lane. Alliance managed to try and take that opportunity to push into mid lane turret. They have 4 members here. Wicked's also doing this split push. This is what we talked about at the beginning of the game. They're going to go for that 4-1 split. It's not going to work out this time around, but that's a glimpse into Alliance's tactical presence this early on.
And for the tactic to work for Alliance, they really need these outer turrets gone because they need to have Shook and Tabs who can roam between the lanes. As long as the outer turrets are here, it's going to be very hard for him to sneak down unless Youngbuck is standing all the way up at the inhibitor from Alliance side, which obviously he won't. So they need these outer turrets gone, they need some deep wards, and then they can start roaming around.
So how do we counter this? Because we haven't had a chance to see Wicked up against Youngbuck a great deal. They haven't really butted heads once in the lane. Obviously, we know Shyvana has a weaker early game. We're hitting level 9 for now, so it's going to start coming into her own. But it's up against the Jax. Jax gets stronger and stronger and becomes an unmovable object.
Yeah, Jax becomes very, very strong, especially damage-wise, which is where if someone like Taps goes down to try and kill him, he needs to be very careful, because if Youngbuck jumps onto him, he's going to have enough damage to just instantly kill him, and Taps is actually down in this bottom lane now. At the moment, though, without Blade of the Ruined King onto Jax, he should be fine, but once the Blade of the Ruined King is completed, that's where he needs to be careful. When it comes to Wicked here, he wants to make sure he can survive Youngbuck in these fights, but the sustain from Jax with a Blade of the Ruined King late game is going to out-sustain Shyvana.
Well, there's a gank opportunity being set up by the Wolves here. Tabs and Nifshuk is nearby. He's just been doing the golems and they're suspecting the Young Bucks there. Counter-strike, jump in, straight on towards him. The moment they see the third man show up, they do manage to back away.
Nice
a good ultimate from Amazing slows him down, but Shook's going to get the speed boost here. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in from Froggen. It's going to land, but it's not going to do the damage. Copenhagen Wolves avoid that. A gank opportunity set up, countered very nicely by Alliance.
Yeah, very good counter. Again, Shook is moving around with this dual lane from Alliance all the time. They're expecting Copenhagen Wolves to target Tabs and Nif over and over again, so he just stays with them. And now they can actually push onto this turret. Teleport already used on Youngbok. He won't be able to do anything to defend it, and nobody's nearby. So this is a turret for Alliance. Immediately up in the top lane. Copenhagen Wolves need to just push down and get the turret themselves.
Counter play and pushed in, and Wicked went very deep. He's expecting to stay in this top lane for a long time. He just put a ward in the tri-bush and at the red buff. And, well, if you know Wicked, he doesn't tend to put wards out too often, so that is very deep stuff from him. He's expecting to stay very busy in that top lane while the Alliance, they keep on pushing. And remember, these bottom lane turrets, they are weaker. Hook onto Youngbok there. Counter-strike's going to come out. That will dodge some of the basic attacks. Still a lot of damage done towards him, and that may be the turret, but Kautar's going to come across. The presence is there. Remember, Mega Inferno Bomb was used already, not off cooldown just yet, but Kautar can't leave this lane long because Froggen will keep pushing.
Just continue pushing in with Ziggs all the time. You can just look how fast he clears the wave, so you can always push it in if Yasuo moves away. Wicked is left alone up in the top lane. He's actually pushing the wave very far down already.
Yeah, going very deep on that one. As I mentioned, he got those wards out, so he's got the coverage. There is a pink ward just above him, so they have vision of where Wicked is. But remember, there's no towers, nothing to go down. He can just keep shoving that turret down.
So, 2 outer turrets are gone. Only the mid lane one is left. Yasuo, it's very hard for him to defend, at least if he's alone in there against the Ziggs, against the Twitch. They will be able to take the turret now. So look, Alliance instantly just moving all the members into this mid lane here because they want to push it up, want to get the last outer turret, and then really start roaming around with deep wards and try and catch Copenhagen Wolves out. If they can shut down Youngbok from getting his Trinity Force now, his next item, if they can delay it by quite a lot, then the power spike of Jax, you know, as long as you delayed, you get a lot of free time. You get at least like 10-15 minutes where you can roam around and control the map before he gets his Trinity Force, and he can start kill Wicked 1v1.
Wicked, meanwhile, putting down a signal of intent, going full on tank. Warden's Mail coming out along with that Sunfire Cape. He is going to be the man jumping in there. Expect to see the Randian Zoman completed shortly as soon as he goes back to continue that wave farm. Alliance, though, have managed to get themselves, claw themselves back into this game. It is a, what, 3,500 gold differential that you wouldn't know it, honestly, because we haven't seen these teams yet fight, and they've just continually been both pushing each other's opposition lanes. Froggen being caught out there. Does get the ace in the hole used. That does, of course, mean that Alliance know that Copenhagen Wolves are stacking. They want to try and create a play here. The Dragon is up in 20 seconds. Of course, Alliance have no timers on that one at all.
And the ward here, unless they actually checked it on the minimap, they will of course see it spawn, but if Copenhagen Wolves is waiting already with multiple members, they should be able to kill it before Alliance is in a position. They know it's gonna spawn soon because Copenhagen Wolves are already moving here, clearing out wards. Look at Froggen though. Entire Copenhagen Wolves moved away from the middle lane. He just stayed, pushed it up.
Shoved it straight back down their faces, and the Wolves are maybe thinking of making a play here. Carefully, of course. Blue Buff will go back across to Amazing. Kautar not interested in that, doesn't really want it. Or is he going to take it this time around? Nope, Amazing will take it once again. And Alliance have got themselves back into the Dragon. They've swept it out. They see it spawn now, so they know the fight is on.
Yeah, they know the fight is on. Both in a good position. Look at Wicked already moving down from the top lane. There is Teleport and Youngbok, but it still takes some time for him to join the fight if Alliance should engage onto Copenhagen Wolves here. They did start the Dragon, backing off for now. Vision control-wise, both teams are in a fairly good position. Look at the wards behind Alliance here, so Copenhagen Wolves know exactly what they're doing. And Forgiven-wise, he's staying here. Tabs almost catching him out.
Trying to go for it again. The Dragon being pulled. There's still no wards for Youngbok to actually teleport to. They're going to keep getting cleared out. He's continuing to push that top lane, though. He's going to start putting pressure on towards the inner turret if this fight gets delayed much longer.
Yeah, so Wicked didn't decide to stay up in the top lane here. He actually moved down, even though his teleport is ready. So I'm not sure why he was afraid to stay in the 1v1. And it simply meant because Copenhagen Wolves just delayed the Dragon. Wicked's now been forced to move all the way back here. And got some good hits onto the turret from Youngbok's side as well.
Both can interrupt one another. Of course, the counter-strike has to land at the right time by Youngbok. Wicked, of course, can just use that Dragon Descent to pounce across if Jax were to try and teleport. Pink Ward being used by the Wolves and the Dragon being started once again. It doesn't know whether it's coming and going right now because there is a lot of damage being done to it this time. Copenhagen Wolves are going to try and make a play on this one. Inner Flame being used. Ace in the hole landed on Shook. They're going to dive. They can jump straight on towards it. Shook just gets massacred straight down there. Wicked exhausted out. He's just going to simply pounce out. Counter-strike from Youngbuck stuns up all 4 members of Alliance. And now Amazing. He's going to be the focus target. He has to get out. Wicked turns that one back around into 1-for-1. Both junglers down. But you saw the power from both teams there. Very dangerous stuff there. That team fight could have turned it for either team.
But it's going to be the turret here for Alliance, and also the Dragon is still alive, so it's a win for them with this fight because they managed to kite all the way out. The box from Nif came up here. Copenhagen Wolves, they couldn't chase onto it, and then Amazing went over-aggressive. He went into the face of 4 members from Alliance in the end. Look here at the fight. Look how much Copenhagen Wolves invest onto killing Shook here in the start. Yasuo ultimate, everything is popped. He's dead. And from here on and out, because Alliance can now kite backwards, and because of all the damage Tabs have been doing from the backline here with his spray and pray, the Copenhagen Wolves, they can't really follow up on this. Good stun by Youngbuck, but then look at the box here. Who's gonna follow through this one? Amazing feels like he's strong enough, he jumps in. The rest of Copenhagen was already backed off, so he's just an easy kill for Alliance, and then a turret.
And you gotta feel that early exhausted went down. It went on Wicked, not really the one you wanted to go for. Absolutely Tabs with that spray and pray running. Yeah. He's the one that wanted.
Exhausted.
Didn't quite get it onto the right target, so maybe an error, maybe a lapse of judgment, who knows. But it was a very tight fight, and as I mentioned, the Copenhagen Wolves, the fact they had that 3-4k gold advantage going into that fight didn't really show it there.
They invested so much onto killing Shook that once he was actually dead, they had nothing to jump on to Tabs. Yes, okay, Youngbuck jumped there, but he was alone. He was the only one who could actually jump in. The rest of the team was left behind. So they didn't have anything to follow up with. That's why when Alliance could kite them out, just kite backwards, and then collapse onto Copenhagen Wolves when they made a mistake, it simply meant they could actually go even in the fight and then take the turret later on. And all in all, great play by Alliance, and they got this outer turret now. So all 3 outer turrets are gone. This is where we can see them now start roaming around the map.
Feral Flare completed by Amazing. We'll see whether he makes use of it. What do we make of all the items that have been picked up? Bearing in mind, we're obviously to 4.5. There's been a number of changes to several items out there, but we're still seeing fairly standard builds. Of course, you look at Tabs, he's slightly behind in Forgiven. We know that Kautar, once he gets that Infinity Edge completed, he is going to be a big danger, but Froggen, he's already set.
Froggen got a lot of damage already. He can go into a Lich Bane now. Once he completed, he got the 3 core damage items from the Ziggs. Late game, he can even go Lich Bane if he wants even more burst. So he's really, really strong, and he can really wave clear everything now. He can just throw his bomb to the side lanes as well if Youngbuck gets too much pressure onto Wicked here. Kautar actually moving up. Again, no Infinity Edge yet. He needs to employ his Fury Storm, but Youngbuck going in.
He's going to get stunned up. Is it going to be enough, though? Uses that Dragon Descent just to pounce away the moment that Kautar showed himself. He didn't want any of that. He is pretty tanky. He's the tankiest member by far of Alliance. They've invested all of that gold, but they have to worry about this 3-pronged attack right now. We're going to see the Ziggs bomb coming out here. The Mega Inferno bomb will be used by Froggen to clear this wave, I feel. The moment they all show themselves, they can't let them just get free time on this tower. They are going to, and that's going to be an inner turret to Copenhagen Wolves. Easily done.
Very easy turret for Wolves here. Froggen wasn't with the team over here. He tried to stay there to defend. He actually did nothing. Tabs, though, getting some good damage onto the turret. Needs to back off. No minions. He was actually tanking a few hits.
Ace in the hole used out there, and the rest of the Wolves are rotating around. Froggen was trying to push on down to try and make a play there, and instead almost got caught out in the mid lane as the 3 members, the 3 assassins, the 3 amigos of Copenhagen Wolves all look to dive in towards that little yordle in the mid lane.
Yeah, so Froggen looked a little bit confused here. First he wanted to move towards the top lane to defend, but he didn't actually commit to it. Then he went back to the mid lane. Then he moved slightly over here to the bottom lane where the rest of his team was. But he never really moved there. He just stayed in the mid lane. It meant they gave up a turret and didn't actually get anything in return.
The one worry maybe for the Copenhagen Wolves is if this game does go longer, they are, of course, have no ability power other than Unlimited, who we have seen actually building fairly magic heavy on Karma in the past, but that's a long way out, and again, it's a big differential that Alliance could maybe try and defend towards. As it stands, Wicked, he's trying to continue pushing on that top wave, doing a great job keeping that farm going, but Youngbuck is keeping with him every step of the way, and you can see Youngbuck's really starting to put some serious dents in towards Wicked's armor.
Yeah, and Wicked, of course, as you just said yourself, went full armor because there's so much physical damage on Copenhagen Wolves. So some of the magic damage here from Jax actually does quite a lot to him. That's why Youngbuck can so easily duel him as well. And of course, he will out-sustain him. There's no Bladed Rune King on Wicked's side, there's no lifesteal, so in every 1v1 here, Youngbuck with the edge. That's why you see Wicked trying to pick up the farm he can, push out whenever Youngbuck is not there. When he shows up, he just backs off. He's not going to stay here and try and duel him.
And there's nothing being done to slow down that Trinity Force that's being built up by Youngbuck. The Infinity Edge has now been completed by Coulthard. With the Dragon up in 2 minutes' time, we're already seeing the Wolves moving into position, sweeping out wards. They have no intention of going for that Baron, but it's something we should start thinking about because this is a team that could take Baron very quickly.
Oh yeah, Jax Xingzao, Fail Flare onto Xingzao, of course, Blade Rune King onto Jax. You have so much damage onto the Baron here, so if Copenhagen Wolves can keep the rest of Alliance away, just 2 members of them can actually take the Baron very easily. So Alliance really needs to be careful and always keep vision in this area here.
Wow, Froggen getting caught there. Just one shot from Forgiven, and of course the Whirlwind coming out from Coulthard took him down to just shy of half health, and that is a big, big danger sign.
And Froggen is going a very manly build. 0 armor, no Zhonya's, nothing here, so that's why the damage from Coulthard onto him is very, very high, and if they actually jump onto Froggen, he's gonna explode instantly. So he needs to stay back. Once again being caught out here. Coulthard could have jumped in with ultimate if, of course, the rest of Alliance wasn't nearby.
Oh, I mean, Tab stepping in to take the ace in the hole. That triggered half the hit points off him as well, so that's actually put both carries low on health, which is why the Copenhagen Wolves are thinking they fancy this one. They're buying time for Youngbuck to keep on pushing. Remember, that's the exposed inhibitor in the bottom lane. They took that one very early on, 5 minutes into the game. If he gets on that inhib, he will take it down very quickly.
Oh, Tab sneaking in here. He wants to go for Forgiven.
Mega Inferno Bomb thrown down. There's the slow spray and play. It's going to be flashed on towards. It's just enough to take down Unlimited, but that's only a support. They still have a Jax pushing down the bot lane.
But this was the stealth, the sneaky thing we talked about in Champs League that Alliance can do when they want to start something, want to catch someone out of surprise. But they need to recall because this Jax is just hammering away.
It is going to be Froggen backing off. The rest of the team are going to try and push. No, Froggen's going to be stopped there. They're going to dive in. Copenhagen Wolves are going to keep the pressure on. Amazing goes deep. They're just simply delaying Alliance from recalling back to base because Youngbuck is in there. He's finally been stopped out. Froggen got there, but the inhib goes down.
And 10 minutes ago we said whenever Youngbuck gets so strong, he can 1v1 anyone. That's where Alliance needs to be careful. That's where they need to be able to defend this inhibitor. And they weren't. So this is a very easy inhibitor for Copenhagen Wolves. And now going for the Dragon.
Yeah, Alliance all low health, remember. Shook can't really jump into this one. That Dragon, look how much damage goes off it already. That's just 2 members of the Copenhagen Wolves. Good wind wall going up there, stopping the hook coming out from Nif. That Dragon is going to be taken out. Froggen with Mega Inferno Bomb not available. It's on cooldown. Shook's teleporting away. Yeah. Alliance have give up on this one. And the Wolves get themselves another advantage over Alliance. They now hold that 4k goal difference. But looking at 3 out of the last 4 Dragons all going to them.
Froggen was stuck down in the bottom lane, so he couldn't join in for the fight, so the rest of Copenhagen Wolves just backed off. Copenhagen Wolves, though, the rest of Alliance backed off, but Copenhagen Wolves are not done. They're pushing here.
They keep on pushing towards it. They've just took shreds of health off that turret. Alliance finally rotating defense, but they are chasing this game right now. Copenhagen Wolves seem to finally, once they get past that 15 to 25 minute mark we talked about so often, they have an unsure moment of time, but now they've got enough farm, enough big items on the key champions. They seem to be going aggressive.
And this is where we need to question the whole lineup here from Alliance side, because with Shyvana against Jax, it's such a hard matchup for Wicked to do anything now, and the whole tactic for Alliance was going to be Wicked would do well in his split push, and then Froggen would wave clear the mid lane, and then Kha'Zix and Taps, or Shook and Taps would roam around the map and try and set up kills. But because Wicked can't stay in the lane 1v1 against Youngbuck, he's always forced to run away. They can never set up the gank. At least it's very hard for him to set it up. And it means Copenhagen Wolves just got control on the map. And now we see, of course, with Youngbuck taking the inhibitor down the bottom, it's the same thing. Nobody could hold him 1v1, so they tried to push up as a team. It didn't work. As soon as someone was recalled, Copenhagen was engaged and then went for Dragon afterwards.
And this is a serious, serious danger moment right now, because Copenhagen Wolves are starting to get themselves vision control around that Baron area. We just saw how quick they took down some of those turrets, how quick they pushed in, took down that Dragon. That Baron is a real possibility as we approach the 30-minute mark, and Alliance are very much aware of this.
Yeah, so Wicked is down in the bottom lane with teleport. Of course, he will be able to join in if a fight should break out. The fact the inhibitor is gone means Youngbuck can actually stay bot lane. Or at least it's going to be harder for him to push it in because he needs to go all the way to the Nexus turret to force someone to go back here. So he's just staying with the team, even though teleport is ready. And ooh, actually moving in here. Good shield onto Amazing, just getting to safety.
Well, Amazing, almost certainly the man that's going to be diving in first. Has got the Randians and now has got the Hexdrinker as well. Meanwhile, Trinity Force has been completed. Windwall being used to prevent those bombs rounding in there. And vision control being taken away from Alliance, which is why we're seeing Tabs and Wicked. They started the move. They started the Baron.
They were simply waiting. They kept Jax here because they knew whenever there was a small chance to jump in. Alliance pinged it out though. They know something is happening. They're moving in.
They're going to try and come around there. Quick leap away. The Baron, though, was taken down to half health. They're not going to stick around. Instead, they're going to dive in. Nif getting caught out there. He's going to use his ultimate, almost pins it out there. Shook jumps in, but gets straight away exhausted. He's going to go very low. Wicked doing the damage, and meanwhile, on the backside, Tab's getting pounced on by Youngbuck and Amazing. Wicked's going to try and get away. Quickly gets knocked up, jumped up, pounced down, and Copenhagen Wolves smash Alliance. They go 4 for 1 and take the Baron.
And this is the Baron for them. They kept Youngbuck up here with the team because of the threat of him starting it up. They needed Jax to do this Nasher here. As soon as he jumped in and started together with, I believe it was Forgiven over the wall, then Alliance, they needed to react. They had to go into this area here to try and stop it, and then Copenhagen will just collapse onto them. And Froggen, he went down very fast. Look here, look at the fight. Froggen is the first target, so squishy. 2 members actually chasing onto him. Youngbuck will kill him outside of the screen. Meanwhile, up here, Wicked actually does a very good job in the backline together with Tabs, getting a lot of damage onto Copenhagen Wolves. But because Froggen is already dead and Youngbuck is on 50% HP, he can just come back here. And then, as we talked about with Twitch, once someone gets onto you, you're not going to get out.
Especially when it's so much gap closers that the Copenhagen Wolves have big bruisers, but also massive damage dealers. And the fact that the Copenhagen Wolves are only getting more stronger, damaging items on those big bruisers is going to be serious problems for Alliance. They're going to really struggle to claw their way back into this one up against a Baron up team. Don't forget, there's an exposed inhibitor on that bottom wave. I almost certainly expect Copenhagen Wolves to push down there.
They can move down with 5 members and just force Alliance to teamfight around it, or just make them back off, take the inhibitor, and then rotate around to mid lane or top lane, which is pushing in favor of Alliance for now, but Copenhagen Wolves can still just go down to the inhibitor. And the thing for Alliance, yes, 6, he can wave clear. But Twitch, his wave clear is not exactly ideal when it comes to these clutch situations where multiple members of Copenhagen Wolves will pressure you while you try to clear. So it's actually only Froggen there to just keep the minions away.
Remember, there's Jax in that mid lane, Youngbuck. He can keep pushing. That turret's going to go down in the mid lane. He's been left alone, and he's taking that turret all on his own while the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves rotate around. It is only a 4v5 right now, but all the Copenhagen Wolves are doing is buying time. Youngbuck's still pushing that wave in the mid lane. Wicked has gone there to defend it, to keep him away, but the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves are putting lots of pressure on Alliance. They're happy to take a 4-on-4 right now.
Happy to take a 4-on-4. As long as they get a few hits onto this inhibitor, and as long as Youngbuck can get hits onto the turret, they're fine keeping it here. A lot of damage onto Unlimited though. He needs to be careful. Froggen with the watch staff got a lot of damage.
Youngbuck is going to join them. That's going to be a 5-on-5. Wicked's trying to move back around. He's going to have to use some serious speed burn to get back in there. This turret inhibitor though hasn't taken too much damage yet. Amazing does get a couple of hits on Wicked, just keeping him at bay, but they're still not that confident despite having the Baron buff.
Well, again, they need to be careful because they don't want to get in range of the Nexus. Also, the fact that Alliance can come back and heal and then rejoin the fight if they escape here. So it's a bit tricky spot for Copenhagen Wolves to fight, but they want to get this inhibitor.
Yeah, they finally got in. There's going to be the hook on Youngbuck. There's the inhib going down. Super minions coming along the bot wave. Look at the chunk of top wave though. Somebody's going to go back and deal with that one from the Wolves. They're going to rotate around. Teleport. It is going to be Youngbuck going back there. Has got teleport available and just uses it to get straight up and clear out a giant wave and get himself a massive stack of gold.
Youngbuck on this Jax been the MVP of this game, to be honest. Everything Copenhagen Wolves have done has been around him. Whenever he was winning the fights in split push, they could set something up. The Baron, of course, was due to him pushing all the way down the bottom lane, getting the inhibitor so they could move to Baron. So this Jax pick here, it also really explains the Renekton ban and of course the Aurelia ban to say, you know what, Wicked, once we pick Jax and we have these 2 banned away, there's nothing you can play that can actually kill me in a 1v1.
Well, it's funny that you should say that because SK Telecom T1K did exactly the same thing at the World Finals against Royal Gaming and completely stopped that game in its tracks. Shook caught out, he's going down, no way out of this one. Popped out by the ace in the hole, Forgiven mid-air. And that is going to be the Copenhagen Wolves pushing in towards that top.
Yeah, good wave coming down here with Youngbuck. They can go all the way into the inhibitor turret. I'm not sure how Alliance will defend this one. They can't engage because Shook is dead. And at the same time, yeah, okay, Froggen uses ultimate to get it, but oh, good poke onto counter actually.
They managed to wipe out a lot of his wind. Oh, good spray and pray. Mega Inferno Bomb almost down. The poison ticket. Is it going to be enough? No, the Baron Buff regen. Now they've hooked in Youngbuck. Not sure that's the one they want. He just pounces back out with a lead strike. Wicked continuing to chase on this one. Hasn't used the Dragon Descent yet. Has gone, of course, his Randy and Zoman could try and slow someone down. But instead, they are so quick to disengage.
Okay, ignore what I just said before. This is how Alliance could actually engage if the mid laner from Copenhagen Wolves decided to walk as the first person, get hooked, and they got a lot of damage onto him. So very nice hook by Nif, and Alliance actually managed to defend for now.
For now, that is the key ingredient. Baron buff about to wear off, and the Wolves have managed to get themselves a couple of towers for it, so it definitely was worthwhile. They are still very, very cautious. 10,000 gold ahead, but you already saw Alliance still not dead in the water yet. Still have just enough to clear them out there. Of course, let's not forget, Frogger, if he continues to build up the way he is, nobody is stacking magic resist. Not one member right now. There's a Hex Shrink, that's it for Amazing. So he will still do incredible amounts of damage to these champions.
Yeah, 100%. You can then turn around on Froggen's side and say there's no armor. So,
but he's only one member, whereas they're 5.
That's true, but if someone from Copenhagen Wolves gets onto Froggen, we saw it in the team fight at Baron, he's, yeah, you did. That's it, because there's absolutely no armor onto Froggen's side. Yes, he got the exhaust, but will it be enough to save him? I'm not too sure. The key member for Alliance is going to be Taps, actually. He's doing so much damage already onto this Twitch, and he's been doing very well with his ultimate, staying in the back, hitting multiple members, picking up kills for himself, and of course Twitch going into late game. Such a beast.
Got to be careful. He's been using that flash aggressively.
Yeah,
and that's dangerous when there's so many cap closers on the opposition side. We'll see how it works out for him. Maybe living on the edge and feeling that Nif's Lantern will be enough to keep him at bay, keep him safe. Dragon's going to be up in just over a minute's time. That will be picked up by the Wolves, or certainly will be moved towards. At the moment, though, the Copenhagen Wolves are looking to invade Alliance's jungle, while Alliance keep everyone at bay. They're doing a good job of keeping the waves clear. They're trying their best to keep them at bay, but you can see all of them are slowly pushing for the Copenhagen Wolves.
And with 1 minute on Baron here, Copenhagen Wolves can just keep Alliance here, and then whenever they feel like it, they can just move up here to this Baron area, which they already have 2 pink wards in. So they have full control, full vision control. So as long as they keep Alliance around the base, they can quickly rotate to Baron, pick it up with Jackson Zhao, Forgiven, and take it.
Youngbuck shows himself on the bottom. Ace in a hole being burnt out, keeping Nif away from this mid lane turret. Good wind wall being used there. That stops all the damage from Frog, and of course we shouldn't discount that. It's a great ability up against the Ziggs, and that gives them a very easy mid lane turret and a mid lane inner turret. So all of the turrets outside the base are now down. It's 7-4 in favor for the Wolves.
And 20 seconds on the Baron. Copenhagen was backing off for now. Just want to go back and buy, at least for some members, they need to buy, need to shop, and then come down here and be very, very strong for the upcoming fight. If Alliance decide to try and stop it, they need to be very careful, because it's so easy for Copenhagen Wolves, if they win the fight, to just push down in this very open base from Alliance side.
Some big items coming out. Of course, Infinity Edge was picked up by Caitlyn, which is Forgiven. Countard got himself that last Whisper, so a lot of damage now stacked on the Wolves. Let's not discount the Morella. Nomicon was picked up by Froggen as well, so he wants those Grievous Wounds sticking on towards them. Alliance trying to get some poke on towards the Wolves, but they've got to be careful. They're getting very, very close there, and they do back away. Wolves looking to engage.
But look down here in the bottom lane. Youngbuck, he doesn't even care about Wicked. You can do whatever you want. I'm just going to take your inhibitor. You can just stand there. Whenever Wicked moves close, he just bonked him in the head a few times and he had to back away. So Wicked here picking, or Youngbuck picking up an easy inhibitor once again, and the rest of Copenhagen was just staying around this Baron area.
They got some good poke on Unlimited there, which is why Alliance has suddenly gone a little bit cocksure of themselves, pushing in. Great catch on there. Ace in the hole onto Froggen. Froggen have to jump away. They're going to leap straight on towards him. Youngbuck catching out Froggen. Froggen's in all sorts of trouble. Exhaust is not going to be enough. He gets himself a kill. Spray and pray though, coming out from Taps. That gets himself a revenge kill. Froggen, Forgiven, taken very low. They just don't have anyone to close in. Oh, Taps tries to get so close. Doesn't get it. The barrier there. The shield coming out from Unlimited. He does get him down, but it's going to be the Copenhagen Wolves chasing on towards this one. Nif with the hook does save Shook there. It was a 2-for-2 overall. Both mid lane and AD carries going down for both teams.
But both Xing Zhao and Jax is still alive and very healthy, so they're staying around here. They want to continue fighting.
Oh, Nif going in, uses that flay, gets caught out. Counter-Strike does manage to flash away. Counter-Strike doesn't lock anyone up. There's the Lantern being used by Shook, and they are getting the hell out of dodge.
But there's a giant wave also in the top lane here, so Alliance just keeping Copenhagen Wolves around, hoping to get a lot of damage on this top lane turret.
Well, it's going to do enough, and it's going to try and interrupt them on that Baron. They don't want to let them go in there. Dragon Descent will be available shortly for Wicked. He hasn't quite built up the Fury to get in there, but look at those minions on that top wave. That turret is being pummeled by their ranged champions, and the minions slowly coming in, but it is doing enough to take it down. Somebody has to deal with it. We do see Cowtard respawning. He's going to clear their wave.
And again, this team fight we just had here, Taps, which is left by himself, spray and praying, hammering away onto Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck once again went for Froggen. Yes, he killed him, but actually the exhaust delayed the kill a bit, so Youngbuck couldn't join the fight in time. Once he actually joined, Taps had already killed 2 members, and then yes, they killed him, but they'd only traded 3 for 3. So very good team fight by Alliance actually, and very good position by Taps.
So Alliance rotate in. They get themselves vision control of the Baron. The Copenhagen Wolves all respawn, return back towards it. Super minions all on that bottom lane. They're going to be on the Nexus turrets now. Now somebody has to deal with this from Alliance.
And actually, amazing going here to try and stop them from recon. This turret is gone. The super minions got it. Copenhagen Wolves staying around here. Wicked is down to defend. There's no teleport.
Wicked cannot join this fight if it were to happen. This is simply going to be interference duty for Alliance. Remember, the Mega Inferno Bomb is available. Unlimited takes some good poke there from Froggen. Froggen does not have exhaust either. There were key ingredients in the last fight. Shook getting caught out. There's going to be the Baron taken down so quickly. They did manage to take down Unlimited there, but well, that was a simple pickup really, but it's the Wolves with the Baron. They're just going to push on through, and I'm not sure Alliance can stop this push anymore.
No, and look how much damage Copenhagen Wolves had onto this Baron here. This went in, 2 or 3 seconds later, Baron was dead. That was it. Youngbuck actually jumped out to get Sugar away so he could go in and smite, and the Baron just went down instantly. Ultimate was used on Froggen, too late. Yes, they picked up a kill onto Unlimited, but there's absolutely nothing here. Copenhagen Wolves, they don't care. So they can go down here once again. Inhibitor's gonna respawn. They can pick it up and then go up to the mid lane, go to the top lane. And the worst thing for Alliance, now with only 1 turret left, is that whenever there's minions down here and teleport ready on Youngbuck, even if they're pushing up to the base of Copenhagen Wolves, he can teleport down behind them and just destroy this 1 turret and then finish the game.
For the Trinity Force and Blade of the Rune King, did just actually pick up a Thorn Mail, as another Thorn Mail was completed by Amazing as well. They really are going to target Tabs. So the moment Tabs hits that spray and pray, it's going to hurt.
And it's also the reason Youngbuck actually jumps onto Froggen, because if Froggen gets to stay in the fight alive and continue throwing out bombs, due to so little magic resistance on the Copenhagen Wolves, then he will do a lot. But now they're stacking armor, so the damage from Taps is going to be less. That's why they can actually leave him alive a little bit longer and just focus on killing Froggen instantly.
Check out the double bloodthirster being picked up by Forgiven. It's not something we often see in an LCS game, that's for sure. Making sure he gets that lifesteal stacked in.
So I know the style of Forgiven is always to go full damage. I would actually like to see him pick up a Guardian Angel, for instance, because of all the damage they got on Sing Zhao and Jax. He actually just needs to stay alive. And then after the team fight, he needs to be the one also pushing down the turrets, of course, as Caitlyn. So I would like to see a defensive item on him, but it seems he got different plans.
He doesn't care about defensive items. We do see Leandri's also being started by Unlimited. We'll see whether he completes that one, but the rest of the Wolves are pushing in. That inhibitor, of course, is down, respawn, in this bottom wave. And they are going to just push back in towards it. There's a big wave on the top. That's going to push in. That's going to be an area to rotate for, but they could try and end the game right here. Froggen has to be very cautious of his play. Has no flash available just yet. Does have his exhaust back up though.
But it's almost like we've seen this thing before. Copenhagen Wolves want to get his inhibitor. They got the Baron buff. Alliance trying to just hold them off, and Copenhagen Wolves, they don't really want to engage yet. They're just poking a bit on the inhibitor. Every time there's a minion wave, they move in, get a few hits, and in the end, they just go in 5 members and take it.
There's the Windwall being used. Ace in the hole's going to come out. He actually does catch up to Nif. That's going to buy them time. They get a few good hits on there. Amazing actually tanking up the damage. He goes in, dives on towards Shook, tries to pull him in there. Nif hooking on towards Youngbuck. Youngbuck using the counter-strike, but they are backing out. The Mega Inferno Bomb will land. And well, all young Copenhagen Wolves are going to have to back out of that one. Enough damage done. Now they have to rotate quickly towards that top lane to keep them away. The Wolves are not backing away yet.
They can stay. They got health regen from the Baron buff here, of course, and built-in health regen onto Cowtard. Into Youngbuck whenever they hit the minions, of course, Amazing doing the same. And Alliance invested the spray and pray. That's the key ultimate in these fights. It's gone now, so it means Copenhagen Wolves, they feel confident staying around.
They're going to try and catch out. Froggen the key now. The Wolves, he's the man they're going to try and focus on. That's where Xin Zhao may dive in. We may see Youngblood leaping on towards him. That inhibitor, well, it only needs a couple of hits. That's not, well, it is the focus, but it's not really the focus. The champions are the focus. The end game is the focus. They're using that wind wall again to take down the inhib. They're going to try and rotate around there. Ooh, Wicked getting caught out. They choose not to go for him as a target.
They're just rotating up to this mid lane here. They need to push it down, of course. Alliance, plenty of time to rotate themselves and defend, but yes, they got a turret now, but a turret against these tanks with so much armor is not going to do a lot in these fights. There's actually going to be the same deal now. Copenhagen Wolves moving in, get a few hits on the turret, Alliance trying to push them off, and then just do the same dance over and over again.
So we'll see how it works out. And Alliance have been chasing this game the entire time from the very beginning, from that very early mistake. Level 1, level 2 play, pushing down those turrets, the top versus the bottom turrets. The bottom one's always going to be weaker, and once they chose not to recall when that inhibitor turret is being hit, it's opened up every opportunity for Copenhagen Wolves in this game.
Yeah, so turrets were weaker, of course, on Xin Zhao versus Kha'Zix when it comes to pushing turrets. Xin Zhao is so much stronger, so they were just very, very fast at pushing down the turrets, and it was a big mistake by Alliance. The mistake, plus the Shyvana pick, actually, in my opinion, is the two keys to why they're losing this game.
Well, the Wolves, of course, just going to buy themselves time. They know they've got super minions coming along that bottom wave. That's going to get cleared in a moment. There's no Nexus turret on that side. There's only one standing, and that's buying time for this 4-1 split, keeping the pressure, keeping their options open, can keep on pushing in. Ziggs with the wave clear, yes, it's great, but you've got to keep that Jax at bay in that top wave. And the Alliance, they're going to move around. All 5 members going to try and push in towards this one, but they keep leaving Youngbuck open in that top wave. They can't push too deep, and again, the Wolves buying time. Look at the bottom wave now. Tabs has had to go deal with those super minions.
And also the power...
Spray and pray.
Yes.
No, he wasn't.
Didn't use it, don't worry. That would have been weird if you used it on the minions.
I was confused for a moment.
Yeah, no, but we also saw for Copenhagen Wolves with their comp, their disengage potential. Youngbuck actually getting a lot of hits onto the... or get a few hits onto the turret. Meanwhile, they do the same in mid.
Alliance are being pulled from pillar to post. Shook goes in. Mega Inferno Bomb does land, does good damage, but again, Baron buff worn off this time, but the speed boost comes out. Meanwhile, Youngbuck jumps back on towards that top turret, realizes he cannot take it down and has to try and make the escape. Counter strike will come out there. Wicked goes for it, but quickly gets pulled away from that one. Wind wall's going to be enough to disengage, and the Wolves back away for now.
Again, very strong disengage from Copenhagen Wolves with this Karma here, just popping the speed buff onto the team. They run out. Wind wall, of course, can block things, block the hook from Nif. There's so many disengage potentials for Copenhagen Wolves, and then that Youngbuck just stayed, got a few hits on the turret, backed out, and then Wicked, a bit of a desperate ultimate onto him, just backed out instantly.
Yeah, they're not done yet. Amazing sticking around, Youngbuck sticking around, using the lifesteal, taking away everything from Alliance's jungle, making sure they don't quickly push out, get those wards placements down. They're making sure they have no reason to go back and buy, honestly, because they have next to all of their items. They've both got, what, 1,000+ gold on them. So they may actually go back. Youngbuck's got 1,700 gold on him, so he may try and change that Dawn's Blade for something useful.
So they got both turrets down to 50%. They got the inhibitor bot lane with the last Baron buff. Now they're waiting for the next one to spawn in 25 seconds. Already setting up for it, getting some vision control. Alliance can try and go and stop it again, but it's even more risky than last time because they're 5,000 gold behind again. And at the same time, if there's a minion down this bottom lane, Youngbuck can just teleport down if Alliance is staying around the Baron area to kill the Nexus turret. So from Alliance side, either they should just give up this Baron, try and steal with Shook, or they should just try and push up the mid lane themselves, get a turret or something.
It is exactly what they're doing. Baron spawns and Alliance were shoving up there. Youngbuck aware of this one. Youngbuck on his own. Look how quick the Baron's going down. That's gone in seconds. Teleport used by Wicked. May as well cancel it. It's exactly what he's done. Now he's stuck down the bottom wave. His team are fighting. They're in a 4-on-5. This is a terrible position for Alliance. Froggen tries to flash out. He's got the Guardian Angel, but they're simply going to spawn him back into a very angry Jax. Youngbuck counter-strike ready and waiting. The moment he spawns, he just gets exploded. And that was a clean fight for the Wolves. Forgiven went down, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team could push on through for the win.
Yeah, Forgiven went down here. Youngbuck actually recalled it. With the teleport, he can just join in with his team, push down. There's no minions actually, so they need to just tank this turret. And Wicked want to try and hold them off. Taps meanwhile. Oh, there's the teleport actually.
Yes, of course, because that bottom wave is just going to get pushed on through. Inhibitor has respawned once again, but it's not going to last too long because the rest of the Wolves are just going to bully it down. There is a wave coming in. They're going to tank this one through. We talked about it earlier on, how strong they actually are. They can tank this one through. Amazing barely been untouched by this one. He tanks down that inhibitor. That's another turret down. The inhib will follow. Still 30 seconds on Frog, and that's really the only man they care about right now. Tams is up, but I'm not too sure he wants to jump in because they will all turn tail and leap on him the second he shows. Another inhibitor turret going down. The Wolves are just wrecking the entire Alliance base.
And this was exactly why Alliance shouldn't have tried to fight for the Baron. Now Wolves going in.
Shook gonna get caught out here, takes the lance and tries to get away, but while that's all happening, Tams gets focused on. Quick turnaround, Kaltard leaping in and just dropping the AD carry where he stands. The third inhibitor will be going down here. The Copenhagen Wolves are looking so strong in this game. It looks like it could be theirs. They're going to back away for now. I don't think they're going to finish it here. But the Alliance are pretty much down and out.
There is no AD carry here, so they can actually go into Frog, and he's an easy target.
They're going to jump on him. The exhaust was used. He gets locked up. He goes down. It's going to be a kill picked up by Amazing. The Copenhagen Wolves are wrecking Alliance's dreams right now. They were set up as a team to win, but right now it's a team that's lost. It's going to be 1-0 for the Copenhagen Wolves in this quarterfinals. They are one step away from facing a great semi-final matchup. What a turnaround and what a match really for the Copenhagen Wolves. A fantastic start to this series.
Copenhagen Wolves completely outplayed Alliance on the map. And also with this Jax pick, there was nothing Wicked could do to respond to Jax. He needed help from everyone else, and whenever someone tried to help him, the Copenhagen Wolves just punished him elsewhere. So champ select went in favor of Copenhagen Wolves simply due to this Jax pick, and at the same time, the way they played the early game, the way they played the map, they were just one step ahead of Alliance all the time.
Fantastic performance, and Alliance, as you mentioned it from the picks and bans. Honestly, there was not a lot that they could do to stop Young Bucks Jax. And once the way the game started, the way they played it, how they moved Alliance around the map, they basically had complete control. And then when Wicked got caught out when they were pushing for that inhibitor, it basically gave them that inhibitor, and that opened so much up for Wolves.
Yeah, so first of all, the fact they get 3 turrets down the bottom lane, as you said, open up the inhibitor. Wasn't going to be a big deal the first 20-25 minutes, but once the split pushing really started, it would be a massive deal, and we saw Young Buck take the inhibitor. So that's a big mistake by Alliance. They should have recalled after the second turret, not try to push on. They were so far behind already, I don't even know what they were thinking. So they should just have recalled, try to defend here, and then afterwards, when it came to the setup from Alliance, yes, they got the 3 out of turrets, but because Youngbuck was so strong and Wicked was so weak in 1v1s, they could never actually start doing the whole thing where they set up in 1-4 and then start roaming around with taps, roaming around with Shook, trying to set up kills here with these stealth champions. So they never really had a response, and that's why Copenhagen Wolves just stayed ahead the entire game. And once again, Youngbuck got even stronger, and the rest of Copenhagen Wolves got so strong they could fight against Alliance. There was really nothing else they could do. And then we have to question some items. 0 armor, no Sonya's onto a Ziggs versus Jax, Xing Zhao, Yasuo. I mean, you are begging for them to jump you and just instantly kill you in every single team fight. Same thing happened every fight. Froggen would walk in, and then they would jump him, and one guy would just kill him, and they would return with the team. Yes, they left Taps alone. He got a killer too, but then the bruisers like Jax and Zhao were still alive and could just finish up the rest of the team fight, and they were also the members they needed to take Baron. So for Copenhagen Wolves, the fact that the items from Alliance weren't ideal was just made it a lot easier for them in the fights. And also with Wicked going full tank while he's actually split pushing. No Blade Rune King, nothing, no 1v1 potential.
You're not going to keep a Jax away from your
exactly.
turrets, yeah.
Like, you're gonna be there. Yes, you can take a few hits in your face, but you're never going to do anything to him. He's just going to say, yeah, I can just hit you, and continue moving down. So you got to question the items from Alliance, and then, of course, you got to question the decision-making. Also, going in for the last Baron actually cost them 3 inhibitors because they died 2 or 3 members when the Baron was already dead.
And when does the mindset take you? You've been in this situation. You were in the playoffs in the summer with Ninjas in Pajamas. Where does it put you when you go that one game down? You know, do you just reset your mind, go back to what picks and bans, you know, you would have statistically worked out coming into this game well in advance of time? Or do you have to quickly go, guys, we need to change our game plan here?
So this is the worst thing, is when you just played against someone like Jax. Jax destroyed you, and you, even though it wasn't your plan to ban away, you need to now adjust. You need to say, what of the 3 bans we had in the first game can we now skip? Give them one of these picks. Is it Evelyn or something? Give it to Amazing, and just ban away this Jax. Or do you say, we don't think Jax was the issue, our own mistakes were the issue, so we can just give them Jax again and not make the same mistakes here. That's the decision you need to make as a team, and that's very, very hard, because a bad decision For instance, going back to relegation, NIP versus KMT, where Kale was left open 2 games in a row, was a bad decision. People thought we can deal with Kale. Couldn't. Kale was just too strong. So it's the same kind of things here. Do you think you can deal with it? Is it just because you need different picks, different play style, or do you want to change it? And then, of course, the mentality. You need to tell yourself, yes, I need to win this game, or I'm out of my chances of going to Paris, or win this split. But you actually need to completely ignore that fact and just say, this is just a standard game. This is just a completely standard game. Just going in full focus. Don't even think about the fact that you are down 1-0.
Got to play with the pressure off you. It's not a thing that most players can do. It's really when the best begin to shine. Let's check in with Shox and Quickshot at the analyst table, where we have Super Hot Crew's Mr. Rales with them for some insight.
Thank you very much, Demon. And of course, also thank you to Mr. Rales for joining us here today to analyze all these games. And let's get right into it. The first map of Alliance versus the Copenhagen Wolves, picks and bans. To me, a little bit odd, maybe. Alliance banning out the Lucian and then leaving the Caitlyn, even though they had a first pick.
Yeah, I think Alliance got really surprised that they banned 2 top laners. And I think they expected a Kha'Zix ban. So they had to pick the Kha'Zix because he's really broken and let Forgiving get his Caitlyn. And I think the Lucian ban was a little bit strange.
So talk to me a little bit about the early stages of the game. We've seen that Copenhagen Wolves got all the way down to the inhibitor turret before 5 minutes on the clock. It's something we've been talking about as casters, why teams are doing this. But in your opinion, who did the right things and who did the wrong things in that situation?
I think Alliance did the right thing with lane swapping, because playing against Kate Karma is really difficult, especially as Twitch. So they had to lane swap. But that they went for the 3rd turret was a mistake, because Xin Zhao takes the turrets way faster, which made the result that they got 3 turrets and they got 2 turrets. So I think they should have backed off after 2nd turret and then have timed it with a cannon wave so to push towards their side. Because the thing that happened is that Wicked had to freeze bot lane, and then the bot lane went top lane again, which resulted in a free Drake for Copenhagen Wolves. So they definitely played the swap a little bit bad.
So very strong play by Wolves out the gate. In your opinion, had you been in the same situation, what else could you have done other than backing earlier? Is there a counter to this type of play style, or is it just a matter of trading towers and see what happens?
It's a matter of trading towers. But if they timed it correctly with cannon wave, then Wicked could have went top, and they could have pushed out bot lane and tried to go for that turret instead of just giving Frake.
So that inhibitor turret was down and the inhibitor was open basically probably negated every plan that Alliance had for that game, or probably. And as said, they immediately went for the Dragon, the Copenhagen Wolves, and that later also went into the very first team fight of the game. And we have a replay of that.
Yeah, so we do. Dragon control was great for Copenhagen Wolves. They got the first couple of spawn. The first time we've seen Alliance contesting was around the 20-minute mark. Let's pull that replay up onto your screens right now. Leading up to this moment, Copenhagen Wolves had been flirting with the Dragon for about a minute or so, half committing, then backing away. Let's roll the clip out, and you'll notice that the Wolves are finally going to go all in for this Dragon. Now, when we're watching the clip, you'll notice that Alliance are going to commit. They're going to start backing away once they get jumped on. This is a great last breath from Kauton and Yasuo. And I want to ask now your opinion on the positioning of both of these teams. Who was, in the right and who was maybe a little bit out of place?
Well, obviously, Shug was a little bit out of place, but that Copenhagen Wolves chased and allowed Taps to do a lot of damage, while Six can just throw down bombs, was a really, really bad decision for Copenhagen Wolves. They should just have gone the Drake and one kill and just backed off.
It's actually something we see Amazing doing fairly often. When he feels confident, he does jump in and goes a little bit bloodthirsty at times.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually someone who does that as well is Tab. Sometimes he uses his flash very offensively. He was on Twitch. You played Twitch just 2 weeks ago. Tell me a little bit about positioning on Twitch and maybe how Alliance could have swung the game if they had a team fight where he might have been in the right position.
Well, first of all, I think Taps did the right thing by making picks and flashing for it, because in most cases they got a free turret for it. But positioning with Twitch is about hesitating a little bit and just wait for them to make mistakes. Like at the moment they chase for your team, you're allowed to do a lot of AoE damage with Twitch, and that's why Twitch is so strong.
So something where he could do a lot of AoE damage is when you're caught in the Baron pit, for example, and that could have been the issue, and we have a replay of one of the Baron.
It's like you're reading my mind.
Yeah, incredible.
So the second replay comes a little bit later in the game, around about 30 minutes on the clock, and as Shox has pointed out, it is around that Baron pit. Now, the Baron had been started off by the Wolves. They peeled away. Alliance had actually started this fight off. Tabs comes in from the side. Now, Mr. Rolls, once again, who's playing this team fight better?
Copenhagen Wolves is obviously playing the team fight better. They called out Froggen out of position, and then they split up a little bit, so Tabs wasn't allowed to do as much damage as he wanted to. And yeah, then they just kill them all, and Tabs is caught out of position.
Now, when you're in a position like this, 5,000 gold down, that's not game-ending. It is a big lead, obviously, but should Alliance have been grouped up? Should they have approached this Baron Pit differently? Because this was really the team fight that sealed the deal as far as the Wolves were concerned.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't have been that split. Like, they have 3 people at Baron and then 2 behind the blue buff. So they were very, very split with a 6, which is not really great against Jax, Xin Zhao, Yasuo, who is so mobile and can get in your face really quickly. And they should definitely have been a little bit more grouped.
Turning it the other way around then, with the Copenhagen Wolves, you have that inhibitor turret down at 5 minutes still. This turned out to be a pretty long game. What do you think made it that Alliance was maybe scaling pretty well or doing good so that they couldn't finish out that early?
The reasoning behind that is probably because of Six, who can constantly wave clear. And Six is a really, really boring champ. He's just going to sit behind his turret and wave clear all the time. But I think they could have done a little bit more by taking, when they got the inhibitor, they could have forced the Baron a little bit quicker because bot lane is going to push no matter what. So yeah, they dragged it out a little bit, but I think they played very good.
I think you only call Ziggs boring because he stops you hitting towers. When we look at this game, I think now that the Copenhagen Wolves are 1-0 up, if they pick up one more victory, they advance to semi-finals, they guarantee the spot in the summer split. You have to think that the Wolves will be looking to get their hands onto that Jax, and Alliance will be looking for a way to counter that early game power. Maybe picking lanes that you can go 2 versus 2, prevent that map play. If you were in Alliance's shoes, what would be your focus in the next games in the series?
I'll definitely focus on getting a bit AD carry. I think they will mess up a little bit with the bans. Like, they will probably not ban Lucian, or else they will let a lot of things open and ban Lucian, and then force them to either pick Kha'Zix or Caitlyn or whatever first pick, and then get 2 other OPs.
So what do you reckon they will do when it comes to the top lane? Because we've seen it now, Aurelia and Renekton banned out, and Wicked had to go for that Shyvana, didn't match up that well versus that Jax. Do you think that that might be a sore point? Because Youngbuck called it, they will try and split push with their mid and their top, and they just haven't been able to do that.
I think, I don't know, it's hard to say what they're going to do in top lane because they ban out so many top laners. And it's very hard because there's not that many top lane champions that is really good. So yeah, they probably have to do something about the Jax pick, but I'm not quite sure what they should do.
Yeah, I think just as a final thought to add on to that, knowing that Youngbuck is a little bit more of a versatile player in that top lane, we've seen him playing Vlad, we've seen him playing Heimerdinger, you know, his Jax now. He's got a lot of different champions that he can do well with. And I actually feel like Alliance need to ensure that in picks and bans, they don't give Copenhagen Wolves the tools to take advantage of the early game. I really feel like the laning phase is incredibly important in Game 2 of the series.
Yeah, and the Copenhagen Wolves called it, we have such a solid plan because this match is so important, and we have seen that here in Game 1. As for us now, we're going to take a short intermission. When we return, it's Game 2 between the Copenhagen Wolves and Alliance. Will the Wolves head to the semifinals with another win, or will the Alliance take it to Game 3? We'll find out soon. But first, let's hear from some of the pro players how to mentally prepare to pick their champions in these playoff games.
During playoffs, normally you will go for your comfortable picks because it's the one you practice for the setup.
You can risk picking something different, but to do it, you have to train a lot with it, and we don't really have time to try new picks, and what's more, to train them to be sure they will work.
I think when you lose the first game, that the mindset and how the loss happened is very important. If you just gotten outplayed, you might go for something crazy the second game because you realize that the normal strategy doesn't work.
If I play a champion in the second game that I haven't played for like 4 or 5 weeks, it's harder for me to feel comfortable on it, even though I know how the champion works.
If it fits, like, you don't just pick how you feel, like, it's always dependent on what you're planning to do.
I try to deny the opponents from his best picks, while it's gonna be good for me as well.
I don't need to play my comfort pick to play well. I have been playing some picks that I haven't trained for weeks or months in LCS and still did really well with them.
If there's a great opportunity to use a weak pick, then it's fine, but we shouldn't just pick them because, I don't know, someone wants to play a funny champion.
If you actually play everything on a good level, then you can counter-pick everything or like just play something that makes sense. There's no reason to pick anything weird.
The biggest play for me in this split, Amazing with his beautiful kick where we have them disengaging from the base and then Amazing jumps in and then one smooth move.
Youngbuck's gonna go low. Now the Wolves turn around. Amazing goes in. What an amazing kick that was. Curve goes down. This could actually be the game here for the Wolves if they play their cards right.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 in our quarterfinal match between Alliance and the Copenhagen Wolves. After taking down Alliance in their first game, the Copenhagen Wolves could advance to the semi-finals with another win here.
And the Wolves, they came out aggressively the moment the game started, and by 4 minutes and 54 seconds, they're taking down Alliance bottom inhibitor turret, and then Amazing got first blood against Wicked. And that's impressive enough on its own, but even more so against Froggen and Shook, who are second and third for first bloods in the entire European LCS. And Amazing, Hsing Zhao really performed well. He went 4, 1, and 10.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, even though it took the Wolves until the 44th minute, I should say, to expose another inhibitor. You really have to highlight their objective control. They had 5 out of 6 dragons, they had 2 out of 2 barons, and completely controlled things, even when Alliance would come to challenge them.
And we have to highlight Kautar as well, actually. We didn't talk too much about him in the game because it was mainly about the Jack split push and everything, but he really stepped up, and when he went 4, 1, and 8 on Yasuo against Froggen, he was farming so well in the lane. He was actually winning on farm at some points. So this is one of the mid laners in Europe who have been like, how strong is he against the MVP of the European LCS? And he actually went completely even in lane.
Yeah, so maybe Yasuo will be a focus ban. We'll see how these bans go, and we'll see how the teams adapt and control. You know, they were talking about it at the very start in the feature. They were saying, you know, how it's going to be really down to who can adapt the quickest. Alliance were probably not expecting themselves to be 1-0 down. They were the third place team. They were the ones that were close to finishing first place in that top 2, getting themselves a bye into the semi-finals. Instead, they went 2-2 in Super Week. If they'd gone 4-0, they would have been first place. Yeah. So they're a team that we're not expecting to be struggling against the Copenhagen Wolves.
And a team we wouldn't expect to actually lose this matchup. When we looked at it before and we were like, so Alliance has been playing well, so strong, and this patch also should really fit them with like Aurelia, these kind of champions for Wicked up in the top lane. Of course, Froggen can play everything he ever wants to. He normally used to love like Karthus and Orion, these farming champions. And now in this meta, they're very, very strong as well.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans about to start Game 2 of the quarterfinals. Will the Wolves go 2-0 against Alliance? They are the blue team, and straight away, bans going through. Look at these, very fast. Nidalee, Aurelia, Renekton, Kha'Zix, Ziggs, and Jax, and they're going to lock in Evelynn because it was left available.
And this is what you get in these best-of-3 scenarios where you discuss the pick and bans before going into the game, and especially now after you just play the game, you need to change a few things. We see Kha'Zix ban from Alliance. Actually, they're the ones banning with Ziggs now, and of course the Jax ban against Youngbuck. He was so strong, and it means for Copenhagen Wolves they can pick up Evelynn, one of the strongest junglers. Insane early game pressure. Amazing, been playing it quite a lot. He loves this champion. Only issue now is the fact that Lucian, once again, won't be unforgiven.
Well, it's available. We'll see whether it gets locked in at the moment. Alliance are hovering over it. Could be 4 tabs. Also, the lease in for Shook could be a possibility. I know for a fact, because I just walked through them while they were doing the pick and ban phase, I'm expecting to see a top lane coming out from the Copenhagen Wolves in this last one. Youngbuck was quite confident, saying, I can blind pick into anything Wicked plays.
And you don't want to spoil which one?
He didn't actually say which one.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I could predict, but I'm not going to. I know for a fact.
I
know for a fact Ryze is available. Actually, a champion that Wicked could be going.
And with Renekton, obviously, there's normally a pick Ryze does really well against. It's banned away. He actually, I believe Ryze would do well against all the picks being banned away here. So he could still just pick it. The ban actually does nothing for Ryze here, but it's obviously. He's left open. He was banned away in the first game. So for Copenhagen Wolves now, with so many top laners taken away from Wicked as well, if they lock in Ryze here, I'm not sure if Wicked actually plays Ryze, but if he does, then we'll hit on his champion pool again.
We'll see which way they go, of course. We actually assumed coming into this tournament that Youngbuck was going to get hit hard because the Gragas was banned out. The Donga was changed a little bit as well. So a lot of nerfs, a lot of changes to his top lane champion pool. And of course, with the Renekton ban as well, it kind of limited him down. But so far, he's happy to actually hold on. We've seen Caitlyn and Karma once again for the Copenhagen Wolves.
And this combo here with the Karma, with the Caitlyn in the last game, as soon as they got to the 2v2 scenario, they just had so much more poke onto Taps and Nif on Twitch and Thresh. They couldn't do anything to respond back. Again, this thing we talked about in Champs League in the last game, how you now run with attack speed quins normally, not lifesteals. So against these very poke lanes, it's a lot harder because once you get hit, you're not actually going to sustain a lot of it back before you get your lifesteal by buying the item. So in that case, this combo by itself means for Copenhagen Wolves, they can lane swap again, do the same split push, and then once they get into 2v2 scenarios, they're going to be so strong.
Well, it's not exactly going to be a poke combo. If that Rise gets locked in, it will be for Wicked, we feel. I don't think it's going to be Froggen that will take it. Nami also being a possibility. Nif has played this one before. It's a champion that hasn't had a massive deal of coverage during the European Spring Split.
No, I mean, Nami itself, the issue for Nami was back in last split, her bubble was 2 seconds. That was very, very strong. They got changed down to 1.5 seconds. So that was actually a big hit to her. And at the same time, Nami always had the issue that if you don't land your bubble, you do nothing. That's it. Like, if you don't land your bubble, you won't actually do anything in the laning phase here. So that's why it's a bit of a risky pick.
This is actually not a bad pick against against the Rise, but it's going to get switched away.
That was a letdown.
Lulu pick. That's going to be the mid lane Lulu for Kautard and a top lane Mundo for Youngbuck.
So Jed was talking about Lulu in the pre-show, how you can do now your double Q onto the Pixie because it's reduced to 4 seconds, where it was 6 seconds before. So that's a change, of course. It's a big change to her. Also, the damage on E has been reduced. So there's some big changes onto Lulu here, but she's still a very strong pick, still very strong in the laning phase. And once you get to team fights, again, look at the disengage, look at the kite from Copenhagen Wolves, just like last game. Cleavers from Mundo, you got the slows from, of course, from Lulu, the speed up from Karma, the slow from Karma, the slow for Evelyn, slow for Caitlyn. Everyone brings the slow here, so it's so hard for Alliance actually to catch on to Copenhagen Wolves.
There's no easy targets on the Copenhagen Wolves right now. Everybody can get out.
Yep.
Everybody's got versatility. You've got the double shields from the Lulu and Karma. Technically, you've got a giant shield on Amazing if he lands the Evelyn ultimate as well. This is why maybe we're going to see the Defile being thought of. Karthus is going to get locked in, and this is a champion that Froggen favors heavily. This is going to be his time to shine.
Yeah, but this is also a champion you normally pick when the enemy team is playing a composition that dives onto you. So
like
when you die, like in the last game, so they dive onto you, you die in the middle of everyone, and you just deal a ton of damage to them. However, Copenhagen Wolves comp, they don't need to run in your face. They can just kite around you. So when Froggen dies, if they speed up each other with, for instance, let's say Karma pops the speed up on multiple members, they can run out of this Defile. So it's going to be hard for Froggen to actually stay and do damage to them, unless of course Wicked is there with some of his CC. A good bubble from Nif of course could be game breaking in this one with the Karthus here. So we need to see how this one will play out. I mean, comp wise again, the late game from Alliance, that is scary stuff. Karthus and Rise, ouch.
Yeah, fantastic. So we'll see how this one works out. Remember, the Copenhagen Wolves are 1-0 up in this series. It's a best of 3. So if they do come out victorious, they will be going through to the semi-finals tomorrow. Big, big game for Alliance, though, coming into this one. Remember, 81% of you on LOLesports.com voted for Alliance. No surprise, they were the third-place team coming into this one. Pressure very much on. And it seems that actually a lot of them have fell back to comfort champions.
Yeah, especially Karthus pick. Rise pick, though, for Wicked. It's actually not something we've seen him play, at least not very often. So
he hits it hard in solo queue. We've got to give him that.
That might be one thing, but we need to see how he performs. I'm by no means saying that Wicked is not going to perform on this Rise. I'm just saying, in the past, when Wicked...
It's a very different champion for him.
Yeah, it's a very different champion than Irelia, than Renekton, where we normally see Wicked here. So we need to see how he performs, how he plays the lane. And the issue about Rise, especially in this 4.5, is lane swaps, they hit you hard.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into the game. Game 2 of the quarterfinals. What a matchup it has been so far. The Copenhagen Wolves started off very strong. This time around, though, they are the blue side. We'll see whether they stack up for the bottom lane or the top lane. Alliance, of course, as the red team, could try and do a counter tactic, of which they faced against Wolves in the last game.
So again, looking at the comps here when we come to, let's say, the team fights. Nif really needs to land a bubble. And also, of course, Wicked needs to hit, or needs to at least use his rune base on a key target, on a squishy target, not on Amazing, not on Youngbuck here, because the CC from Alliance is very limited on a very mobile comp from Copenhagen Wolves. So that can be big issues for Alliance coming into the team fights. Of course, the wall from Froggen is going to slow them down, going to do quite a lot to them here, but that's about it. So they really need to land the CC here on the key targets and then just blow them up instantly. And they need to make sure when Froggen actually dies in these fights, the rest of Copenhagen Wolves is stuck around them and can't really move out.
Well, it doesn't seem that we're going to get any of those deep wards, of course. Nobody's bought a ward this time around. We've seen the Spell Thieves, of course, from Unlimited and Nif. Well, he's gone with the Ancient Coin, so no deep wards on those red buffs. They kind of counted each other last time around, and nobody gained anything, so the same could be said as if nobody does anything, nobody gains anything either.
Yeah, true. But we can definitely say last game Copenhagen Wolves got the best of the lane swap, also with the Xingqiao doing so much damage onto the turret here, so they really wanted this lane swap. Here, if they do get 2v2, they're going to be happy with it too, especially because now Lee Sin against Evelynn. Evelynn will do less damage because Lee Sin with his attack speed bonuses whenever he uses abilities, so he's going to be a little bit faster here. But Copenhagen was actually going 5 members into this blue buff.
5-man late invade. Wiki does have teleport if required, but it would be very deep for him to do that one. They're going to go for the blue buff, and Alliance are not in position to counter this one. Shook is making a mad dash for it. Teleport already coming out. Youngbucks going back to the top. They have stolen the blue buff away from Alliance.
And now Shook, he needs to move into the blue buff of Copenhagen Wolves, which can be very, very risky if Amazing just rushes over there after he killed his own blue buff. He might actually be able to stop him, because Amazing, or Shook, sorry, nobody's helping him. Nobody's pulling the red buff from. Nobody's giving him damage, so he's all alone on killing this red buff.
Well, Tabs is just having a restart of his client right now. He was down at the bottom turret. Nothing gained from this for the Wolves. They've already taken away, or they were about to take away that blue buff. So a great start, a gain from the Wolves. Their level 1 play has been impeccable in this quarterfinal.
And this is the reason we very rarely see teams just standing in the lanes waiting for something to happen anymore, because if you're just stuck in your bottom lane, you're not late invading anything with your dual lane, and the enemy team goes into your blue buff, that's why you give them a chance to take free buffs at level 1. That's the whole issue. That's why you need to make these late invades. Now, where there is no vision, you need to guess. That's why you need to be offensive, actually. That's the best defense. You need to go in yourself, find the buffs. If the enemy team is late invading on your blue buff, fine. As long as you're at their blue buff, you just trade. That's no problem. You lane swap. So Alliance here just playing passive, just waiting it out, actually means when Copenhagen Wolves went in for the invade, just picked up a blue buff now, and if Amazing decides to try and rush back to the blue buff, he might be able to stop Shook from actually taking it, and then free buffs for Copenhagen Wolves at level 1.
Yeah, Shook on his red buff at the moment, and he's going to obviously make a move straight for that blue, but as you mentioned, if he just goes straight for it, it's just going to cut him off, catch him out. Who would you favour? An Evelynn versus a Lee Sin? What? It's going to be level 2 fight, I guess.
Well, seeing as Lee Sin is going to be a lot lower than Evelynn when this fight starts, because first of all, he's doing the red buff by himself, so he's going to take quite some damage there. He needs to pull the blue buff and start it, taking even more damage when Amazing then can join in. So obviously the advantage should be in the in Amazing's favor here. If they do fight straight up in, let's say, level 2 or something against each other, the damage, of course, for Lee Sin is fairly high. The instant damage from Lee Sin, but the sustained damage from Amazing here, if he can just continue chasing after him, he's going to do so much damage to him and might actually force him just completely out. And if Shook decides to take red buff, go for the blue buff, fails it because Amazing is there to stop him, or Youngbug is there to stop him, then he's so far behind already from the start, so the pressure Amazing can apply with Evelynn is going to be so much higher than the one Shook can apply.
We'll see how this one works out. We're getting ready to go back in just a moment. Just waiting for the client to restart in there. And if you've missed any of the action so far, don't forget you can catch up over at lolesports.com. Go over to YouTube. You can check out the VODs as well. They're all going to be on that website eventually. So if you missed game 1, do not worry, ladies and gentlemen. You can catch up. It was a cracking game as well. Definitely a lot of pressure coming out. And nobody was expecting the Copenhagen Wolves to be in this position, I don't think, and other than the Copenhagen Wolves.
Of course, they had a game plan from the start. We saw it away, banning away 2 top laners from Wicked here. Not even like, yeah, so okay, the Renekton pick against Wicked is not actually normally something people ban away. Aurelia we've seen a few times, but Renekton ban away against Wicked, not very often. And they just go straight for Wicked and say, target, instant lock to Jax. Here we go, what are you going to do?
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game is unpaused. You may have just caught a glimpse of the sound, and there is back underway. Let's see the path. Where does Amazing go? Does he just go to the red buff, or does he dash for the blue? And more importantly, does Shook try and get straight across there? They know, of course, they both have ward coverage. They know the position. Red buff is being taken by Shook right now. Amazing already. He's heading straight for that blue buff.
He can go and stop him here. He can even do raves on the way because Shook takes such a long time to take the red buff here. He does decide to move in. Let's see if Amazing actually want to go and stop him.
Maybe straight over a ward.
Spot it out. Down to about 80%, starting the blue buff now. Smite is going to be ready in just a second. Kautat is moving. Amazing is moving it. They need to be fast though.
And Shook is going to try and take this one down. He's got Smite available now. Tries to go for it, gets it
he
down.
was slow.
Does manage to get caught out with the slow. Kautar comes around. Does mean Amazing won't get there in time, and Shook has hit and run.
He missed the slow onto him here, so they couldn't even force a summoner away from him. And Amazing doing the Wraiths. A bit questionable. He could have rushed instantly all the way over there and actually stopped Shook from taking this blue buff. Or at least tried to stop him. Instead, he did the Wraiths. Now Shook got this double buff. So he's actually saving pretty much the entire early game for himself now.
I just wonder whether he was doing those Wraiths. He was keeping his eye on that ward and thinking he hasn't passed it yet. So my blue buff is safe. Maybe I've just got in and got lucky, but a very quick blue buff stole away by Shook there. So all even. Everybody's got their own blue buffs once again. Everybody's got their own red buffs once again, because Amazing is just doing that right now. Let's reset and talk about this bottom lane.
Yeah, so Copenhagen Wolves are more than happy to get this 2v2 scenario, because the poke from Karma early on, the damage from Caitlyn early on is so much better than at least what Nami can bring here. You need to land your baubles over and over. But whoa, going on Youngbuck!
Flash Rune Prison. Oh, Shook does not land his kick this time around. Youngbuck doing a good flash to avoid the damage there. That would have been a very dead Mundo had that Sonic Wave landed.
Flash used by Youngbuck, but 2 flashes used here from Alliance side, and he escapes. He stays nearby. Teleport is not ready though, but Nif taking a lot of damage.
A lot of poke on towards Nif in that bottom lane. He may have to back away. He's going to chug down that total biscuit that he's got on him. Youngbuck caught out, and Shook going very deep on this one. He's going to keep that damage down. If Wicked can get the prison down, 1Q does enough, and Wicked gets first blood.
So Youngbuck decided to stay around because his teleport wasn't ready. So if he had backed off here, he would have to run all the way. He would lose all these minions. So he stayed, and Alliance just went aggressive, caught him out here and killed him.
Bottom lane is still getting poked out. Unlimited doing some great damage with that inner flame. The Q of Karma right now. And Forgiven is getting a lot of free farm. You can see 34 to 19. That minion wave's going to get pushed in, but there is only 5 minions, sorry, that is going to get picked up by Taps. If he hits every single one, he's falling heavily behind in CS.
And there's 0% lifesteal on Taps. So just check these runes. There's no lifesteal Quins onto Taps here. So the only sustain is obviously from his Dawn's Blade here, his Master Race, and then from the fact that Nami can heal him. But whoa, Froggen going aggressive, Kautar just dancing around.
Kautar dancing around. He's going to get exhausted by Froggen there. Does manage to land another lay waste. Good trade, but that was another summoner spell used. Kautar didn't even bother. Had that Ignite available, but he was happy to just juke around.
Well, if there is one champion Froggen knows everything about, then it's Karthus. He knows every single matchup in the game with Karthus. It doesn't even matter if it's Karthus against some support or something. He will know the matchup. He will know how to play it. So he's getting a lot of farm here early, and we also saw him actually put a lot of pressure onto Kautar.
Kautar, whether he knew it or not, plays it safe, goes back and teleports back to base. He did just have Shook giving some vision. I didn't know he was there, so simply got away with that one by pure luck. The fact that he had enough money to go back, get that chalice, and a pink ward.
And a pink ward early on here. So, some vision control for Copenhagen Wolves is the plan, of course. Shook just went back to shop here. Didn't actually buy any wards because he didn't have enough gold. So he won't be able to put down a pink ward. So they won't be able to spot out the Evelyn unless they go in deep with the trinket wards, plant them on the Wraith camp or the Wolf camp so they can actually see him do these camps and then they know where Evelyn is. Otherwise they won't have any vision. That's where you really need to be careful.
We do see Froggen going back in himself that tier and a Ruby Crystal. And get that Catalyst underway as one starts stacking out that tier as early as possible. Amazing, sneaking in towards this bottom half, and can they stack up? Can they try and push in? Kautar's coming down. This is going to be maybe a 4-man. No, Kautar's just going to use that pink ward to cover it out. Shook is there in case they die.
But it's so hard to kill a lane like this when there is exhaust menacing, but they're going in!
They managed to land the Aqua Prism, but it's still not enough. And look at that, Amazing quickly coming in. Inner Flame turning that back on its head. And the counter, and that's actually taken Alliance low enough that they may keep pushing.
And that's the thing we actually didn't touch on yet. The fact that both Ryze and Karthus, of course, buys the tier. You mentioned yourself, he just went back to buy it here. They need to stack it up. So their power spike is going to be delayed. They need to go to this 20-25 minute mark where the tier is fully stacked, and that's where the power spike starts coming in. So this buys a lot of time for Copenhagen Wolves where they should be stronger in this mid game. Of course, Dr. Mundo himself is not he's not the best laner. He needs some time to be very tanky, but at least Lulu should be able to do a lot.
Shook trying to get on towards that blue buff. Amazing trying to steal her away, but Shook gets in and manages to outsmite Amazing on that one. He needed that, but that does, of course, mean it's not going to be given across to Froggen once again.
Yeah, but it also means at least the Alliance will get 2 buffs.
They managed to pick it up here because Amazing at level 1 decided to do the Raves and didn't actually get into Bulwark in time. So Shook been doing a very good job, again, of getting the best out of a bad situation and at least picking up the buffs for himself. Yes, it didn't go to Froggen, but with the tier, with of course his skills farming away, he should be fine mana-wise.
Absolutely. You don't want to be giving the blue buff across to Evelyn. Will be a problem. Double buffed up Shook, see whether he's going to go aggressive. Amazing, certainly looking to, but there is a pink ward in that Tribush which spots him and Kaltard out very early on. Wicked needs to start making tracks here though. It hasn't got flash available. Is going to get slowed down by the ultimate of Amazing, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. He should get on towards his turret. Now we're going to see Shook coming in there. It's a deep, deep dive, this one. He will go down to it. The tower hit's coming in. It's going to land on Amazing. I'm not too sure whether Shook can follow up on this one. There is the ultimate available for Froggen, remember, but it's just not low enough.
Yeah, no, Amazing is not low enough. Carter could also stuck around and just shielded him if the ultimate was there. But look at Froggen. He wants to fight now.
Sneaky, lands that late waste, forces Kaltard away. Didn't go for the...
Look at the minions in mid lane. He's just denying him the entire wave.
Didn't use the wall of pain on towards him. Just going to keep putting that late waste down. Doesn't want to burn that mana down. And as you mentioned, clears the wave away from him. If there's anyone that knows anything about the tiniest little mechanical plays, it is Froggen. Being inside his mind, I don't know where he pulls it from.
And he's level 8 already here, so actually pulling it in XP. He's gonna get level 9, of course, before Carter, who just hit the level 8 now. And also with him denying the CS and with Carter roaming up there. So Froggen is looking to stay here and farm. He's already doing a great job farming. We've seen him before back in Season 2, of course, when he would always go in and farm both camp, the Wraith camps. Poor Snoopy would get absolutely nothing. And let's see if it's gonna be the same here with Shook.
Well, we'll see whether he keeps that one up once he gets that catalyst. It was made a lot harder for the mid laners, but they have started to adapt and do it once again now, as we've noticed in the 2014 season. Kaltard with that Glitter Lance is starting to fall behind in farm. You can see 92 to 71, as you just mentioned. More importantly, the bottom lane. Forgiven is dominating that in terms of CS. 90 to 60 right now in that bottom lane. It's huge. Shook's going to walk in, going to find himself a pink ward straight away. He will clear that ward out, but Youngbuck's going to be safe this time around.
Yeah, Youngbuck knows he's there, of course. Always annoying to lose your pink ward. It's 100 gold you invested into it. It's now gone from Shook to pick it up. And yeah, the bottom lane. This Karma early on, the fact there's no lifesteal means they can just poke all the time. And they're so safe because of the summoners. The heal is so strong when it comes to ganks. So they're just doing the same thing they did the last game. Continue pushing, don't even care. Amazing now, staying around. Kaltard also wants to join in.
Four-man stack. All of the Copenhagen Wolves rotating around. We do see Froggen making his way down here, but are you going to be too late? Amazing catches on towards Nif. Nif's taken very low. Has to use that wave, but it's not going to be enough. He gets taken down. Amazing gets himself a kill. Froggen coming around the side there. We do have Shook coming in as well, but they realize no tower. It is a dangerous, dangerous situation to rush into.
So yeah, early tower here for Copenhagen Wolves, of course, because it's not a lane swap. They won't be able to push it up here, but they can actually start the Dragon. They're very healthy. Only 3 members from Alliance here.
Remember, Shook is spotted out by that ward. They took 5 out of 6 dragons in the last game. They started off. Last time it was 6 minutes though, that first dragon. It will be 11 minutes time this time around. We do see Unlimited running great interference, and it is a dragon and the chunk of gold and experience for the Wolves.
And again, Froggen just trying to zone Kaltard away. He's losing these minions to the turret once again, but at least now he gets in there. The big difference here compared to last game when it comes to the Dragon is that Alliance actually get the time on the first one. So they don't have to give up the next one because they have absolutely no idea when it spawns. They had the ward, they got the timer. But Copenhagen Wolves though, they're just keeping the pressure. Rotating mid, multiple members want to try and push it down.
They're going to try and keep on pressuring in there. Remember, Kaltard can put pressure down. Oh, Shook coming round. He's spotted out Forgiven. Good 90 caliber net coming out from Forgiven there. That saved his life. Shook still trying to land that kick.
Too deep,
Instead just uses it. Shook goes way too deep. The bubble lands, but only on Kaltard. There's no follow-up, and Alliance again caught out.
Multiple members from Copenhagen Wolves around the area. Taps is down in the bottom lane. Froggen was staying in the mid lane. I'm not sure, you just already use your flash on Lee Sin, and yet you actually connect with your Q and you jump all the way into the jungle of Copenhagen Wolves. Very strange play here from Shook. Very, I wouldn't say desperate, but at least he tried to make something happen and it just backfired.
Something we really should note out here is that the loser of this game, if Alliance were to lose this one, they would go in towards the summer promotion playoff match, which would be the loser of this game versus the loser of the next match, which is Gambit versus Rocket. We could have a horrible situation where 3rd and 4th could face off in that relegation match. It could be crucial for them. That's all going to be happening tomorrow. It's 3 best-of-3s tomorrow. Huge, huge week of games here in the LCS in Europe and North America, of course, which will follow on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Just imagine if you, before the season, went out and said, I think Alliance and Gambit are going to fight for the spot of dropping down to relegation.
Crazy.
People said, yeah, Lee, sorry, you're getting old. That's it.
Well, they'd be right. True. That's for sure. Blue buff goes across to Froggen. He's going to pick that one up. We do see Alliance really stacking against this, but let's not discount. They all have the tiers. They have to stack them up. They're not going to be strong early on.
No, and that's also why you see both Froggen and Wiggy just stay in the lane and farm. Amazing though, staying around here. You want to try gang onto Froggen? Very hard though, because again, also Froggen, very defensive position, just putting down his Q and then backing over a little bit every single time. So he's very hard to gank here. But yeah, we see passive lanes from Alliance because they want to farm up. And then we see Shook trying to make plays, but just not being in a position to do it. Also because Kauta has been roaming around a little bit more on the map. And of course due to the fact that bottom lane has been losing.
So far we do see Alliance trying to put some pressure back on this bottom turret. This is a lane that doesn't need to delay. They don't need to wait. They can keep the towers pushed, but they've not been able to. Forgiven is reacting every time. He's keeping that CS going perfectly. He's got himself, what, 120, 130 plus after this wave, except he missed one there. Never good to keep your eye on him and then see him watch, just as we're trying to sing his praise. But he is keeping that 20 CS advantage. He's held over tabs throughout the early phases of this game.
So, another thing to point out now, Rod of Ages picked up onto Rise. The core item now, Tier and Rod of Ages, they're both going to stack up. He's going to get stronger and stronger. Rod of Ages on Froggen should be ready very soon. He might actually even go back to base and pick it up now. So he's going to be in the same situation as Wicked. Both key items now, stacking up is there, and they're just waiting now, waiting to go to this late game point where they can start the team fights and be very strong with both the AP carries.
Yeah, from that point, it's going to be very dangerous. If the Wolves do get themselves caught into one of those Alcoves, into the Baron or the Dragon, later on, against the Rise, against the Karthus, it is going to be bad times, that's for sure. They can actually explode them where they stand. As it is, it's going to be blue buff for the Counterhard, and the Wolves continue to keep the advantage over Alliance in this game.
So talking about what you just said, and now Rod of Ages actually picked up on Froggen, so both Rise and Karthus got the Rod of Ages early here, but as you just said, if Copenhagen was fighting the Baron pit or something, it's very bad for them. You can then turn around and say Copenhagen was fighting the open. With this mobile comp, it's very good for them, and that's where they can win the fights.
Counterhard using that speed, trying to catch on towards Shook. Look at the burst there. That's a single pixel Glitterlance on towards him and shreds his health down. That's going to be an early warning sign for Wicked as well. And he's been dived on the turret once already. Don't think he fancies it a second time.
There's an ultimate on Karthus now. Rank 2 already, so he's going to do quite a lot of damage with it, so that's why they're a bit scared to dive him actually in this back of whoa. Unlimited taking a lot of damage.
Unlimited gonna have to flash away from that one. Tabs using that culling to try and keep him low there. Meanwhile, Froggen using that wall of pain. He's going to be face checking in towards Amazing. He's not too worried about that though. He's going to walk back towards it. Shook clearing out ping ward dominance in towards it. Dragon is up in a minute's time. That's an important ping ward position.
And actually a little bit surprising. The last blue buff which came up where Froggen actually managed to pick it up, the Copenhagen Wolves didn't try and fight for it because they were stronger in the bottom lane. Of course with Lulu here in the mid lane, so much early mid game power and Amazing on Evelyn could sneak in, so they could actually set up the Knight from Froggen. But because Froggen is doing so well in the mid lane, they didn't feel confident doing it, and also due to the fact that Tabs and Nif now in the bottom lane are actually starting to fight back.
They want to try and put some pressure on towards this tower, of course. They know the Dragon will be up shortly. That was some good burst, though, onto Tabs. And as Ace in the Hole's going to go out there trying to knock him low. Shook uses his body to deflect that one. At the moment, they didn't manage to get a pick. They didn't keep the pressure on. It's still going Copenhagen Wolves' way.
Well, for now at least, remember, ticking time bombs, both Rise here. And no, teleport bottom and a wave.
Teleport straight in there. It's Wicked. He catches the Rune Prison on towards Amazing. He's going to get followed up, but that's a very early damage. However, it's taken them low. 20 seconds until Dragon. It may just be enough to keep them at bay here. They're going to 4-man push onto this tower. I'm not sure if Copenhagen Wolves want to fight it. They're going to try and defend it. They're going to go around. Youngblood going aggressive once again. We're seeing Kautar's going to be charging down that river. Froggen is giving chase. There's no turret to back away from for Alliance. They have to fight this one. Amazing tries to sneak around the side. That exhaust is going to run out, and they are going to come around. Oh, Kautar's been singled out here. He's going to have to flash out of that one. And this is still a close fight. The Dragon is now up. And I'm not sure neither team want to start this one.
Well, both of them are fairly low on certain members here. Amazing is very low. He doesn't even have ultimate. He won't be able to just run into the face of Alliance. So they're just poking around now, cutting around this Dragon here for now at least. Good disengage though by Alliance down the bottom lane.
They could 5-man turn into the mid. You see Tabs in that mid lane at the moment, trying to clear out their way, push it in towards the tower. Meanwhile, that dragon is getting taken lower and lower. They need to get involved in this one. Shook tries to come in. Shook's so low. We're going to see Froggen going deep on this one. There's going to be the bubble on towards Kautar, taken so low. The culling doesn't land at all, but he's forced a Copenhagen Wolves again away from this one. The dragon's sat there flapping his wings, regenerating health, not sure what the hell is going on, but everybody steps away.
Yeah, this is one of the weirdest team fights I've seen around the dragon. Like, both teams, they start something, then they back out, then they start something, they back out. It does mean, however, dragon is still alive. Some of Copenhagen Wolves are still around this area here. Kautar in the mid lane, clearing out the wave. So Copenhagen Wolves actually split up, and Shook is coming from base.
You cannot start the dragon, guys.
Oh,
they are not letting you do it. Kautar again taken low, and this fight's gone on so long that Froggen's ulti might come off cooldown at this rate. Again, Youngbuck still sticking around. The lifesteal from Alliance. Everybody from the Wolves is regen health. Kautar's still yet to go back to base, so the rest of Alliance are backing off, and the Wolves, they're sneaking in to take it.
They're actually sneaking here. There's a ward though, so Alliance, they will know it, but Wicked recalled. Nif is far away, so they're actually gonna give up the dragon here. So Copenhagen Wolves staying around actually meant they could pick up the dragon now, but still very weird team fights here.
They keep their objective control going though, and that's another 2 out of 2 dragons for the Wolves. Blue buff not given to Froggen, and I think that was just simply the tick of the lifesteal from Lee Sin there that Shook got the blue buff.
It's just the blue buff hitting Shook one more time, taking the damage, and that's it. Again though, Froggen does a very good job keeping his mana up with the tier, of course, with Rod of Ages, and every time he kills minions, he will get some mana back. So.
But that's not what you want it for. You want
of
it
course
for the cooldown.
Yeah, of course.
You need it for that ultimate. I mean, that's a massively important ultimate for Froggen.
You want it for the cooldown, and you want it so you can farm the jungle camps. We actually saw him invest a lot of mana into the raves here, so that's, of course, it is a big deal. I was just trying to save Shook a little bit.
Well, it wasn't Shook's fault, technically. He just stood there. It was
stupid goal.
Oh, Wicked trying to go aggressive here. He's got to be careful. Amazing's around the side. He's got that Agony's Embrace available. Youngbuck going to pop that ultimate. He's going in towards the tower, trying to bait him in there. Shook's instead kicked Youngbuck in towards that tower. Here comes the Karthus ultimate. It's going to come out, but it's not going to be enough damage. Now they're going to try and turn on to Amazing, but he pops speed and runs.
So 2 Karthus ultimates used. Didn't actually do anything so far in the game, because Copenhagen wasn't doing so well of just always staying healthy enough, just backing out at the right times. But there are 4 members up here in this top lane. They want to get it.
5 members as Forgiven actually tries to catch in there. You're going to see Alliance stepping away from this one. It's another turret, but meanwhile down that bottom lane, Tabs is still pushing. They've left him completely alone, and he's going to keep getting damage on towards that inner turret now. The Wolves do take themselves that top turret. That's going to be another one down for them, so it's 2-1 in favor of them so far, but Tabs, he can keep pushing while they have vision of the Wolves in his top lane.
They need to be really careful. He actually counted the only member staying around. Now he backs off. But Copenhagen Wolves invested actually quite a lot in getting this top lane turret. Also because they want to be able to punish Wicked when he stays to farm here. Immobile Rise, very easy to catch out. If he's stuck in the middle of the lane with no turret, Amazing can of course just sneak behind him. Then Youngbuck collapses onto him with the slow, and they can just chase him down. So with this turret gone, it makes it a bit riskier for Wicked to stay in farm, which is of course what they want to target. And now they can just rotate to the mid lane.
Froggen is almost stacked out now. It's just a couple more shots away. There we go. Stacks into the Cerberus Embrace. Wicked's a long way off this one, but that's going to be another middle turret. And Copenhagen Wolves' rotations have been fantastic so far in the quarterfinals.
And also the whole comms they build around is meant to rotate easily around the map. Of course, Karma, you got the Lulu with the speed ups, and then you have a lot of range. So you have a lot of potential to poke and hit the turrets here, siege potential. So they build these comms around just rotating fast on the map and getting these turrets, and they do. Now they just need to defend this mid turret.
Well, they just showed how quick they can get away from that one. Lulu with that speed buff on himself. And again, Karma on speed buff. Just everybody disengaging. 4 members of Alliance trying to make a pick, trying to make a play to get and push in that mid turret, but they can't catch the Wolves.
And they don't really have a comp to actually kill turrets. You have Taps who's gonna hit it. Karthus is not gonna do much onto the turrets here, at least for now. So they actually only got Taps to really go in and really do a lot of damage. Of course, with Ryze building a lot of mana as well, he doesn't do too much damage on the turrets. So Alliance with their composition, you can't really just siege down the turrets. It's very hard for them. They need team fights.
You have to have those team fights. I'm pretty sure Copenhagen Wolves are going to stay well away from the team fights. Let's see if Kautar gets it. He does. That's his blue buff to take away. And the Wolves are all going to back off and buy here. They may be setting up to try and make a play, try and push in. We should mention how this farm is going, because Tamsin's been doing a lot on his own down this bottom wave. That sort of caught him back up with Forgiven. But Froggen is powering ahead of Coutard right now.
Yeah, he's getting so far into his covers. Of course, some of it is the small raves and the small wolves, which doesn't give the same amount of gold, but still, he's getting a lot of farm here, and he will be very, very strong. Once he completes the death cap, you really see a power spike on Carthus, of course.
Well, a history lesson for everyone out there. Froggen, of course, is the... used to be the main farmer, the #1 farmer, honestly. Yep. Back in Season 2, he set the record, but it's been broken many times over by many members of Korea and China. But he set those records on Carthus. He was the biggest farmer. He used to go around the raids, the wolves, everything available to him. He used to keep that farm taken away. And this is stepping into the old CLG EU style of play. Late farming pressure, keep the game going late. And as it is right now, the wolves are not pushing this game fast enough to get it from going that late, and that could be a problem for them.
Could be a problem, and we might actually see a bit like last game, where the Copenhagen Wolves just slowly push down, disengage whenever something about to happen, force objectives, force the Baron. So it means it can be a bit of a long drawn-out game, but it also means for both teams exactly do get engaged, or if one team makes a mistake, they can really punish it.
A lot of punishment on Tabs. The ace in the hole gets through, and that's going to force him away from the tower. That was good pressure from the Wolves. They may try and capitalize on this one and keep pushing that mid turret.
And the wave clear from Alliance is actually the calling here from Taps, and then Froggen, he needs to, with his skills, to just kill the minions every time they come in. So he won't be able to instant clear wave. It should mean for Copenhagen Wolves, they can get a few hits on the turret or a few hits on the champions every time they come in with the wave. Now also with the cannon.
He's going to have to put himself out there. He wants to get that defile down. Clear the wave instead. Wall of Pain. They try and turn aggressive. The bubble again. Not landing. That speed boost, that disengage that the Wolves have is causing problems for this composition that Alliance have, and it's a blue buff stolen away this time. Will go to Coutard, and that's another blue buff that Froggen will not get.
But the mid lane here, actually 4 members from Alliance pushing down. The wave is there, so they're going to get a lot of damage here. Will Copenhagen Wolves try and fight, or just... No, seems actually Alliance just backs away.
Scared stiff, don't want to engage, gonna keep away from him. Instead, they want to try and create a play. Tabs is the one going aggressive here. He's the one out the front, and that may be a problem. You can see the Pixie being thrown down by Coutard. Quick poke on towards Coutard, on towards Tabs, sorry. Forces him away. Dragon is up once again, and I think we're going to have this merry dance all over again.
And again, Alliance is in the mid lane, so they can push it down. It means Copenhagen will start the Dragon. Alliance actually don't want to teamfight this one. They just want to push and get this turret and trade it.
They have to try and take this mid lane turret down. It's such a pivotal tower for really any team. Oh, Nif getting taken low here. He's got out. He's going to get exploded. Ace in the hole, sneaks way through. They do manage to try and counter this one. Going to run for it. Tab's caught out this time. Tries to dash away. This is all being caught out. Remember, they're running in towards a Carthus, though. That's a dangerous thing to do. Youngwood going to get taken low. There's the Defile going down. Froggen thinking of turning this one around. Wicked has to flash out. The exhaust being used. He's getting taken low. Forgiven trying to get some kills on towards him, but Froggen chases on towards him. He gets the AD carry down. They're going to try and turn this fight on its head. Can they catch towards him? Shook goes very deep on this one. Realizes his mistake. Instead kicks Youngbuck away from it. Tabs and everybody trying to keep really their distance. Froggen, again, so low on mana, but trying to keep the picks on towards him. Has got that Requiem available if he wants to use it, but nobody's really low enough, so he's going to hold the trigger for now.
Whew. Just like last game, Copenhagen Wolves pick up the first kill in the fight, decide to chase, and then they go over aggressive. We had Forgiven flashing over the wall, and then Froggen and Tab just turn around and say, okay, and go straight to him and just kill him. So they actually trade 1 for 1 here. Turret went in favor of Alliance, Dragon went in favor of Copenhagen Wolves, and then trade kills for kills. So Copenhagen Wolves again showing very good team fights here, very good catching potential onto someone like Nif. A bit weird, Alliance didn't actually block the ultimate, just let him die from it, but still, Copenhagen Wolves need to be careful that they don't get too over-aggressive in these fights, because Forgiven, he didn't have to die here.
And you've got to think, if they chase it to those enclosed spaces, that's exactly where Alliance want to fight.
Yeah.
That's the positions they want. Because the Wolves are trying to chase in towards it, and you said Rise and Froggen, you can see Froggen, as soon as he got onto Forgiven, he just popped. There's nothing he could do about it. He was just caught out of position. So, Alliance are starting to gain some power in this game. You feel it may well start turning into their favor. It's really down to the Copenhagen Wolves. They always have that shaky period every game, and They need to make sure that they don't give this away to Alliance too much by maybe sticking around too long on an objective like a pink ward, which seems to be happening here. Unlimited in trouble. Wicked's going to try and chase down. He has got Youngbuck coming around, but Unlimited going to get caught out. There's the Rune Prison. Wicked pops his ultimate. Does not quite get enough. Doesn't follow through the damage. I think they thought they'd got him already nice and easy, but he didn't explode.
So he actually managed to get away here. Flash was used by Shook. That's a lot of the engage actually from Alliance here, so he won't be up for the next one. He needs to then ward jump and kick someone back for the next fight. At least looking at these fights though, I like the fact that Shook and Alliance want to try and set something up because they feel confident of catching out targets and then fight against them, and don't just want to let Copenhagen Wolves run around the map like they please.
So the ward control fight continues. Nif gets back down there, and it's dangerous play when you go for this pink ward, especially when that was the deepest ward he had, actually. And you can see the two carries off above him. Coulthard speeds himself up, tries to get in. Ace in the hole being used once again on Nif, and that is taking half the hit points off that poor support.
But Nif really needs to talisman as well, because they need this speed up when they actually want to go in. When they land the wall from Froggen, and then they speed up the team and get in the face of Copenhagen Wolves. So he really needs to complete it before the big engages can start from Alliance. But I do feel a little bit sorry for him, because playing Nami against a very mobile team is so annoying, because your bubbles are just going to miss left and right.
Yeah, it actually makes you look worse player than you are, I would say. It's fair to say. But, Grain, deep stuff from Shook there, trying to go aggressive, spots out the fact that Unlimited is there. They do know, of course, that Coulthard is in the bottom lane at the moment, so Alliance are trying to group up for this one. We're seeing Coulthard. He's going to back off right now, and I don't think Alliance are going to gain anything from this.
So Copenhagen Wolves is giving Alliance a lot of time to farm up here. They haven't been doing anything on the map for the last at least 5 minutes. And it means for Alliance, they're happily just waiting out. Wicked, of course, now. Both his items are stacked out. Froggen's, both items are stacked out. So they're really getting to the point where they're going to be stronger and stronger. And I believe they actually avoid stuff onto Froggen here next item. It means also his damage onto the tanks is going to be very high.
So Dragon is up in a while. It's another just shy of 2 minutes time. More importantly, the blue buff could be coming available in a moment, and that is just spawned. That's what Froggen needs. Froggen needs to get his butt hauled down to that blue buff and pick it up. He's not been able to get it so far in this match, and this time around, will he do it? Here we go, the tension. Oh, yeah, he gets it. So, first blue buff for Froggen at the 29-minute mark. And now we see Copenhagen Wolves are pushing in the mid lane. Actually, Nif got out. We're not quite seeing a view of it. Taken very low there. Again, this time Ace in the hole once again from Forgiven, keeping that pressure down.
And Taps is pushing down the bottom lane, forcing Youngbuck to move down. Oh, a lot of damage onto Froggen.
Froggen shield being used out there. Has to get away from this one. Safeguard from Shook is enough to keep him alive, but now he's in trouble. Oh, gets caught out by a picks there. Coulthard doing the damage, and that's going to force him away. Tab's in trouble. Teleport coming down. That's going to go towards Youngbuck, but that's going to leave the mid lane exposed. And now everybody's collapsing on towards him. Look at Coulthard motoring down that river, using that speed buff, trying to get on towards him. Tabs is the focus target. Glitterlance is what they want to try and get on towards him, but I think he's just about outrun them. Unlimited with that inner flame. Can he get around? They're going to try and turn the fight around. There's going to be the Requiem. It's not going to be enough. It may take down on towards Youngbuck, though. The pressure's still coming. The rest of the Wolves close in. The rest of Alliance close in. They're all chasing. They're all pouncing. They're not too sure of the target. They're going for the biggest, chunkiest target in the game, which is Mundo. Not too sure why.
Probably the only one they could actually get to here. Unlimited was coming around the side. He could provide more speed buff. Coulthard was kiting with the team, so they tried to catch on to someone. First it was Coulthard actually, and he had to pop his ultimate. He survived the Requiem from Froggen, and he was far away. He couldn't even join the fight, so there wasn't actually any slows here. It does mean, however, Dragon for Alliance, so they actually get something for the troubles, and once again, Copenhagen Wolves are letting Alliance control the map at the moment.
That's only Alliance's second Dragon of the series and the first one of this game. There's a big stack in that top wave. That would be a nice juicy target for Alliance to try and push in towards, but instead they're going to wipe out this mid lane, and look at that. Taps going aggressive on that support, Unlimited on Karma. Trying to put some punishment down on towards him. Coulthard shows himself in the top, but Alliance are not going to capitalize. The Dragon was enough.
Tap's been playing very aggressive this game. Like, every single time there's a chance, he just dashes forward, gets a few hit and backs off. Even though he doesn't have vision on where the rest of the members are for Copenhagen Wolves here. So he's playing very aggressive. Obviously been doing a very good job catching up in farm, because he fell far behind early on, and now he's actually only 20 CS behind.
And speaking of farm, it's going to be maybe a problem. We're seeing that the fact that Coulthard is starting to have to separate. He's having to start going and wiping out the waves, which actually is probably something Forgiven would like to do himself, but he's having to play a chasing game. He's chasing Froggen in terms of CS, and that is not something I would wish on anyone.
Nope, definitely not. And playing against the late game Ryze and late game Karthus is not something I would wish for anyone either. Because it gets so scary with the amount of damage they can put down. We need to see how Copenhagen Wolves handle this late game team fights, because we will go to the late game. I mean, there is nothing really showing that we're gonna end this game fast, because both teams are just moving around the map, farming up, nobody's really pushing for anything, and wow.
That was Tabs again, going very aggressive. This time around on towards Coutard, and well, they're going to try and take advantage of this one. Froggen is slightly caught out. Nif panicking, using that ultimate there. Copenhagen Wolves all disengaged from that one Alliance. They're going to have to defend this mid turret because Youngbuck is also pushing the bot wave.
But this should mean the turret for Copenhagen Wolves at least a lot of pressure though, but Coutard might be caught out.
Completely separated. Wicked gets on towards him and he gets exploded. They finally get him down. Somebody still needs to deal with Youngbuck. He's pushing that bot wave. He's only got a small stack of minions, but he will do good damage to these turrets.
He's got a few hits on the turret here, but Coutard caught out of position. He did the same thing in the last game as well in Yasuo, where he walked down towards the lines, got hooked by Nif, and then he was the target. Same thing here. He split up from the team. Good bubble now, and good, of course, engage from Alliance onto him with the Rune Prison also from Wicked, locking him down, killing him, and stopping the whole push. This was the time where Copenhagen Wolves should actually have gotten a turret, because the wave was gone from Nif, the ultimate was gone from Taps, so there wasn't much wave there wasn't much engage potential for them, and because Coutard got caught out, they just had to back off.
Once that wall of pain goes down, you're in trouble, and the fact that Flash was burnt as well in that fight. He will be back up next time around, but this is showing that Alliance are not down and out in this game. They are certainly have the power. If they catch someone out, they will go down very, very quickly, especially if you see the Karthus and Ryze combine and do that damage. Tabs has, as you mentioned, been pretty damn aggressive in this game, trying to burn out a number of things. Mainly, it was the Flash that was burnt out from Coutard, from that Cullen, where Tabs almost died himself.
That's the thing. I mean, it might backfire for him, or if you continue doing it, it actually works for him. People might praise him and say that was absolutely beautiful play. So, playing this aggressive here, as long as he at least feels that he knows where the rest of Copenhagen Wolves is on the map, so he feels safe doing it, it's alright. But it might actually backfire. We saw before in the mid lane, he almost died from it.
Ooh, we've seen it in the early phases of Alliance's team fights when we saw a couple of questionable flashes, I believe. I definitely remember some of those Dragon fights who were like, what is Tabs doing right now? But he's turned it around. He's had actually a great season despite the poor start. Amazing. He's trying to sneak around. This blue buff, it's been contested the entire game. And again, he's in there. He's trying to take this one away. They have got vision this time around, which is why the scene coming in. But I'm not too sure if he can get away from this one. Shook trying not to smite it out here. They really want to get this onto Karthus, onto Froggen. They may have to go heavy and fight for it. There's the smite. It's Shook again. But this time, no, it was amazing to smite it away. And poor Froggen, he's just been starved of that blue buff.
Starved all game long now. So Copenhagen was doing a very good job at least, going in, removing the blue buff away from Froggen. Dragon is going to spawn in 1 minute and 40 seconds, so that's not going to be anything for now. So that's why we actually see Copenhagen was do the same. Go back, clear the wave, and then run around the map. And
okay, so
Alliance do the same.
So they're continuing this pattern, they're continuing the farm, they're continuing to go late. Does this favor Alliance? The fact that they have those tiers now stacked, they have those ability items starting to build up, starting to be huge. Obviously, it's very much down to who catches each other out, but surely Alliance, this is their game now. They're starting to move to late phase.
Damage-wise, I love the setup from Alliance here. But mobility-wise, the Copenhagen Wolves one will always be able to disengage unless someone gets caught up by a bubble from Nif or get caught up by the snare from Wicked here. So for Copenhagen Wolves side, as long as they don't get caught in a straight 5v5 fight in the middle of the Coutard. Actually going in.
Teleport coming in, Youngbuck coming in behind them. Wicked's also going to join the party. Coutard off the side. The exhaust was enough to keep him out of this one. Froggen trying to do what he can. But that was a sloppy engage and a sloppy fight from both of them. Youngbuck had teleported in there. He's going to get caught out, and look at the damage they have. The Aqua Prison lands, but the Wild Growth having to be used. That is one gigantic Mundo, and he's going to try and stomp his way back in there. The ultimate running just regenerates all of the health. So much burn from both teams there for that fight.
And this team fight was a perfect example of why predicting who got the best comp late game is impossible, because it was engaged from Copenhagen Wolves, but as soon as they engaged, they just started walking backwards because Froggen flashed into the face. They just ran away from him. He couldn't do anything with it. Yes, okay, they did absolutely no damage to anyone on the Lions side, but they weren't actually at risk of dying either. So these team fights are going to be so much about hiding around and then the Lions trying to find the target.
Some big burst damage coming out there. Tabs and Shook taking some heavy hits in the face there. And the Wolves, they're going to take advantage. They're rotating around. They're going to take themselves another Dragon. Amazing should be able to solo this one down. He's going to get the help. But meanwhile, Youngbuck, he's tanking out that turret, giving time for Forgiven. Lions have just come back from base. They have got themselves regenerated, got that health back in, and Tabs goes aggressive. They're going in towards Forgiven. They're going to try and explode him. Wild Growth comes out. There's going to be the Wild Wave coming through. The Culling doing damage. Carter's ultimate Requiem should be enough. It does finally take someone down. Now Youngbuck caught out. That ultimate is still running away though, and the regen is just so huge on Mondo.
But they can go Baron here. Carfus is one of the mages in the game with the most damage onto Baron, so they can take it down very fast. Amazing, he recalled after the Dragon, so he needs to run all the way up here. This should be a Baron for Alliance.
They're going to try and take it down as quick as possible. They're buying time. They're trying to delay here. They may have delayed enough. Remember, Youngbuck's already used that ultimate. And Limited still just trying to keep around, keeping that inner flame poke. Kautar trying to get in, trying to keep the poke down. The Glitter Lance on towards them. The Baron almost down. It's down to 2,000 hit points. They're going to try and come in. Alliance close it down. There's a lot of damage. And we're going to see Amazing trying to come in around the side, trying to get on towards the Agony's Embrace. They do chase down on towards Unlimited. He gets caught out. Shook trying to catch on towards Kautar. Does get it again now and gets himself another kill. Youngbuck, he has no ultimate, gets kicked straight into Alliance, and Alliance clip him down, and they're going to run through to the base.
So Alliance, at the start of all this, got the pick they wanted. A flash snare from Wicked onto Forgiven, who was left by himself actually. Amazing was doing the Dragon, nobody else was nearby to help him out, so he flash snare, he was overextended. Alliance got the pick, killed him, or chased him on then, got enough damage so the Requiem could kill him, and then they could just rush straight for the Baron here, pick up the Baron, pick up kills, take the turrets here. Well played.
Well played. Well, they got themselves the inner turret. They're still very low on health, though. This is a risky inhib turret. They're going to get it down. They're going to go for the inhib. You can see the rest of the Wolves are spawning now. They will be back up, but you can see Alliance. They've hit and run. They're going to rotate towards the top inner.
So twice in this game now, Forgiven's been the target for Alliance because he's been the one overextending. They killed him, delayed the game the first time. Now they killed him and got a huge advantage in this game.
Giant minion wave coming in. That's going to be the third inner turret going down. It's going to be the top one this time around. The bottom one's the final one standing. But Alliance have turned this game on its head. Now 6-3 up in turrets. And more importantly, they have the Baron buff on them for another 2 minutes.
And they have the pressure onto the mid lane here. If they can force Copenhagen Wolves to try and defend at a turret, they're going to be clustered together. So at least now Alliance it will be harder for Copenhagen Wolves to just kite them around like we saw in the mid lane team fight. Of course they can run back to the base and then rejoin here, but if they're fighting in the base, there's less room for Copenhagen Wolves to move around it.
Well, that engagement, that fight, everything that turned around turned Froggen's blasting wand into a Rabadon's death cap. His power has just spiked right off the chart, and that's going to be a problem. Blue buff went to Tabs. Well, Froggen just didn't care about it anymore, obviously.
Probably, yeah.
Just like, I haven't had it all game, what's the point? I don't need it. Whatever. Not too worried about that one. Youngbuck, he's pushing top wave. He hasn't got teleport available. It will be off cooldown shortly, but this means Alliance, they've got some free time on this bottom turret. That's going to be another inner turret. All of the inners now down. They keep on pushing towards the inhibitor.
And Alliance is also at the point now where Rise and Shook is so tanky that the lack of damage from Copenhagen Wolves in these straight-up fights is really going to be a big factor, because who are they actually going to kill? They don't really have burst to anyone.
Tab standing on a trap and taking a lot of damage. I'm going to say if that ace in the hole gets through, then Alliance are setting up Tabs for something that he shouldn't be getting. But instead, they're going to wait off at the side. Let's see the shockwave coming through. Instead, they've caught Youngbuck out there. Wicked still putting the burst down. Froggen using that defile to keep him at bay, keeping that wave clear. Shook's gone deep on this one. Tries to kick Kautar in instead. He has to get out, but look at the damage. Youngbuck, Wild Growth goes down. The ultimate running. They haven't got enough damage to take him through that ultimate. Requiem will come through, and Limited's going to go down on that one. The rest of the team all going low. Kautar having to get the shield out there. Nib trying to land the bubble. Gets the Aqua Prison on 2 of them. The rest of Alliance push on through. The tower goes down. They managed to take Amazing down as well. There's the second inhib of the game. And Alliance with the super minions could finish the game right here.
Yeah, and even though Copenhagen Wolves actually caught Tabs at first, they didn't have any damage afterwards. They couldn't do anything against Alliance.
They're going to drive on through. Youngbuck's the only land remaining, trying to keep them at bay. Can he keep them off that turret? He's the only one ballsy enough to try and face them off, but instead he's going to get taken down. Alliance push on through. The second Nexus falls, and now the Nexus will go down. We are all squared, ladies and gentlemen, in this quarterfinal. It's 1-1, and it's certainly gone the distance once again. We had a long game in game one. It's a 42-minute game two. Who will Fnatic face in the semifinals? Who will SK face in the semifinals? Who knows, because these teams don't want to win.
Don't want to win. They certainly don't want to lose, that's for sure. And one mistake this game simply meant that Alliance, even though they were behind on gold, it was all they needed. One mistake by Forgiven, they caught him out, killed him, rushed straight for the Baron, and from there on, the mobility, the kite from Copenhagen Wolves meant nothing because Alliance would just push down on the turret, force them to actually team fight. And once we actually saw the big team fights, the only thing Copenhagen could do was try and run away and kite. It worked for them before the Baron went to Alliance because they were actually hitting gold. They had enough damage, had enough poke to just stay and hit the turrets a few times, hit Alliance, get the turrets down slowly, work the objectives, and it worked until that one moment where Forgiven stays too long alone.
So we're going to be going into game three. It's a big, big game. Obviously, both teams, who's going to get the semi-final, who knows? But this time around, the Wolves are back on the red side. Could they try and do the same tactic they did in game one?
Well, Jax should be banned away by Alliance again, or maybe even Copenhagen and Wolves feel like they need to ban the Jax if Wicked feels confident first picking it. If they don't want to deal with it, they might actually have to ban it away. So we need to see which team decides to ban Jax, but I definitely believe he will be banned away. And at the same time, when it comes to, of course, Red side here, yes, they can last pick. But when it comes to last picking for, let's say, mid lane for Kautard, it's actually something they normally don't. They save the last pick for someone like Youngbuck, and his Mundo pick here against the Ryze, it didn't actually do anything.
Well, it was a fantastic game overall. What do we make of it then? Alliance obviously turned this one around. Copenhagen Wolves are going to be now sitting at it. They had a fairly dominant victory in game one, but they got themselves ahead. They had a 4,000 gold advantage at one point, I believe, in that game. But we always knew that the tiers, once they stack up, they're going to become big items. Once those power spikes hitting the Ryze, the Karthus, what are they going to do to counter this time around? And to basically stop themselves being in that situation, because they always seem to have this lull, this period, the 20 to 30 minute mark, where they just seem a little unsure of how to close the game.
Copenhagen Wolves needs to stop getting overexcited. Because every single time they're actually winning the fight, doing well in the game, they overextend, they do an aggressive move. We saw Forgiven early on in this game flashing over the wall into 4 people as well in the team fight when they were chasing up. And they're making these plays which might not seem like a big deal, just die once at the 20-minute mark, but it buys time for Alliance with this late game setup to just farm up. So it was a big deal actually, and they need to stop making these over-aggressive plays because they were ahead. They had the game at least for the moment under control to just push all the lanes, disengage every single team fight. Yes, of course, the power spikes were there for the Alliance side. The late game comp, if in a straight-up team fight, would have been, as we saw, in favor of Alliance. But still, Copenhagen did what they actually could do with the comp they had. The only thing I would like to see them do more, if we get the same setup here, very late game from Alliance and more mid-game focus from Copenhagen Wolves, they need to punish Ryze more early on. They didn't. They tried to dive him.
Well, they banned it in game one, of course.
They banned him in game one. That's a good way to punish Ryze, of course, make sure he's not in the game. But they dived him once up in the top lane. They killed him, and from there on and out, they actually didn't touch him. He was left to just farm up. And even though they killed the turret, they didn't do anything to try and shut him down. Froggen was just free farming in the mid lane, so they didn't punish Alliance enough in the early mid game where Karthus and Ryze are weak champions compared to how they are late game.
Well, what a fantastic series it's been so far. We're going to be back in a few moments, guys. We're going to go to a break. So far, it is 1-1, all square in this quarterfinals. Alliance versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Do not go anywhere.
Huh?
Did you hear what the problem is?
Yeah, the bomb.
have time to go pee at any moment?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Do you have time now?
Yeah, go pee. Welcome back, everyone, with this series currently tied up at 1 apiece. Our final match is winning to take on the semi-finals. The winner will go to the semis, facing Fnatic, the loser. They're going to be in the 5th place match, and that will be played tomorrow. But it's a big match because the loser of that match will go into relegation or the summer promotion tournament, whatever you'd like to talk about. Let's talk about the game that has just happened. It was all about Froggen. Froggen and Wicked, once they got going, it was huge.
They were basically just ticking time bombs. Going into the late game, Ryze, Karthus, of course. So it meant for Copenhagen Wolves, with their composition, if they made 1 or 2 mistakes in the game, Alliance could capitalize on it, take the Baron, finish the game. And it's what we saw. We saw with Gaming being caught out. I mean, he did a good job. For most of the game, he outfarmed Taps pretty much the entire game long, but whenever it came to teamfights, he was just over-aggressive and Alliance punished it.
And let's talk about Tabs, because Tabs himself, as you mentioned, was out-farmed in the lane, but he managed to turn it around despite his crazy aggression he was sometimes showing.
Yeah, and he actually managed to go 4-0-6 on Lucian, even though he jumped into the face of people again and again and again. So he didn't die from it. He managed to pull back in farm, and in teamfights he was always a very big presence. Like, putting up a lot of damage onto Copenhagen Wolves, always forcing them to back off a little bit, never really just letting them push down to the turrets.
And for the Copenhagen Wolves, what have they got to do coming into this match? Of course, we saw in Game 1, they went the bruisers, they were diving in. This time around, they didn't go for that. They went for more of a poke, more of a delicate comp, but they allowed Alliance far too much time. You can't allow players like Alliance, that are on Alliance, time to basically farm yourself back into this game. They had a 4,000 goal advantage.
Yeah.
Yet effectively, it meant nothing when it came to them teamfights.
So I have a feeling their pick you were talking about for Youngbuck, where I feel I can 1v1 anyone, might actually have been the Ryze pick. But because Wicked didn't decide to last pick it, because he locked it in before seeing the top lane, and he felt the same way he could 1v1 everyone, it meant that when locking in the Dr. Mundo, yes, you get very tanky in the late game, but you don't have the same impact as a Ryze when it comes to late game points. So it meant that Copenhagen Wolves, instead of, if they had the Ryze themselves, their late game would have been very, very strong. Like Lulu Ryze, you have this unkillable Ryze who just goes completely crazy on everyone. Instead they had the Dr. Mundo, so they lacked a lot of damage, and it meant they got outscaled into late game. So what I think Copenhagen Wolves really needs to do now is be careful they don't pick a comp which gets outscaled, because Alliance are very, very good at extending the game, and Copenhagen Wolves have shown issues finishing games.
Well, we are going to be getting the game underway in just a moment. This is, of course, the final match. The quarterfinals. We're going to have Gambit versus Roccat coming up after this game as well. It is a big, big game, though. Who will go through the semi-finals? Will it be Copenhagen Wolves, or will it be Alliance? Fnatic await their destiny. Picks and bans are underway. You can already see Jackson Karma being taken away. Renekton and Aurelia. No surprises there.
Yeah.
Lots of focus on the top lane, though.
A lot of focus on the top lane, and the new ban here is actually Karma. Picked twice by Unlimited. He's been doing very good job on it, always being dominant in the early game. And in the mid game, Karma provides so much utility to your team, kiting around. And Copenhagen Wolves have been using it to get these early turrets and get the lead. So that's why they actually banned away now. Yasuo as well. Don't want to have
Kartop is not happy with that.
No. But here's the thing, actually. Normally a team who wins the first game loses the next. They tend to fall back a little bit on, okay, what worked in game 1. So with Alliance banning this Yasuo away, they make sure Kartop can't fall back on what worked for him in game 1.
Maybe trying to force it back onto that Lulu. Nidalee was, of course, the final ban taken away from Froggen. No surprise, he's been banned all 3 games. But we see Wicked on Ryze, locked in instantly as their first pick. Not going for the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is available, didn't go for that jungler. They want to get Wicked on that champion.
We talked in game 1 about how there's so many junglers now. So many viable junglers. So even though you log in Kha'Zix, it doesn't mean the enemy team doesn't have anything to pick now. There's still Evelynn is open in this case. Nocturne is open. Xing Zhao is open. There's so many options for Copenhagen Wolves jungle-wise. So locking in the Ryze means top lane, we got the same situation now. What is Youngbuck gonna pick against this Ryze, where he doesn't get outscaled?
Well, we do see Ziggs possibly going to be picked up for Kautar this time around. It was played by Froggen in game 1. He went for Lulu in game 2. We'll see whether it gets locked in first. Evelynn, though, for amazing. That's going to be taken away from Shook. Shook, of course, went for Lee Sin last game. Could just revert straight back to it again.
Yeah, you could go for the Kha'Zix, which is, of course, still left open. Kassadin, of course, is enabled. We need to remember it's very different Kassadin from what we used to see here, but could definitely be a pick here for Froggen if he decides to lock it in. Laning against the Ziggs, I'm not 100% sure about the matchup, because Ziggs with so much early damage onto you. Yes, of course, your Q on Kassadin now provides a small shield, against magic damage, so you can absorb some of the damage, but still, it's very hard for you to farm because you are melee still, and Ziggs is just gonna fire away on you.
Well, it could be Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix was first picked by Alliance in game 1. It was semi-successful, I think it's safe to say. He was the man that jumped in. He was the one that always took the initial burst. And again, they're going to try and force Forgiven onto Kaden. Kaden just didn't work out very well for Forgiven in the last game. They put a lot of pressure on early game, but we saw how aggressive Tabs was on the Lucian. We'll see whether he does it again.
If he does it again, yes. What I like about Lucian compared to Caitlyn is the fact that you don't have a weak point as Lucian in the game. The mid game from Caitlyn is not ideal. You don't have enough damage compared to a Lucian, compared to a Jinx, for instance. These are AD carries. So by locking in this Lucian here, if they force him on Caitlyn, yes, okay. We've seen the early laning phase go wrong for Tabs on Lucian against Caitlyn, but still, as soon as you get to the mid game point, you do more damage. So that's where the pick is perfectly fine for Alliance, and of course with Kha'Zix and Ryze already locked in too. Your late game is pretty much secured, because you have one of the best late game junglers who can tank so much damage with his ultimate. It is slightly nerfed being 4.5. Instead of just being able to pop it instantly now, there's a very short cooldown, so you have a little bit of time between your ultimates where people can actually target you without the 50% damage reduction. And also turrets now do full damage to you. You don't reduce the reduction there.
Yeah, which was a big part of it. They are pondering slowly over this one. It is going to be Caitlyn locked in for Forgiven, and Youngbuck will once again take Mundo in that top lane.
So the difference for Copenhagen Wolves compared to last game is, of course, you have Ziggs instead of Lulu. Now, Ziggs late game provides a lot of damage. But is it enough? Because what we saw in the last game, especially if this Scarfus gets locked in, is that Alliance got to the point in late game where they were just too tanky for Copenhagen to do anything. They didn't have enough damage because you have Dr. Mundo top lane, you have an AD carry who needs time to do her damage and needs her items to do the damage. So they didn't really have anything to do in the team fights, and it might be the same scenario here.
Well, Karthus' potential, as you mentioned, is almost identical, and they keep flicking back to that Cassidy, and we'll see whether it comes out. Nami, this would almost be an identical team. All you'd be doing is literally switching Lee Sin out for Kha'Zix so far. LeBlanc is an option, of course, with Ziggs in there, maybe getting in Assassin, blowing him up. Once you take away that flash from that mid lane, he can become fairly immobile. But they're going to go with what worked in the last game, and literally one champion difference for Alliance in this team build. We know what to expect.
We know what to expect, of course. Alliance, passive laning phase. Copenhagen, they need to lane swap on this. They need to lane swap, shut down Wicked early on in the top lane, because Ryze, you bring nothing in a 1v2. Like, you're so easy to dive. Your damage is very low early on here compared to what it could, compared to the late game point of Ryze, of course. So Ryze is an early game champion. It's very easy to shut down in a lane swap. So Copenhagen, they need to swap over here, because Youngbuck is going to have an easier time farming. He's going to be more tanky in the early levels, so it's going to be harder to dive. So they can shut down Wicked now, and then afterwards they kill the turrets, and Wicked needs to just freeze the lane. They can take objectives. They can start pushing all the lanes. Remember, the wave clear on this Alliance side, also looking at the last game, is calling, of course, from Lucian, his ultimate, and you got your Skittles from Karthus to try and clear the wave. But it's not instant. You don't instant clear the wave with any of these champions unless Ryze gets in with his ultimate. So it means Copenhagen Wolves will get time to hit the turrets because of the wave clear from, or the lack of instant wave clear from Alliance.
Explain to me what Leona brings to the team at the end there, because you don't want to be diving in, especially when there's a Karthus and Ryze. We're talking 20-30 minute mark. Solar Flare, yes, is going to lock up the team, but you don't want to be going at them. You've got a Ziggs and Caitlyn. You want to be hitting them from range. So what are you going to be going in with Leona?
Well, if you get to the point where you actually land some of your poke, you get someone low, you have some hard engage. They didn't have any hard engage last time. They needed Evelyn to flank around, or Youngbuck to teleport behind them to try and start something. Now they do have hard engage. But I will agree with you, it is definitely not ideal in a comp like this against something like Karthus, because once Leona goes in, you don't really come out again. Like, you go full in, lock down the target, and then Karthus is going to be right next to you with the file doing so much damage to you. So it means for Copenhagen Wolves, with this comp, they really need to land the poke. They really need to get ahead as well, so they get to the point where they can force Alliance to stay at the turrets, and then can land the poke from Ziggs, land the poke here from Caitlyn, and then they can engage whenever they feel. It does also mean the mid-game could be more aggressive from Copenhagen Wolves, because now they actually do have hard engage to try and shut down Ryze and Karthus before they get to the late game point.
Well, we'll We'll see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get Game 3 underway here. Alliance, they managed to pick up a victory in Game 2, but Copenhagen Wolves dominated Game 1. However, Alliance, they've gone back to basics. They've pulled out the champions that worked in the last game. Why change them? All they've done, swept out Lee Sin for a Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix was the first pick for them in Game 1, so clearly a more favorable champion for Shook. We'll see how it works out for them as we get the game underway. Remember, the winner of this match will be facing Fnatic in those semi-finals, the 3rd versus 6th place up against the 2nd place, and the winner of Gambit Roccat are going to be up against SK Gaming. Nobody wants to lose this match, that is for sure, and it's going to be a very delicate affair, I feel. Copenhagen Wolves have had a great level 1 start in the last 2 matches. Let's see if they can do it again.
Same start for supports. Both have a ward. Already placed one actually for Unlimited here, so they got some vision if Alliance decides to come up and try and get the blue buff off Copenhagen Wolves.
So Alliance sticking together as a full group this time around, not being forced. Remember, they got lucky in the last game. They got very lucky. Shook got in, got that blue buff, and got away quick.
But there's one very smart thing Alliance can do here with Karthus. Always check the bushes here with his Q. Make sure they never face check anyone from Copenhagen Wolves. He already hit Amazing 1, so they pinged him out. They knew he was there. And as long as he checks here, Alliance won't really be just running straight into 5 people and dying.
Well, they're all heavy pinging on the exact bush that they're all stood in. Good Ziggs bomb there would have been nice. Let's see whether he tosses it out. A Piltover and a Ziggs bomb would be fantastic, but they've got to be careful. Alliance are moving in. Kautar spots them. They see the whole team there. They do roll out those bouncing bombs. They got themselves a ward on that red buff, and that's going to give them the information they require to see where exactly the Wolves are starting.
And both Taps and Nif are actually moving down towards the bottom lane. Wicked, around his mid lane area, he does have teleport, so you can always just teleport up to the lane in case. The rest of Copenhagen Wolves, though, they want to go for this blue buff, it seems.
Wicked's going to go straight headlong into them all.
He didn't even look. He didn't look.
Didn't even notice, and that was a very easy first blood for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Easiest first blood ever for Copenhagen Wolves. Wicked was clearly looking at the top lane at the time, so he just ran straight into 5 people. They didn't even have to invest any summoners to kill him.
Auto pathfinding, it's a killer, that's for sure. So, Alliance, they've got 2 members down the bottom. It's going to be a 2v1 switch around this time around. We'll see whether the Wolves can push on. Remember, they did this in Game 1, but it was in the top while the bottom lane they pushed in heavily.
Oh,
Youngbuck going very low there. Wicked, he didn't fancy it. And that's just the power of Evelyn. Didn't know who was nearby.
And also level 1 rise, your damage is very limited. Wow, Kautar!
Quick level 2 from Frog in there, trying to put the pressure down on Kautar. Kautar being taken very low early on.
Very, very aggressive play by Froggen early on. Of course, with Exhaust, if Kautar had been too close to him, he could exhaust him there, forced him to flash away because he would just land every single Q onto him. But Shook, because his own blue buff was gone, but because Copenhagen Wolves were not in a position to actually stop him from doing this, they just trade the buffs here. Still the first blood for Copenhagen Wolves, so they're definitely in the advantage. And they got the lane drop we talked about in Champ Select. This is the time where they really need to shut down Rice. Make sure he doesn't get to this late game point.
So we're going to have a stack, a 3-man stack at the bottom and a 3-man stack at the top. This time around, it's going to favor Alliance. They're going to be the ones that are pushing on towards it. They've got that Kha'Zix going to go in there. Of course, Evelyn's going to be pushing in, but they've already started to put pressure on that tower. The bottom tower will be the weaker at this stage of the game, but Wicked, if he face checks, he gets caught out by that Zenith Blade, forced to flash away, draw the flash this time away from Unlimited, but they are on the tower.
Yeah, well, Alliance is so far ahead in this tower push here. They can just continue going. They might even force Copenhagen Wolves to recall after the first turret because they're going to get to the second one before they even kill the first.
And they're pushing, pressuring, keeping it down. They're going to take this one, that's for sure. Meanwhile, the pressure in that mid lane is continuing to just siege between it. Froggen really putting a lot of pressure on Kautar this time around, but Alliance still pushing the bot wave.
And Froggen loves this. Because of the lane swaps, he knows there's no jungle pressure because he can see Amazing up in the top lane. Against Evelyn, as long as there's a lane swap and you force her to either go defend or go dive somewhere, you have full vision. So it means Froggen in the mid lane can just stay at the turret, try to land the skills, and whoa, Wicked coming around on Kautar.
He's got a minion wave there, he's just going to run straight around, and that's a kill for Wicked. Easily done. He does manage to just juke around, the minions are there, he gets out safe.
Very, very smart play by Wicked. Yes, the jungle presence isn't there, so why not take your top laner? He can't defend anyway. But meanwhile here, Amazing actually recalled to defend this turret.
He's had to come down. The top wave is still being pushed though. The duo partnership of Forgiven Unlimited, but it's going to take them a long time to get damage on that. And remember, Wicked, despite that first blood, has got the kill, and now he's got the tier very early on.
Perfect for Wicked. Going in there, get the kill, get the tier. Otherwise, he would have been delayed by such a long time because he wouldn't have enough gold for it.
Well, we see Alliance continuing to push. The bubble doesn't quite land, but there is a minion wave in there. Amazing doing what he can, but Nif and Taps continue to hammer down on that turret. Bottom turret has gone down first though, so Copenhagen Wolves doing a great job of trading and defending this top turret.
Yeah, now they just need to back up here. Alliance actually already backing off, so very good play by Copenhagen Wolves. And with the Wicked thing, of course, with the goal from the turret, he would have enough for the tier, so he would have gotten anyway, but the kill, of course, always helps.
Well, Youngbuck is going to get himself a tiny piece of farm there. They didn't get that inner turret down the bottom, so again, the Copenhagen one was with these lane pushes, lane shoves, whatever you want to call it, the fast push mode. They come out on top once again against Alliance. Alliance, though, look at Wicked, holding steady, not going to push that wave at all, and he's quite happy to farm it there, and that's going to cause problems for Youngbuck when they rotate back around.
Yeah, well, it does open up for Copenhagen Wolves to try and force a dragon, to force Wicked to teleport in and join the fight, and then get him away from this lane where he's just picking up the farm. But it seems for now, none of the teams really fancy it. Youngbuck just won a level 4, now running in, actually going to recall, so he's going to return up here to this top lane, but it's going to be a long time before the wave is at his turret.
Yeah, you can see Wicked's not moving at all, happy to stay there. Pink Ward being used by Alliance, clearing out the vision around that Wraith camp. Dragon, of course, was the next focus target for the Wolves in the previous games, but this time around I don't think they're going to do it. Oh, Unlimited, he's going to face check straight in there. Does manage to put the ward down, but the rest of the team close in towards him. They get a good burst of damage. Remember, he used the flash to try and go aggressive on Wicked earlier on, but now they're going to turn it around.
Oh,
Set in the fight, lock up on Shook. Shook goes down, and there's 4 members suddenly. Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbuck teleporting in. Now they are going to go for Dragon.
Yeah, now they will start the Dragon. Froggen is actually moving down from the mid lane. No, staying as Kauta comes in to clear the wave. So let's see what he decides to do. He's level 6, so he got quite a lot of damage to bring.
Well, I don't think he's going to go too deep. I'm going to say
stoning him away.
There's 5 members of the Copenhagen Wolves. He can't get close to this one, of course, with that smite being taken down by Shook. It does mean the Wolves once again take themselves the first Dragon of the game.
Yeah, once again, very good early start by Copenhagen Wolves. Counter game from Amazing here when they actually did chase onto Unlimited. As soon as Amazing was there, he turned around, got the stun onto Kha'Zix, killed him, and that was the Dragon.
So, fantastic start. Alliance are trailing once again, but we know they need those tiers. They need to stack them up. Wicked's pushed that wave in finally, and Youngbuck now is going to try and clear it. He decided to stop holding it, of course. The moment Youngbuck teleported down there, he's like, we need to shove the wave up as quick as possible, but Youngbuck did a great job getting back into that top lane and clearing out a giant stack of farm. I think there was like 3 stacks pushed in there as well.
He didn't actually lose too much from it, of course, also with the objective goal from the Dragon here, so very smart play. He ran all the way up there. He used the teleport actually to join in, so by him running all the way up there, got all the farm, so perfect play by Copenhagen Wolves and Youngbuck.
So farm continuing. Meanwhile, in that mid lane, we are seeing just off at the side, Unlimited trying to get a peek. Remember, Zenith Blade is available this time. He has got flash. They're going to go in towards Froggen. Satchel Charge was not used yet. And Kautard is not going to be able to catch on to Froggen yet.
So Copenhagen Wolves actually decided to abandon this bottom lane. They don't feel like they can actually go toe-to-toe against Nami, Lucian, mainly due to Leona. They don't have the poke they did yesterday, or last game, of course, with Karma, where they just poked him down from the start. So this time around, they actually abandoned the bottom lane and just let Lucian push all the way out. And now Caitlyn is going to run over and get the farm.
Well, something Froggen has got is the blue buff. It's something he didn't get very often in the previous matchup. This time around, going to be very grateful for that late wave. He's going to continue farming. He had a big CS advantage in game 1, and it seems, despite the fact he's up against a Ziggs instead of a Lulu this time around, he's continuing that farm advantage.
And looking here at Youngbuck, just shoving down the wave up again. These top laners are just going to trade big wave to big wave. They build it up, push it down, and then they recall. So now Wicked comes up here. It's going to be quite a lot ahead of CS actually, because there's a big wave he can pick up now where Youngbuck, of course, is getting 0 CS, and there's no Dragon for him to go for. So Youngbuck needs to just return to top lane, and Kauta, man, a lot of pressure the entire early game from Froggen onto him.
A lot of pressure on towards him. We saw Nif just coming in and getting that little poke towards him, but with the blue buff, he's going to clear that wave out, no problem. Not going to be too worried about it. But if Shook can get in, get clean on towards him, Pink Ward was taken away from that river. That means, of course, they're going to have to ward it straight back. Double wards.
And Unlimited is just trying to move around 2 lanes here, get some XP, get some wards down, because, again, if he joins the bottom lane here and they push it all the way up, we need to remember there's no turret. Teleport behind him from Wicked, or a gank from Shook, and there's no turret for him to escape, or to run to, so it would be such a long way up that they would die and just give up kills to Alliance. So that's why Unlimited is staying around his mid lane here, because he's in midfield, I can't go anywhere else.
And Wicked just absolutely freezing that lane where it stands, just holding on towards it. Shook actually is going to see Youngbuck passing on by. He's going to walk around, throw Chuck a chopper at him. Doesn't land it though. Blue buff was taken away already, so the Wolves are not going to gain anything around this jungle area. They're hoping that they can catch out maybe Shook, maybe try and make a pick of it, because there's really nothing offered to Youngbuck at the moment with Wicked holding this wave here.
Now this is where Copenhagen Wolves either need to make a play on Wicked or make a play on someone else on the map. They could have went 4 people mid lane trying to just kill Froggen in there and take the turret. It seems though, however, they actually want to kill Wicked even though he's so close to his own base.
Yeah, that's a risky play. I mean, I'd be amazed if they take him down here. It'd be a major misplay, I feel, for Wicked's part. The fact that he's got flash available, he's that close to his own inhibitor turret, means that it would be a wild play. But they're just trying to create something of, ironically, the situation they created. And again, the Wall of Pain lands on Kautard, takes a couple of lay wastes, and doesn't manage to return the damage to Frog. And he's getting out-poked here.
Yeah, but again, beforehand, there were 4 members of Copenhagen Wolves around his mid lane. Diving a Carpus is never a good idea. We can agree. But still, Copenhagen Wolves, they have no place to make here. So they try to go down here to Wicked, try and set something up, trying to stop him from this farm, because look how far ahead he's actually getting here. Instead, I do feel, however, they could actually went in, kill Froggen, or at least forced him away from the turret and then pushed it down.
Leona does come in there in the form of Unlimited, trying to see if he can land that poke, try and keep that tower pressure on there. They've shoved the bottom wave one again back into Tabs, who is free farming that one. Froggen's going to get an ace and a hole in, that's going to get blocked off by Shook, and they're keeping that pressure on this mid turret.
Yeah, so now they're actually rotating here with 4 members. Amazing didn't show himself, but a good bubble.
That's a good bubble. All the pain went down and he took a tower hit, but there wasn't a great deal of return from that one.
And instantly, actually, they forced Wicked now to move from this top lane. So he's with the team. Because there were so many members from Copenhagen was pushing on the turret, and because the wave fear wasn't there from Alliance, Whip taps down the bottom lane, just free farming for himself. So teams now reset a bit. Copenhagen Wolves at least forced Wicked away from his top lane.
Well, while Alliance are pushing the bottom, it's going to be Tabs down the bottom lane that they're going to try and collapse in towards. You can see Amazing already making his way down there. Can he get towards him? Mega Inferno Bomb being used to clear out that wave, and Amazing does step away. Didn't get spotted out though. That was just sheerly Tabs saying, you know, there's quite a lot of people making moves towards you.
Yeah.
Back away, buddy.
Yeah, there was 4 members in mid, now there's only 6. Clearly something is going on. I'm not going to continue going up here in my lane, so he just wisely enough backed off.
Tabs is continuing good farm, and this time around he is keeping up with Forgiven, despite the fact they've not really been in lane with one another. There's not been any harassment between them. Youngbuck in that top lane, he's trying to do the same that Wicked's been doing. He's trying to keep that wave frozen, but honestly, Alliance are happy with that because the Dragon's up in 7 seconds and they're the ones in position for it.
Yeah, well, Teleport is ready for Youngbuck, so he can join down. He's actually going to go back to base and shop now, so he can join in as strong as possible for this fight. But Alliance, yeah, as you said, good position, actually starting out the Dragon already.
Just slide it down, he's already down to half hit points down. Amazing lingering off at the side. He wants to get involved in this one, but I'm not too sure they want to go for it. He's going to try and run in anyway, and he gets caught out by the wave there. But Alliance are happy to step away from this one. Shook can just jump out of the pit, and they're all clear.
And Youngbuck used his teleport, even though he was never close to actually joining the fight. Forgiven was trying to run from his own turret, so he was never close to joining either. It means it was just a free Dragon for Alliance, and they got the teleport while Wicked kept his own.
Wicked's going to be happy to hold on to that one. Mid lane, 3 members stacked up, but Froggen's keeping them at bay with that layways, that defile. They're going to try and rotate around, take away the blue buff from them, which has spawned, and the Wolves are coming for this one. I don't think Shook's going to get close enough. Remember, he doesn't quite have Smite just yet. They can delay it a little bit longer. The pressure from Alliance may be enough to keep him at bay. He's going to jump in,
he
gets the Smite.
Yeah, Shook got the Smite here, jumped in. Again, they don't get the blue buff onto Froggen, which is the whole goal for Copenhagen Wolves here. Of course, it would be a bonus picking up the blue themselves, but they want to make sure Froggen doesn't get blue, so he can't just go farm all the jungle camps and just get really, really strong. So at least the tactic works somewhat for them, even though Shook smites it away.
Dangerous time for Tabs here. Could get tower dived. Unlimited has got that solar flare available, which is why Nif is now making a move towards there. And actually, Froggen is doing rates actually off the side. The Aqua Prison does come down, Forgiven quickly 90 Calabinetta away from that one. Tabs keeps the farm going.
Keep the farm going, but the turret took a lot of damage, so next time Copenhagen Wolves get a push like this, if Nip is not there, they will be able to pick it up. Meanwhile, though, this top lane, just standing there, pushing down a big wave to Wicked now. He can freeze it once again, and then Youngbuck can try and do something else, or he can try and push it all the way into the turret, which will be a little bit risky. If Shug is nearby, he can try and force Youngbuck away, so both top laners at the moment, though, just trading big waves.
Just happy to stack out that tier. They're just delaying the game once again. This is exactly what happened. And the Wolves, again, they will have a bit more damage this time in the late game, but they are allowing Alliance to just stack out the tiers, keep that power building on both Ryze and Karthus.
And this is actually why I thought they picked Leona. So at this stage of the game, when Wicked just want to farm, when Froggen just wants to farm, that's why you can make plays on Leona. You can set something up. But they haven't, or they don't really feel confident enough, it seems, to actually start something. They don't want to dive onto Froggen to try and force him away from the turret.
Youngbuck tries to keep him here, and they're going to clear out the wave and try and shove it straight in, which does actually force Froggen to stay. It's going to be a sweep from Unlimited, clearing out that Triforce. They do have 3 members down here. Remember, you'd said the tower was taken pretty low in the last push. So, they're going to get caught out here. Nif's going to be the focus. Solarflare used, Ace in the hole's going to get blocked out by Tabs. Great defensive work from Alliance.
Good work here, forced away the flash though, so they got something from Copenhagen Wolves' side, and they're actually rotating in towards this red buff. Got a good deep ward here, you can see people moving around here from Alliance side. But just seems actually, no, 5 members from Copenhagen Wolves are moving down towards the bottom lane. They really want this turret now.
They're going to try and come towards it. Kaltard is back in base at the moment, but again, Tabs are doing a great job at keeping that wave clear. Alliance are all now there. Wicked does have teleport if he needs it, but he's going to keep pushing. The fact that the Youngbuck showed himself down this bottom wave, I think they will take the tower. They can probably brute force it out.
They're scared of the teleport and the ultimate from Froggen, so they don't feel they can just go in and take the turret with so many members from Alliance there. And there's no teleport on Youngbuck, so he needs to run all the way up to the top lane if he wants this big wave that Wicked is pushing up.
Yeah, he's fast pushing it straight in there, trying to drive it in towards the tower, trying to make him lose as much experience as possible. Kaltar was debating his Mega Inferno Bomb there, I feel, and I'm pretty sure Youngbuck was like, don't you dare take away my farm.
Yeah, so with the Cannon Minion as well, it's going to take some time for the wave to even die, so he's plenty of time to get up there. Cannon Minion won't even die, he's going to pick it up. He only lost 1 minion on this, so no problem.
Not too much of a problem. That means Youngbuck's going to hold the lane for a while, I feel, so...
And push it down, big wave, and Wicked is going to say thank you.
Back and forward, yeah, it goes. Shook actually almost stepping on Amazing there. Instead, just going to pounce away. Wasn't sure what position he was in. So let's have a look at some of the items. We can see Bloodthirsters have been completed by both AD carries. They've been there for a while, actually. And if we look across towards the gold, it's actually forgiven with the advantage right now because we just saw the Sheen being picked up by Tabs. Meanwhile, the mid lane as well, no surprise there. Rod of Ages coming out for both Wicked and Froggen. We know the story, we know what they're going. Let's see what Kaltard and more importantly Youngbuck can do to counter it.
Well, Kaltard really needs to build a lot of damage here because his team they need to avoid the same issue they had in the last game where they simply didn't have the damage to take down Alliance. So he needs to go death cap, everything. But Teleport coming down here to the bottom lane.
It's going to be Wicked coming in there. Hasn't got the home guard boost. Can't jump on towards them. They're going to get caught out though. Rune Prison goes down. Solar Flare flashed out of. Not too sure whether Wicked needed to go for that one. Dragon only up in about a minute's time, so that's not really the focus. It's just a straight up brawl in the bot lane. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to quite be enough damage, and everybody disengages. Very low hit points, but not low enough for Froggen to pull the trigger.
A lot of summoners though burned, or at least 2 flashes burned from Copenhagen Wolves side here, so for the dragon fight they won't be ready. On the other side here, only Wicked actually used his flash in the fight, so small advantage to Alliance. But now Copenhagen Wolves, they stay in this bottom lane. They just want to continue pushing. Alliance didn't manage to kill them and then force them away.
Good damage onto Forgiven there from Tabs. Quickly trades it back. Aqua Prison does not quite land. Tabs going aggressive once again. We saw this in game 3 and continuing to keep that pressure on Forgiven.
And amazing, I don't think they actually spotted him yet. He never moved into range of it, so he's just staying in the bush here. But Shug is nearby too. If something should happen, he will be able to join in.
Would he be able to catch him early enough? That's the problem. But Kaltard has taken that mid turret down all on his own up against Froggen there. So that's a good advantage gain just with 15 seconds remaining for this dragon.
And now the only issue for Wicked is that the wave over here, he won't be able to farm it as he did before because the dragon is spawned, because his teleport is down. He needs to move here. No flash onto him. He could be the target for Copenhagen Wolves if the land ultimate from Unlimited in his face. He's not very tanky yet, so he could definitely be the one they want to kill.
Another ward gets placed in there. The Copenhagen Wolves are in position. Alliance have all shifted into position as well. And we talked about how they don't want to get caught in that pit. It's a problem. We see Youngbuck getting caught with a little bit of burst, but a good chopper landed on Wicked and doing a sizable amount of damage there.
Quite a lot of damage here from Youngbuck, actually winning out on the trade versus Wicked. It seems though Alliance, with Froggen staying in the mid lane, I wouldn't say abandon the Dragon here, but at least they're letting Copenhagen Wolves start it. Maybe they want to go in.
Remember, Requiem is available, and should this fight go the distance, and that's what they're going to be looking to do. Wicked tries to land the damage. Mega Inferno Bomb missed out, but it does mean that Copenhagen Wolves got the Dragon. Now they're going to go aggressive, jumping onto Amazing, taken so low, the Culling gets the damage. Requiem comes out, they pounce on Unlimited. It's another kill, this time for Froggen. Now Forgiven's going to get pounced on towards. They do back away, and it was a 2 for 0, but Copenhagen Wolves got the Dragon.
2 ultimates used by Copenhagen Wolves. 2 completely missed. Wasn't even close to hitting anything here. So Alliance pick up 2 kills. Now pushing on to this mid turret. Forgiven will join in, try to wave clear it.
They may be able to clear this one out. Looks like Alliance are not going to go heavy on this one. Ace in the hole will land. Ooh, the cleaver not quite close enough on Nif. And he steps away from that one. Blue buff steal coming in from Shook here. No doubt about this one. Has got Smite available. Katar's going to try and come across, but it's already gone.
Good move by Shook actually. The rest of his team went mid lane first, pressured Copenhagen Wolves to stay there to try and clear, and then he just went up, took the blue buff. So very nice move. And of course, blue buff on Carvus is one thing, blue buff on Ziggs nothing, but top lane, a lot of action.
Going on to Youngbuck, Youngbuck in trouble, he's going to go down. It's going to be Tabs and Wicked combo that picks him up there. There's a giant wave on the bottom that I wonder why Shook stepped away from. That tower's very low, that wave is going to take the turret down.
Yeah, might actually kill the turret, and now he just leaves it. He just wanted to actually to kill the turret, and then he can just push into the Alliance, and then Tabs can come down and pick up a massive wave, or Wicked can recall and run down to the bottom lane and take the big wave when it comes into the turret. So it's just leaving it for now, but top lane wise, 1v1 fight, and then Tabs, the AD carry, just comes up and ganks it and picks up a kill.
Strolls up then, happy with that one. So, let's take a look at what's going on across the game. Copenhagen Wolves had a bigger advantage in Game 2 in a similar situation that we're in right now. Alliance, clearly, we know what's going to happen. They did it in the last game. They're going to hold out 30-minute mark, and then the power spikes will start kicking in. They'll cause problems. What are the Wolves doing to counter this? Because seemingly, they're letting it happen.
Yeah, that's first of all the first issue. When they had the chance with Wicked freezing the top lane, that's where they had to make plays elsewhere, where they forced Froggen away, picked up the turret, went bot lane, for instance, dived onto them in bot lane, picked the turrets there. They didn't manage to do anything. Yes, they got the turret bot now, they got the mid turret, but it was a bit too late because look at Wicked's farm here. And also with Wicked just recalling from top lane, 2 kills, he went down bottom lane, got a big wave again. So Alliance are just putting so much farm onto him, and Copenhagen also doing nothing to stop it. So he's just gonna get the same power spike or get to the same point as he did in the last game, where Ryze becomes so strong, and then combined with Karthus, who's once again farming. Wow, Shukon very aggressive.
Very aggressive, and he's caught out. Flashes the solar flare just the right time and gets out of the Mega Inferno Bomb with that speed boost. He does manage to get away from it.
Well, again, aggressive plays by Alliance. They feel a lot more confident than in the last game. Shook diving onto him. Of course, he didn't have the damage reduction from the turret as we talked about in this 4.5 patch, but still can tank a lot of damage. And Alliance is staying here, getting the turret now.
That's a turret for the Alliance, and it was a big important one. They are 4-2 down in turrets, but more importantly, once they get that one down, the rest should follow. This is exactly following the pattern of last game. We see Youngbuck off the side, trying to get some split push going, but he's up against the Ryze. Well, he's up against the Kha'Zix right now, who himself will clear the way pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Wicked just returning down to his bottom lane. The next wave coming in, he can pick it up, continue farming, continue get to a strong point. So again, everything for Alliance, they are happily, even though they're even in gold, they are completely fine with it, just saying, you know what, we don't mind going late game at all. We need to remember, however, though, Leona and Ziggs late game are both very good. Of course, with the engage with the CC from Leona and all the damage you can bring with Ziggs here. So the late game comp from Copenhagen was not bad. Just when you are against Karthus and Ryze, you kind of get a disadvantage straight away just by those 2 picks.
Youngbuck needs to be careful. There's 2-3 members all closing the gap towards him. We've just seen the leap come out from Shook. He's going to land the slow one towards Youngbuck. Youngbuck's going to try and flash out of this one. He's not got it available, actually. He's going to get locked up with that Rune Prison. The Aqua Prison follows through. His ultimate's just simply not regenerating enough health. And there's going to be one burst. I think they want to give it across the Wicked here, which is what the delay is. Instead, Shook ganks it away.
And that was such a risk-free gank by Alliance because the rest of Copenhagen Wolves were not in a position to push anything. They spotted Forgiven all the way up in top lane. They knew Carter was here in the mid lane. So for them going in here, they
they wouldn't lose anything. There was no turrets Copenhagen could push down, so 3 members just went down, chased on to Youngblood, who was completely overextended, and got an easy kill again.
And just like Game 2, we're seeing Wicked and Froggen starting to power ahead in terms of farm, in terms of items. Well, you can see it. The Seraph Embrace now completed by Froggen. Wicked, well, he's not too far away from it himself. He's already at 658 stacks, so that will be completed very soon. Big items starting to come out for Alliance, and the Copenhagen Wolves have to start making some plays. Youngbuck is effectively down and out right now. He's got one single item complete, which is the Spirit Visage. He's been harmed, he's been hampered, he's been literally frozen out of CS every time, which is what he was doing down the bottom there. He was trying to simply buy himself some time to get that CS going. Solar Flare being used out by Unlimited and completely whiffing. And Nif just simply stepped away from it, didn't even force a flash.
We've seen a lot of ultimates from Copenhagen Wolves this game completely missed. 2 times from Ziggs, 2 times from Leona now, and they need to land his key ultimate, especially from Leona because that's engaged. But Youngbuck now take a lot of damage.
He's got his ultimate running in just about in the nick of time. It came off cooldown. That sadism keeping his life in there. But Tabs, again, going full on aggression. He used his flash, though, to go for that kill.
But it's the AD carry against the split pusher from the enemy team. There's no chance. He just goes straight onto him, does so much damage, forces Youngbuck away. So Alliance now can just, again, push out the wave, move into the jungle of Copenhagen Wolves, pick up whatever they want. Dragon is up in 2 seconds. Youngbuck, he's going to run to the top lane, but there's no ultimate. If he comes down for the fight with his teleport, he's not even going to be hard for Alliance to kill, actually.
They were so safe and secure on that blue buff that Shook saved the smite for this Dragon. Dragon taken down to half health very quickly. Ace and a hole being used on Froggen, but again, with that Seraph's Embrace, he doesn't do a lot of damage. And quickly, though, they're piling straight on towards him. Wicked's gone very deep on this one. The Aqua Prison catching 3 members. Shook's all on his own. Everybody seems to have gone separate, but they are picking up kills. He's going to jump away. The Requiem's going to come out. Amazing's going to catch on to Shook. No! The health comes back from Nif, heals him up there, and it was a 2 for 0. It was a sloppy fight from Alliance, though.
A bit of a sloppy fight. They really wanted to engage here. They fought the wave from Nif, would hit multiple members, and then the teleport from Wicked, who again, remember, Ryze is not too tanky yet. That's why they could turn around and force him out. But it does mean a Dragon for Alliance. And at the same time, in the fight itself, you see how strong Kha'Zix is in these fights. When he gets in there, pops his ultimate, he can just tank multiple members and still pick up a kill and jump out. That champion is very, very strong.
It turns the gold around. Copenhagen Wolves, remember, they had about a 1 or 2k gold lead. It was only a minor lead, but now we're seeing Alliance stepping up the pressure with a 4,000 gold lead. Blue Wolf stolen away by Amazing. No, that's not a bad job. That's going to take it away from Froggen once again. It's something they've been doing pretty much efficiently throughout these games. As it stands, though, Alliance are the dominant force, and now with the Void Staff completed for Froggen, he's just going to get stronger and stronger, and that Requiem is going to really start to hurt.
And he's almost hitting 300 CS by 27 minutes. He's going to get it very, very soon, so he's so strong. And whoa, Unlimited's going to check into Shook here.
Yeah, he's going to have to leap away from that one. Has evolved the wings, no problem there, just pounces out of position. 300 CS there for Froggen. 27 minutes into this one. Not a bad score overall when you're in your quarterfinals. It's not like it's a no-pressure match either. There's a lot on the line for this team. It's the team he built to win things. And we're going to see whether they can do it. As of yet, being pushed to the limit by the Wolves.
Well, for now at least, in this game, it looks a lot better for Alliance than it did in the last game at this point, where Copenhagen was like 5,000 gold ahead. They were pressuring turrets. This time around, though, it's actually Alliance with controlling the lanes and forcing Copenhagen to move around. Youngbuck needs to be careful because Shook is nearby here.
As is Tabs. Tabs, of course, almost took him down once already, and Tabs happily not lulling himself into anything here, trying to play it casual, trying to play it cool. Shook ready and waiting. Claws ready to catch in towards him, and Youngbuck is still not backing off. Finally, he's going to step away. He's unsure of the position. Copenhagen Wolves actually do have pretty good ward coverage, and I was just wondering if they're going to try and start the Baron. That would be crazy.
They don't really have too much damage. Well, okay, Evelyn, of course, does quite a lot of damage to it, but it would take some time, and Alliance should really be able to get in there in time to stop
Wicked.
them.
Wicked in trouble. He's going to get caught out. 4 members closing the gap. He's already trying to speed himself away from this one. He's going to get Agony's Embrace, going to lock him down. Flash is not available, remember. He's going to continue running. Ace in the hole comes out. Solar Flare. Lots being burned on this one. There's the heal. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to get saved because the Seraph's Embrace is completed. And a 4-man gank with, what, 3 ultimates? 4 ultimates used to lock him down. and he just walks away without flash. It buys time for Alliance to just push the mid turret.
Yeah, things are just getting worse and worse for Copenhagen Wolves. Even when they try and gank one member without a flash, they can't kill him. They simply can't. So now they lose a turret for it. Youngbuck is going to try and come in from behind here. Can't actually start a fight. Remember, no ultimates.
No ultimates at all. And Alliance actually happy to just step away from this one. They've taken themselves an inner turret, and why not? There's no danger for them, really. Despite the Copenhagen Wolves having fantastic ward coverage, they just didn't seem to see that one coming.
Well, again, if you invest 4 members to go out there and try and kill a guy, of course you leave your mid lane open, and that's what Alliance instantly said, because Froggen, he's always staying in his mid lane, always keeping it pushed at least to the middle part. So as soon as they see something happening, they can easily push it up to the turret. That's what they did. Fast reactions, got a turret. And they didn't lose anything on it, except for Wicked had to click on his one item.
I can't feel that Copenhagen Wolves really need Alliance to make a mistake here. It's completely a possibility. I mean, they did it against Fnatic in that close run-up in the first game of Super Week, but it would have to be a big disadvantage for Alliance to lose the game.
One thing we can say for sure is the wave clear on Copenhagen Wolves side is very, very strong.
Yes.
Caitlyn and Ziggs, they can extend the game for a long time. So they can get to the point where they pick up their 5 and 6 items and get to the point where in these last very late team fights where the diff timers are so long and everyone got full items, it's just coming down to the small details. And also, even though Carvers and Ryze are so strong in the game, they can still make mistakes. You can still get a kill onto them, catch them out of position, and then with 70 seconds or how long the diff timer is at level 18, you can then push in to the enemy base.
Well, that Requiem's doing near 800 damage now, and looking at Caitlyn's health, that's half the health already, so keep our eye on that one. Of course, he has got heal available for Given, but if he gets caught out of position or countered, then that Requiem will be doing a heck of a lot of damage as the items continue to stack. Rabadon's Death Cap's going to be the next one for him. It has been completed by Counter himself. Let's not discount, as you mentioned, Ziggs does a hell of a lot of damage, but again, caught out. This time going aggressive, though. Solar Flare misses this time. Ace in the hole comes through. Mega Inferno Bomb. They do get Froggen down, and the Wolves can turn this one into an advantage. Requiem being used. Not sure on that one. The rest of Alliance are close by is going to try and stop the push on the mid turret.
Yeah, Froggen used the Requiem here to try and get Copenhagen Wolves to hesitate on what to do now. At least poke them down a little bit before the fight, because there's such a long time before he can join in anyway. And Alliance might actually want to try and fight this one.
Oh, we're going to see Shook jump in, but the rest of his team are not with him. Uses that stealth advantage, though. They're calling on towards Counter, takes him very low, and the last shot manages to take him down. Unlimited now the focus. Shook going to keep them at bay here. They may try and choose to chase because Youngbuck has been separated.
So again, Copenhagen Wolves with the advantage, had 5 members, actually end up giving a kill to Alliance. We've seen it in Game 1, we saw it in Game 2, and now Alliance actually, I'm not sure, they won't be going for this Baron, it would be way too risky for them, but at least they got some very good vision here, and they can actually try and force Copenhagen Wolves to stay around.
Yeah, Limited is sticking off the side, he's got to be careful. Shook could pounce over towards him, don't forget. There is flashes available on Tabs. Nif, Wicked, everybody could pile in if they need to. Forgiven might be the target. There it is. They get a flash towards him. The damage goes down. And now Copenhagen Wolves are in all sorts of trouble. Youngbuck stood there, but simply he's going to try and run away from this one. Amazing going to get caught out, but he's running straight into the claws of Shook. And that will be a double kill for Tabs. Froggen is back. They're going Baron.
Such a good bait by Alliance here. Tabs actually stayed outside of the pit, so there was vision on him, and he kept cancelling his own auto attack, so it looked like he was actually hitting towards the Baron. So Copenhagen Wolves, they just went in there, trying at least to stop him, because they thought the Baron was started by Alliance, and they just turned around. So Alliance here, very smart play. They knew they weren't tanky enough or healthy enough to just start the Baron, so they just baited it out completely. And then Copenhagen Wolves, of course, with great acting from Tabs, hold on to it and just got in there and just died.
Going for an Oscar there. Amazing. Going to be going in. They're going to try and take the Dragon away. They need the gold right now. They're starting to be starved out by Alliance. You can see the gap that's quickly formed, an 8,000 gold gap. That's going to be lowered to 7 as this Dragon goes down slowly but surely. Now will get picked up by the Wolves. Remember, the Dragon gets stronger and stronger, and more gold will go towards it as the game goes on. However, at the 33-minute mark, we're still yet to see our first level 18 on the map. Froggen, the closest to it, has been farming up a storm. 354 CS right now, and more importantly, he's got a lot of big items.
And now we are talking about Wicked, we're talking about Froggen all the time, and we really have to highlight Tabs again.
Yes.
Like, the last game...
5-0-2 again.
Yeah, last game we went like 6-0
I think we should also
4.
probably highlight Nif, because he's James Bond right now.
Highlight everyone. Sugar's been in the face of them as well on this Kha'Zix, doing a lot of damage and been so annoying in the team fights, but Tabs, again, like, while he's the solo laners from the Alliance people normally focus on, he's always there, he's always performing now. Shaky start to the season, but really stepped it up now and performing so well in every single game.
The Wolves are rotating to half-heartedly defend this turret, but you can see there's next to no health on it. Wicked's going to walk in, Tabs just needs a couple of double taps, and that will go down. No problem there. Youngbuck, he's trying to split push, trying to keep something going, but Mundo is not the strongest split push champion in the world.
I get all sad when I see Youngbuck and Mundo here compared to the Jackson game 1, how powerful he was in this split push. Now Mundo's like, yeah, you're going to push the wave up to the turret, but then someone from Alliance is going to recall, go back and clear it, and that's it. You're never going to hit the turret, you're never really going to force them away from the turret, so your split pushing is just going to force someone to back off, but when there's a teleport on Rise, no problem for Wicked, you just go back and clear the wave.
Success punishing him in game 1. And we talked about it right at the top of the show. It's like, what is he going to do with the fact that Grengas, Heimerdinger, Renekton banned out there? What will he go with? He went with the Jax, that's now banned out. And he doesn't seem to have an answer for Wicked's Rise. That split push Rise has been working wonders. It was a wise ban in game 1, but they seem to let it through. They did seem to feel and maybe underestimating Wicked on Rise.
First of all, it was actually Alliance banning Rise in game 1 to take it away from Youngbuck and Counter. And then looking at game 3, the champ select, Copenhagen Wolves, by continuing to ban out all these top laners, actually end up in the situation where Alliance could just first pick the Rise like they did, and you would be in the same situation as last game, which clearly is not in favor of Copenhagen Wolves. So I'm a little bit surprised they banned away all the top laners. Maybe they didn't expect the first pick Rise.
Well, Tabs has got himself some free time to hit the turret there on the inhibitor. He does not quite land the shot, almost got in towards it, but it's buying time. Wicked in this top lane. Amazing's going to try and wave clear it. Wicked's just going to stroll away, but again, Tabs on that turret in the bottom inhibitor turret. This time around does get hits on towards it. And they are starting to split. It's actually a 1-2-2 split push that Alliance are running here with this Baron buff.
Yeah, and Tabs as well, going into the Blaze Ruin King with his Trinity Force, so his dual potential in these 1v1 to 2v2s is very, very strong. And also, Lucian with his passive can always get in, get 2 hits onto the turret, back out. And if he can just continue to do it while every single lane is being pressured up, he will get the turret.
Well, of course, every time you see him use that ability, like you mentioned, gets that double tap off, and Coutard's been feeling the pressure of that. Keeps landing those hits. Coutard slowly but surely running, draining out of mana there. Amazing trying to do a drive-by on Shook there, but he's not going to fall for that one. Froggen pushing the wave in. Everybody from the walls trying to keep them at bay here. Wicked actually pretty much soloing against Youngbuck in that top wave, but Youngbuck I don't think can face him anymore.
Well, the damage from Wicked onto Youngbuck is not amazing, so he can at least stay there and just clear the wave. That's why nobody's actually pushing towards each other. And as long as Unlimited is where Tabs is, he makes sure Tabs will never move into the turret and get a few hits, because there's a chance of Leona engaging onto him and killing him. But Alliance now rotating 3 members up here. Youngbuck is all alone at his turret.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to hold this one. We can see Alliance slowly pushing in towards it. The rest of Copenhagen Wolves are rotating around. They've got to be careful they don't leave Tabs alone, which is why Coutard is sticking around there. And Amazing may fancy a little go at Tabs. Tabs wisely backing away from this one.
Wisely backing away, so Alliance keeping Tabs now actually to push up the mid lane. Gonna be the same. This time there's no Leona, so he can actually get in, get a few hits. Needs of course to be careful for all the damage from Coutard in case he gets caught out by some DPS. But the rest of Alliance moving back towards the mid lane.
Going to try and come around there. Wicked's trying to get poking on towards them. They've got them out of rotation. No, you can see it's actually Tabs that's tanking it up. Ace in the hole. Might be enough damage. No, Mega Inferno Bomb comes through. Nif is the only one caught out by that. It will mean that they're going to back away. Amazing comes around. He uses that Agony's Embrace, but Tabs is just tanking him through it. Froggen dives himself in towards it. Unlimited going to be the focus on target. Now he gets caught out by the Aqua Prison. Quickly popped out by Tabs. Next focus comes in. Requiem comes down. Coutard's in trouble. He gets talked out. It's the double with Forgiven going down. Shook pounces away. Takes a couple of tower hits. He doesn't care about them. Tabs is trying to go aggressive. The Aqua Prison catching him up, but it's the inhibitor they are after. And it's 3 members of Copenhagen Wolves going down. They may continue on for the win.
And we were just waiting for this to happen. The comp from Alliance is so strong late game. One team fight. They destroy Copenhagen Wolves, simple as that.
Crazy, crazy stuff. They finally start picking up those kills. We knew the Requiem would do the damage, but more importantly, it was Tabs. Tabs going hyper-aggressive once again. 6-0-3. Fantastic stuff from him all game long. The minions continue to roll on through into the base. Still the two members of the Wolves try and defend it. There's the Nexus turret going down. There's Youngbuck going down. Amazing, the last man standing. The Nexus will fall. It's Alliance that will go through to the semi-finals to face Fnatic tomorrow. And the Copenhagen Wolves go through to the relegation match. They are still in the promotion series, but it's going to be a tough game for them.
It's going to be a very tough game. And what we've seen in these 3 games is Copenhagen Wolves, whenever they got ahead early game, gave Alliance time to farm. In game 1, they still managed to win because they had the Jax, because they had the better late game. But in game 2 and game 3, the late game from Alliance was better, and the fact that Copenhagen Wolves could never punish them or finish the games simply meant that the late game comes from Alliance would just shine.
So the Copenhagen Wolves, you see them there. Commiserations to them. They did a really great performance. Game 1 was fantastic from them, no doubt about it. But the Yasuo being taken away, the Jax being taken away. You actually saw how deflated Kaltad was the moment that Yasuo ban came in. He's like, oh, that's what we were going to fall back to. And it took him away. Let's not discredit his Ziggs. Well, he went 0-4-2. He got the farm going. He kept them at bay. But simply put, all of the lanes were under pressure the whole game.
Yeah, in the last game, I mean, there's, again, the lineup for Alliance. Everything you want to have late game, there you go. Like, everything. Even Nami late game is a very strong support because, again...
You're a champion, man.
You have so much CC to bring to the team, so you're very, very strong late game as a supporter. So everything about Alliance comp here was perfect in the late game. That's it. Simple as that. So it meant for Copenhagen Wolves. That's why they locked in Leona as well, too. They needed to try and do something in the mid game, and they managed to do nothing. Every time they tried, they missed ultimates, couldn't get the engages they want, and it meant that as long as it was even in gold, Alliance were perfectly happy just extending the game, just farming away, and in the end, Alliance actually pulled ahead in gold, and then it was just a matter of time before we had this last team fight where Copenhagen Wolves, they needed to try something, but they were just simply not strong enough. So, as a team for them, looking back at these matches, they're really going to regret game 2 here. They're really going to regret playing over-aggressive, making the mistakes they did, because they were far ahead. They actually had the chance to do something. And also, they will regret playing so passive. Simple as that.
So, I mean, they were against the team that would basically punish being passive.
Exactly.
They didn't seem to change. With that match decided, let's check to see the brackets and see where those teams currently are. With that win, of course, it means Alliance will move on to the semi-finals where they will face Fnatic in tomorrow. That's going to be the first series of the day, a best of 3.
And what a match is going to be. Of course, both these teams, Alliance getting second place in the league and now facing on against, I mean, Fnatic are getting second in the league, now facing against Alliance. I mean, we're going to get a dream semi-final.
A dream semi-final. It does, of course, mean that the Copenhagen Wolves will be heading to the 5th place match at the end of the day tomorrow, where they will be playing the loser of the next match, which is coming up, of course, which is Rocket versus Gambit. That's going to be a huge game in itself.
I want to see what Diamond Prox is going to pull out here in 4.5. Every single time there's a new patch, you never want to face Gambit because they always got something ready, something new. They're going to pull it out, especially after boot camping and for playoffs. Let's see what Gambit can actually bring.
Let's see what they bring to the table. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, Joe and Quickshot will be here to take you into the best of 3 between Rocket and Gambit. We'll be right back.
That's the deal.
To the European LCS playoffs here. We just had our first quarterfinal and the Alliance was victorious over the Copenhagen Wolves in 3 games. So I'm joined by both Froggen and Wicked to talk about that. Froggen, maybe you want to start by telling us about game 1 because that went really bad, really fast for you guys.
Yeah, so I think we played way too passive in game 1 and they basically had all the control and they had the outscaling top lane as well. Like we basically couldn't handle Jackson. He could always go off to the side lane and just split push. He didn't even have to buy magic resistance because I need to be with the team in mid. So we need to send Shyvana against Jackson. It's not really that favorable. So we just took that away in the other games and it seemed to work out pretty well.
Wicked, what do you think about that first game? And then, of course, they were banning out both your Aurelia, your beloved Aurelia, and also Renekton, which kind of left you pondering what you should pick.
So I like playing Aurelia and Renekton against Jax and also like Ryze against Jax, but all of them were banned and then they picked Jax, so it was a pretty terror matchup.
So you didn't have anything to say about Wicked being banned out?
Nah, it's like since season 1 ban Aurelia, GG.
Anyway, you guys went into game 2, of course, very important to reset your minds, and then you thought, when in doubt, just go for the Karthus. Tell us about the pick and ban phase for you guys.
Well, Karthus is pretty OP. It's like you just free farm in mid and then you just ultimate and it's pretty much a free win. But I didn't actually plan on playing Karthus too much. We really wanted to play the 6 and have the stronger split pushers, but we had to change our strategy because of game 1. So just like, okay, we can do Ryze Karthus and it's really, really strong with the rune prison and just lay waste on top of that and nobody can survive that. And we know Forgiven likes to play a 6 AD carry item build with like basically only 6 offensive items. So he's not going to get out of that rune prison and he's going to straight up die, and it worked really well for us in team fights.
Tell me then your experience, Wicked, in the 2 games then in the end that you guys won a lot better than game 1, obviously.
Wait, say that again?
How was your experience in the 2 games that followed and your matchup versus Youngbuck?
Well, my experience was really fun because Ryze against Mundo, I can free farm all day, it's not really a problem. The only problem I had was in the 3rd game, I decided to go in 1v5 at level 1 and I kind of got destroyed.
What happened? Were you tapped out or something? Because it seemed like you weren't looking at all.
Well, I was looking at our beautiful bottom lane and looking what they were doing, and then suddenly I was finding 5 people.
Tell me about the bottom lane performance, because in the pregame, you guys said, well, or you actually said, basically Forgiven just goes off and farms and then comes back really strong, or lets his team fight 4 versus 5. How much of a threat was he in the series?
I actually think they won game 1 without really having him as any impact at all. It was basically just them being really strong on, obviously, Yasuo and Jax. And Amazing also played pretty decent, where Forgiven don't usually get to farm up as he wants to, where in game 2 and in game 3 you only saw him be mid, you saw him farm all the time. He doesn't even base for mana and stuff if he's low on mana, so he's going to be pretty weak in the team fights. So they didn't really play to his strengths, I think, and I think we played really well around it in game 2 and 3.
You guys absolutely did, and that means that you'll be in the semifinals tomorrow versus Fnatic. Wicked, first up, how do you think that matchup is going to play out? How strong do you think they are?
Well, I just hope they don't ban Aurelia.
Well, I think they're going to do that right now for sure. Froggen, what do you think about the matchup?
I think it's going to be a more explosive matchup than this. Like, honestly, this was like pretty much just a farm fest. Like, Kart is 6 and stuff, and you just farm all day. Versus Fnatic, I think there's going to be more aggression.
Okay, you guys, Roccat versus Gambit is coming up, of course, as our next game. What do you think that are kind of the strongest, who is the strongest team going into that one, Froggen?
I think we have a pretty good idea from scrims. They're like about even. They both have some new things they want to show off, and they have tried a lot of new stuff. So I think we're in for a treat here.
Wicked.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I would vote for Rocket winning, but I would definitely say people should out for Darren because he does a lot of good stuff.
There's a lot of good stuff. Well, thank you very much, guys. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow, of course, as you are in your semifinals. Congratulations, once again, the Alliance in the semifinals. But who's going to be at our other semifinalists? We're going to find out, because it's time for Roccat versus Gambit with Joe and Quickshot.
Thank you very much, Shox, and welcome back, everyone, to the LCS Spring Playoffs. I'm Joe Miller alongside Trevor Quickshot Henry as we head into our second quarter-final series of the day, where Roccat are going to take on Gambit. Now, Roccat come into this game after finishing 4th in the regular season, just 1 place above the 5th place Gambit, obviously. And during the split, Roccat owned the head-to-head record between the two teams at 3-1.
Yeah, now throughout the course of the split, Roccat has performed well. They've been staying in the top 3 teams of the league for 9 consecutive weeks, and they held on to first place for 3 of those. Now, while Roccat may have struggled for the last few weeks of the split, these teams are incredibly close in terms of overall statistics.
And when you actually look into the stats that we track for the LCS, these teams are so ridiculously close, and so much so that we actually want to share some of them with you. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, so we talked about this in the preview show, but that is a long time ago. I want to start with the average CS numbers. So we worked out the average CS for all 5 members of the team, and the variance between each lane is at maximum 4. Gambit averaged 54 CS between their entire team at 10 minutes. Roccat are only 2 off their pace. If we look later in the game at 20 minutes, Roccat now has 2 more than Gambit. So it's again just demonstrating how close these two teams truly are. Too many T's. While we're looking at CS, it's only one part of the picture. I think objectives like Dragons and Barons play a very big role because you know both of these teams like to fight for them. And once again, they're very close. Roccat has secured 10 out of the 18 Dragons and 4 out of the 7 Barons taken during the 4 times these teams have done battle.
And Gambit has also held strong at the top of the table for pretty much the majority of the split. They were in first or second place for 8 out of the 11 weeks, but you never once really felt like Gambit were fully in control of the European LCS. And as a team, Gambit have always flirted with inconsistency. We all know that by now, but their ability to rise above the competition when required is as strong as ever. The last time, of course, that these two teams faced off is a perfect example of that, with Gambit decimating the Roccat squad behind a flawlessly executed Siege comp.
Yeah, as a really quick fun fact, Gambit's entire team only spent 1 minute, 25 seconds dead during the entire game, which lasted 25 minutes. The way in which they played was beautiful to behold, starting with Alex firing off homing spear after homing spear from Nidalee, to Diamond cleaning up with Kha'Zix, followed by great objective control. The best part about this particular match was just how strong Gambit seemed to be when playing a style of game, that Siege composition, that you don't associate with the Russians.
And of course, you can't talk about that win without mentioning Genja and his very unusual choice of champion, at least for him.
Yes, for him. Genja picked up Caitlyn for the first time this split, and he didn't play her at all during the summer split last year. He did go on to play later in the week, and not only was it a great pickup, it was doubly effective because it shocked everyone to see Genja on the champion, and it denied it from Celivar, who is one of his most played champions.
Well, Roccat is well aware of Gambit's successful record in big matches and are going to be looking for a weakness in their bottom lane. But Gambit is confident that they can adapt to the meta faster than their rivals and gain the edge to win.
Gambit's reputation is that they always do good in playoffs, they always do good in best of threes, so we're just looking forward to see if that's true.
They're not looking that good lately, and I think if we play our best, we can have a good shot at winning that match.
They did some good in the beginning of LCS, and like us, they have hard time in the end of the split, but maybe they can play better in playoff when there is more at stake.
They have trouble adapting, but when they have enough time to adapt, they know the meta pretty good. At the beginning of when changes comes, some teams found out something OP. Rocket do not find it out, but when time passes through and other teams know a couple of OP champions, Rocket knows everything about the meta. I think their jungler is really good, the Diamond Procs. Alex Ish, I think he's not that stable, but if he has a really good day, he plays almost perfect. Their bot lane is, I think, the weakest point of the team. I think they are not that synergized together. Darren, he plays for the crowd, I think. He is like crazy guy in the team.
Our government say we need to win. You win or you're going to graveyard.
So he's playing very brave and greedy.
Very too greedy. He's gone down. First blood. It is Roccat and shock horror. Darian goes down.
I don't fear death. I'm fear only I can play on stage.
Always great to hear from Darren, and if you don't win, you go to the graveyard. Apparently, it's not somewhere I want to go.
Definitely not. And if any team is going to try to avoid that situation, it's going to be Gambit. They want to deliver.
Well, we are going to be moving on to that best of three, but first of all, let's check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It's Roccat with Zazas in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Celivar the AD carry, and Vander the support.
And on the red side, it is Gambit Gaming. Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex in the mid lane with Genja and Edward as your AD carry and support.
And before we get into the match, our featured matchup for this quarterfinal series takes place in the jungle with Jankos against Diamond. Now, both players are coming in with fairly good statistics. Jankos holds 8 kills, 9 deaths, and 24 assists, while Diamond has 12 kills, 8 deaths, and 11 assists between them. And remember that Diamond did miss one encounter due to those visa issues that happened earlier in the split, where Roccat got the win.
Yeah, now it's really interesting to see the champions that Diamond has played against Roccat, and they're not what you'd consider hyper-successful. He did pull out the Shen in one of those matches, has played the Skarner as well, thank you very much.
And Zed.
And this could result in this particular series, I'm expecting more standard picks, which could result in a higher level of play. Jankos is super important for Roccat in their wins, and the very high assist count is a testament to that. 24 assists in 4 games is a large number. We do track how many blue buffs each of these teams secure, and when we measure Jankos and Diamond together, traditionally, in the majority of Rockat's games, Jankos actually secures more blue buffs than Diamond does. But in this matchup against these two teams, he only secures 22%, which is about 10% less than standard. If we draw some comparisons, it does mean that nearly 80% of all blue buffs get given to Overpower. It is different to the rest of the games, and it could be a reason as to why Roccat are beating Gambit. Diamond, on the other hand, he does secure a high percentage of his team's blues, and we'll need to see if this has any sort of impact in this game. We had a bit of fun with stats for this game.
And one last thing to talk about is Diamond's champion choices when playing against Roccat. He's locked in Shen, Vi, and Kha'Zix, and only Kha'Zix has been successful for him so far.
Yeah, Shen and Vi, less so, and you have to wonder, is that Diamond experimenting or disrespecting? I mean, there's a lot of arguments, a lot of ways you could go.
I don't think with Vi, with Shen, I think it might be a bit more arguable.
Worth a try. For Jankos on the other side, he's played Lee Sin twice, he played Lee Sin Olaf, and I'm very excited to see how both of these junglers transition to 4.5. With the new Feral Flare, we did see it once today already. We know that Jankos and Diamond are both aggressive gankling junglers, and I do feel like Jankos' individual performance is more impactful for his team. I'm also expecting to see Xin Zhao coming out of Diamond Prox. We know how much he loves that jungler.
Yeah, we've seen him play Xin Zhao a little bit earlier on in the season. I'm going to say, I'm actually just going to look at my notes for that because I don't have it in my brain right now. And I can't actually find it, which is terrible, Joe. What's the point of all
You
this?
committed to this. You should have just played it out patiently. But we've seen a few guys pulling out the Xin Zhao. I distinctly remember it was Impaler that did it first in the split to not very good success. If I remember correctly, he went like 0, 8, and 5 when playing that one. But now, thanks to the Feral Flare, it is an item that synergizes well with Xin Zhao's kit. And we'll see if he pulls it out.
And I'm going to try that one again against SK Gaming. He ended 9-1 and 10 on Xin Zhao, knew it all along. Well, we are into bans and picks, and they're coming through pretty quickly here, so let's have a look through them. LeBlanc, Renekton, Nidalee banned out here for Roccat, 2 aimed at Alexich, 1 up towards Darian, who's trying to avoid the graveyard today. Then Ziggs, Rise, and Karma taken away by Gambit. So taking away that Rise, bit more versatility there. The Ziggs against Overpower, and Karma, who's been so successful in support role.
There is so much to catch up on right now, but I'm just going to say that all of the junglers are still available.
Yeah.
Knowing that you've got that Lee Sin up, knowing that Evelyn's there, knowing that Xin Zhao's there, I think both Jankus and Diamond are going to have a field day. With Roccat locking in that first pick Thresh, I am quite happy to see that. It is Vander's most played champion by a massive margin. And when he is on form, when he is landing those death sentences, he is a threat to absolutely everybody. So we'll see if he can thread the needle and find those picks.
Yeah, interesting choice. In fact, the most contested support if you had these two players together. 14 games played for Vander, 11 for Edward. And Vander has almost double the KDA, in fact, more than double the KDA of Edward on that Thresh. So that's going to be an important pick for them. That's where he won his MVP award with his Thresh skills. Over on the other side, though, Irelia for Darian.
So that is an interesting first pick. If you look at the rest of the top lane, a lot of champions are still up. We've already seen the Jax, we've already seen the Dr. Mundo. With Renekton banned out, this is telling us that Darian is very confident on that pickup. He wants to try to get some lane presence down. I want to see how aggressive he plays, because the one flaw with Irelia, if you are in your opponent's face all the time, you burn through your mana pool very, very quickly. So we'll need to keep a close eye on Darian and his resource management to see how well he survives this laning phase.
Lucian also picked up for Genja, so his brief affair with Caitlyn, he's gone back to Lucian now, which is the more standard pick, actually, for Genja. You'd also argue that that's the most highly contested AE carry when you look at these two players.
I guarantee it. When you look at the meta right now regarding your AD carries, it's Lucian and Caitlyn that are really head and shoulders above the rest, and depending on the rest of your composition, will then determine who else you want to lock in. We do see that the Jinx has been locked in now for Saliver, and in my opinion, it's a hit-and-miss champion for Saliver. He's had some games where he's done great, he's had some games where his positioning and his slightly weaker laning phase has cost him. Jinx is a champion that when she gets ahead, she has so many tools to stay there, but the moment she can't kill you with a Super Mega Death Rocket, all of a sudden she's not a kill threat. You've got Irelia that can jump on her. With Kha'Zix still available and most likely going to get locked in, he's going to jump on her as well. I'm expecting Saliver to have a tough time against this very mobile, aggressive champions from Gambit.
And Xaxus in the top lane going to be bringing out the Jax. First time, actually, we're going to see Jax for Xaxus so far in this split. And Jax has had his fair mixture, I think we can say, of success and not quite as much success. We all know, though, once or if a Jax gets going, he's a very big threat.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there is a time bomb on it. The moment Jax becomes big enough that nobody from Gambit can 1v1 him, they will lose the game. This is what happened in Game 1 of the previous quarterfinal, where there was nobody in Alliance that could deal with Young Bucks Jax in a 1v1 scenario. So he just sits alone by himself in a side lane and continues pushing it up. So we will need to see how Gambit decide to deal with him. I'm anticipating some additional love from the junglers to get in his face and make his laning phase a bit more difficult.
And speaking of junglers, Kha'Zix was locked in here for Diamond, and well, we know how strong he is on Kha'Zix. I almost feel like we say that all the time when we're talking about Diamond and his performances on junglers, but Kha'Zix is a real speciality for him.
7-0-2, the last time that Gambit beat Roccat, which is 2 weeks ago, it was the jungler that he was running when they had that siege composition, and Alex would land a spear, Diamond would jump in there and kill somebody, and he did that over and over and over. We've talked a lot about the strength of Kha'Zix right now. On 4.5, he is a little less powerful thanks to the tower dive, damage reduction on his tower. And the only reason I highlight that, if Gambit wants to shut down Xaxus on Jax, they need to execute their dives flawlessly. They cannot afford to miss abilities or miss time abilities, because it's going to be very difficult not only to dive Jax under a tower, but to ensure you get the kill.
And we're also going to see Nami here coming out for Edward, and that will also be a first pick of the season here for Gambit. Edward not picked Nami up until now. I'm just going to completely skip away from the Garen because that's probably not going to get locked in.
I don't think so.
And move over to Rockat's final 2 picks with Elise and Lulu.
What I really find interesting is with Evelyn available, Jankos has decided to go for Elise over the likes of Evelyn. Over the likes of Lee Sin. I mean, they were both up, they were both there, and he's opted to go for the magic-based jungler. I think they're feeling confident in the amount of damage that you've got, the mixed damage from Jax and the burst damage from Jinx. I also like the utility that Elise offers you. A little bit safer with the Repel, Cocoon scales a little better into the late game, and you have some siege potential. Throw out those zaps and those glitter lances and some volatile spiderlings, and all of a sudden you do have some siege potential on the side of Roccat.
Final pick for Gambit was none other than Castlewin. He's been banned so many times this season. However, he did have that rework, has been banned for 4 weeks now, actually. And today is the first time that we're actually going to see Kassadin available. Gambit take it.
So the biggest thing to note on Kassadin is his Q has had the biggest change. It no longer applies a silence, it gives him a shield when he does actually cast that and jump in. I feel like in general Kassadin's damage has been reduced, especially in the early and mid game, but given enough time, given enough items, he still has the potential to instantly burst you down. The one thing I do want to highlight, you've got a Wild Growth in there that can save somebody. You do have the Thresh Lantern as well. So Alex is going to need to time his engages perfectly to make it work.
And the fact is, on the other side, you've got a Jax who's also going to be scaling up like a beast. And we'll see how those two face off. But before we get into our first game of this best of 3, let's see who you guys voted for over on LOLesports.com. According to the numbers, you think Gambit are going to win the series by 69%.
Yeah, that's not surprising. I think, you know, I feel like Gambit are probably the stronger favorites in this series as well. They've been boot camping for just shy of 2 weeks. You know, I talked on this earlier as well. Alex has said they've got a team analyst. I mean, this is the first time we've heard anything remotely of the sort for Gambit. And if Genji's going to build some real items on an AD carry, and they can fix some of their decision-making and their rotations, this could be a very strong Gambit team.
Well, let's not forget that Edward tweeted yesterday that he's broke his finger. Turns out it was his finger on his foot, which is actually a toe. We'll let him off on that one, though, because we're going to move into game. We'll see if that broken toe affects Edward this time around. It is, of course, game 1 between Gambit and Roccat in this best of 3, with a place in the semi-final up for grabs. And for the loser, still the threat there of looming relegation.
Yeah, it's very, very scary. Alliance, you know, you weren't 100% sure they were going to make it in that previous series. They were behind in game 1, significantly behind in game 2, but they did manage to pull it out and make it work for them in their favor. Right now, Gambit grouped up on the bottom side of the map and going to be invading on Roccat. This is something that's not traditional. We don't see Gambit going for these sorts of invades very often, and I think Selva should be able to get away as long as he flashes the bubble.
Gets the early vision there, and Edward is going to be the one. I was going to say walking, but it's a fish. I'm not swimming along on grass, not something a fish does really either, but Gambit have pushed themselves in towards that red buff area. We see the ward going down on the buff, and instantly the recalls start to happen. You see Thresh off to one side, Lulu on the other, Selva on Jinx is waiting on the bottom side, but Gambit have got the information here that they wanted, picking up that early ward, getting the vision in there, and leaving.
So we'll see how they make use of that information. Once again, we talked about how we're anticipating Darien to get a couple more ganks in that top lane. And by getting that additional vision, seeing all the members of Roccat, it's going to allow them to actually quite safely get control of their own buffs. I do want to highlight the fact that there are 2 teleports on the side of Gambit right now, both with Darien and Alexich. And considering how powerful that teleport is when you TP to a tower, it's going to give Gambit an immense amount of mid-game map presence and map control. And we'll see how they make use of it.
Well, we see that Gambit once again moving across the map, getting a ward into the Death Brush. And it looks like that blue buff will be safe for now. So Gambit getting some early vision in there. Are we going to see that lane swap happening? We already are seeing that happening as Gambit move Lucian and Nami to the top lane. But Roccat are ready for this one. They're going to bring Jinx and Thresh to that top side. That will leave Lulu and Kassadin in the mid lane. Irelia Jax in the bottom.
So going for the straight head-to-head, we may not be seeing any of these funny, fast tower pushes that we did see from the first 2 games of the last series. But we need to see how this lane matches up. I actually quite like the idea of a Nami Lucian when you don't get hooked.
Looking the fish, but I'm not sure they've got the damage damage here at level 1. Let's talk about summoner spells here while we're on the topic of damage, because, you know, traditionally a support will have an ignite in there. That's obviously all changed now, and we see heals from both AD carries and exhaust on both supports.
Yeah, I actually think without jungle intervention, there is sustain on the side of Nami, there's a shield on the side of Thresh on Rockat's side, and knowing that Lucian can bully Jinx early on, even though Thresh is slightly more effective than Nami, I do feel like this lane is pretty even. What I do like is once Edward gets some points into that Tidecaller's Blessing, the Nami E, he's going to be able to put that on Lucian, and Lucian with his passive double shot will get both of those procs off immediately, making his early game trading and burst that much more significant. So we'll keep an eye on that lane in a moment. As you can see, Diamond in the bottom lane, coming in behind Jankos. This should be a pretty successful gank.
This could be dangerous. Level 2 has got his leap strike. Actually uses a flash there as well, Zazas, to get back to the safety of that turret. That's an early summoner spell brought out there from Gambit's side of things. Jankos is still hanging around, but you can see there's a ward completely giving his position away there. So Gambit know that Elise is hanging around. They're just going to push this wave to the turret.
I would expect the same thing to happen in the next couple of minutes, knowing that Zazas doesn't have that flash available, and knowing that both Irelia and Kha'Zix can leap after him once he manages to leap away. That is quite a powerful position to be in. So we'll see how successful Diamond is at getting that potential first blood. He's about to run into a spider in the jungle, and I think it's going to be a pretty even trade.
Cocoon going out there, not quite got the right angle to catch on to Diamond. The Spiderling, though, did have the range just to get in there. Just want to touch on that mid lane for now as well. Alexic, we are actually going to see a hook, so let's forget that one. Chompers are down as well. Edward going to go low. That's a good bubble from him. Exhaust comes onto Genja as well. Wow. Darian tries to get in there, but he doesn't manage to get through onto that, and that is his teleport down.
Flame Chompers from Saliva not only holds Gambit in place, but it also catches Darian the moment he spawns after that summoner spell was used. So Rocket, they do get away. I do want to highlight that both Exhaust and Heal were used on the side of Rocket, whereas Heal is still available for Genja. Thanks to Darian using that TP top, he's removed some of that pressure from Alex. But if you look at Alex's CS, he's 25 to 25, tied with Overpower on a melee champion. So this is actually very good CSing in the first 5 minutes. Overpower hasn't been able to punish quite as hard, and you could argue that the fact that Lulu no longer gets 2 Glitter Lancers off could be a potential reason for that.
Yeah, we also saw that Crystalline Flash start as we are going to see Saliva going aggressive here on towards Genja. There is the repel, actually had the Lantern. We see the teleport coming in on towards that top side. That's how Alexic starts this time. They go towards Vanda. There's the flash around and the first blood coming in. It's Edward that secures that one. And they, I think, forgot that there was a second teleport on the Gambit side. They've got to keep their eyes out for that.
Yeah, and you don't expect 2 teleports before level 6. Neither Irelia nor Kassadin had their ultimates available to actually jump in for those kills. So I think that's actually very good, decisive, aggressive play from the side of Gambit. It has netted them first blood, considering the first attempt was a fail. You do have to call that out. Even though Darian failed that gank, he's actually not even behind on CS. So Zazas did not punish that lead.
And speaking of not punishing that lead, Alex went top lane, and we didn't see Overpower stretching anything out in the mid lane either. Only 2 CS in the advantage that he has right now, but that's going to be very even with this wave stacked up, and Alex just continues there to harass things off with that shield, pretty much blocking everything that Overpower throws at him.
Yeah, and also with Kassadin on 4.5, his passive reduces all of the magic damage by 15% right now, so it's going to reduce a lot of the trading power that Overpower has in these mid to late game team fights. The thing that Rocket are going to be looking for as objectives like towers and dragons become more apparent is trying to create this death ball of champions, having Lulu, Jax, Elise rushing through a group of Gambit's members and having Wild Growth being very disruptive. Gambit, on the other hand, they're looking for assassinations. They're looking for Darren to jump on a target and have him blown up by Diamond and Alexic. So the key in these next engagements will be whether or not Gambit can blow somebody up through the Wild Growth.
We see both jungles actually heading back off into the jungle. They were hovering around that mid lane, but realizing there's probably not much up for grabs on that area of the map. You can see that both Overpower and Alexic are level 6 now. That gives, of course, the Rift Walk to Alexic and Wild Growth as well on the other side in case that's needed. Edward did just come down from the top there and put himself a ward in position, which was quickly taken away.
I want to highlight how much vision Gambit has on the map right now. We will in just a moment. Zazas fancies a chance of Darian.
I'm not sure he's got the damage to actually finish it without going under the time. In fact, Darian going very aggressive in there. We see that Zazas has a level advantage onto him. That's not going to last too long though, and we'll see if Darian just throws his ultimate straight out here to bully Zazas out of the lane. Apparently he doesn't need to. Zazas wants to recall.
Yeah, probably saving it a little bit for the additional regen if a fight were to break out. If you look at the minimap, the number of wards that Gambit have down right now is very important to note. When we were coming into this matchup, we were looking at the ward placements from each respective team, and Roccat had a significant lead. They had actually placed 383 green wards to the 245 green wards of Gambit, and you can see on the map already, the stats favor Gambit. So this could have been one of the things that as a team they've been working on in preparation for the playoffs, improving their inferior vision.
See the bug waiting there on that top tribush. Pink ward was there, so they knew that Roccat hadn't spotted him, but as he starts to back away, there's actually a pink ward which will spot him here inside of that death brush. Diamond going to go in there. That's going to be a bit of free gold for him and denying a bit more of that Roccat vision.
Yeah, and when you've got 2 teleports on your side, all of those wards are doubly important. They give you more avenues or opportunities to jump in behind your opponent's squad. Darian is getting close to having his teleport available as we're about to hit this 9 or 10 minute mark. He does have his ultimate available as well, so that's going to increase his damage potential in any of these upcoming fights. But as it stands, even with the kill on their side, Gambit are not significantly ahead in terms of gold, even though they're doing pretty well in this laning phase.
For an attempt here on towards Jankos and overpower. Darian and Alex Ich both there. They had Diamond just behind them as well on Kha'Zix, but they were spotted early enough from that one, and Roccat just decided to back away. Not going to put too much pressure onto that turret. Let's have a look at the AD carries, because see a bit of a difference building there. 79 to 59 CS. Good solid lead for Genja early on.
Yeah, and you expect that lead considering Seleva and Vandam had to deal with 2 teleports. They've had multiple members of Gambit in their lane trying to shut them down. So I actually think Genja's doing a very good job at CSing, considering he's also been engaging in those fights. When the teleports have come in, he has actually peeled away from the minion line to try and set something up. He does have an assist to his name from that single kill. I do, however, like the pick potential that Vanda has on Thresh. If he can land a death sentence, combine it with a cocoon, and then a counter-strike from Zazas, it is going to allow them enough time to find kills. But the key is, of course, to not fall further behind. Zazas may find himself between an Aurelia and a Kha'Zix, because Diamond, he's not going to cancel his... Oh, he just cancels his recall. I think they're going to fancy a chance of Jax here.
Well, we actually see as well, over 10 minutes into it now.
Elise is in the bush.
Yeah, Elise is waiting there. We are going to see Diamond ulting into this one. They're going to go for Zazas. Can they finish him off? He's down to half HP. Jankos, though, becomes the target of this one. There's a flash in from Diamond. It's Darian that gets the kill. Zazas able to jump away, though. That's a nice kill picked up by Gambit.
Yeah, the amount of damage returned was just so much higher. Aurelia with the hidden style is going to do a little bit more on each and every auto attack than Jax is. Jax needs multiple attacks to hit that same burst. I do want to give props to Jankos, or to Zazas. Oh, Alex is going trading. I want to give props to Zazas because he did actually move himself closer to Jankos to try and reduce some of that isolation damage from Diamond, but unfortunately it was too little, too late. And we do see Overpower and Alex trading. Here comes Diamond.
Alex needs to be careful, though. He's decently low from this. Avoid spikes not connected, though, and that will give him the ability to just walk away from that. No slow coming in. A lot of pings going up towards that top lane. And just want to touch on that. At the 10-minute mark, there was 86 CS on the board for Genja on Lucian. Now his Lucian average in 9 games is just 69 at 10 minutes. So he's actually farming better this game than his average throughout the entire season so far.
And you can theorize, once again, it's because of that support. You know, Gambit have threw resources to that duo lane to try and keep Sullivan Vander down. It is also a testament to the pre-game discussion where, you know, Roccat was saying we feel Genja and Edward are the weaker links of Gambit. So Gambit have invested some resources to get their theoretical weaker links rolling, and it seems to be working out. It hasn't equated to an item lead yet, but that is because both of the AD carries are sitting on a lot of money. 1,700 for Saliva to 2,000 gold for Genja. So the first time they back, they will be looking to pick up those Bloodthirst BF swords, potentially Bloodthirsters if this extended laning continues.
Well, they seem quite content with the farming right now, and certainly Genja will be. Still holding a decent lead on that front. We see the Sight Stone is also in there for Edward, of course, the recipient of the first blood for Gambit in this top lane, and now they see Alex Ich is coming up there to join them again. There's a ward in the river there, though, so even though Alex Ich may have come through with that pink ward, knowing there's no vision from Roccat, he could have come through, as there is a bubble landing on towards Vander. In comes a tidal wave as well. Have they got the damage? Summon a heal was used there by Silver, and now they're going to try and turn this one around. Not got the damage there to do the business.
Heal and exhaust was blown by Roccat to survive that trade. Genja holds onto the culling, so none of that was reduced. Roccat, they've called in reinforcements, and here comes Jankos and Overpower. Look for the cocoon.
There is a bubble, though. The bubble lands, the cocoon misses, and that will be Gambit able to simply walk away from that one. Both Overpower and Jankos had come up. If that cocoon had have landed and the bubble would have missed, that would have been a complete different outcome. And look at this, typical Gambit style. They see that the jungler and the mid lane are in the top lane. They go straight for the first objective here of the Dragon.
You know, it's not over yet. Vander does almost throws out the hook. For the first time in a while, Gambit actually grabbed this Dragon without losing Darien. We so often see them pulling him up. Now we do see a teleport in the river. Here comes Gambit.
Here comes Alex from the side. He's going to burst the damage down onto all three of them. Bubbles missed though, and Zazas actually using his TP to now get involved in this top lane. In the end, no kills, no masses of damage really done from either side, and that means 2 TPs going to be going down. Overpower's now joining in. They might have the numbers advantage to force them off the tower. It looks like they will.
That was a very uninspiring gank there from Gambit. Not only did the bubble miss from Edward, but Alex came in from the side, throws out the force pulse, but there was no support. Nobody else backed him up. I do want to point out that Darien also burned his teleport. I believe he cancelled it. I did miss that myself, but it is on cooldown, meaning that Gambit are going to have a few more minutes of passive play. We've been seeing them try to force things down, but at the end of the day, that failed gank and the failed presence means that Roccat actually secures the top lane tower to take a tower lead of 2-1.
Have a look down some items here. Darien on Irelia, first time this season. We know that Darien likes to experiment, I'm going to call it, when it comes to builds. Right now he has his Berserker Grease finished off with Home Guard as well, so they can get that speed out from the teleport. Got himself a Sheen up until now, working towards a Phage by the looks of it as well with that Ruby Crystal.
Yeah, he's going to be motoring right now. Keep in mind that the teleport is so much shorter cooldown. And I think the way Roccat are playing right now, they're trying to force down these towers. So anytime Darien needs to defend, he can. He's been jumped up by Zazas, and here comes support.
3 men coming into this one. Can they lock up Darien? I think that they can. He's got no flash. There's a super mega death rocket. It's Jankos that sinks his fangs in there to get that kill. And they've got 5 men here. This is a 5-man push now from Roccat on that bottom tower. 3 men from Gambit trying to pull his back in. They have caught Alex with the hook. The box goes down. Vander picks up that kill. The rest of the team have to back away. This is turret number 3 going down for Roccat.
Yeah, a small mistake here by Overpower. He was taking so many turret hits, he needs to use his summoner heal to survive. Remember, we touched in the pregame about how Roccat had the abilities to siege, and if you land a key individual targeted skill shot, it will open up that objective. A great death sentence under the tower by Vander allows them to get a kill on Alex, grab themselves the 3rd tower of the game, and take a very small gold lead. Now, Roccat, with all of the outer towers down, need to get some deep vision in the jungle of Gambit to ensure that they can siege up on those inner turrets as safe as possible.
And speaking of vision there and Darien going down, we've seen a trend from him when you look a little bit deeper in the statistics in terms of wards. He doesn't give himself that vision very often in the solo lane, whether that's top or bottom.
He really does not. Over the 28 regular games of the Spring Split, Darien purchased 11 green wards and 6 pink wards in total. That's it. He's been relying entirely on his trinkets for vision. If you want to contrast to Zazas, Zazas has purchased 96 green wards and 13 pink wards. So 9 times the number of green wards. And if you look at the inventory right now, you can still see more wards on the side of Roccat. Although, to be fair, the rest of Gambit have stepped it up this game. They have had very good vision up until, this period of the game now as they've been defending these towers.
And apparently Darien likes to go to the graveyard a little bit more than he was letting on there. We've seen it time and time again from him, but somehow seems to work out for them more often than not. We do see Zazas and Darien now switching their solo priority towards his top side, but they're not that solo because Diamond is up there with them. Jankos is there, and even Overpower is waiting off to the side here. They're looking for another free kill on Darien.
So for the most part, Jankos has actually been relatively close to Diamond. They seem to have read each other quite well. You'll notice that Diamond is making his way to this top lane, and Zazas could jump in with a counter-strike.
There is the stun coming down. Jankos is here as well. That's a nice move from Darien to try and get away. Wild Growth goes down as well. Darien's a dead man. Jankos picks up another kill. He's feeding on Darien right now.
Very well executed by Roccat. They landed everything they needed to, and I like the fact that Overpower just waited in the wings just long enough to lull Gambit into that false sense of security. He used the Whimsy on himself for the movement speed and lands a very good Wild Growth. Regardless of the tenacity and the crowd control reductions that Aurelia picks up, when you've got a constant slow from Wild Growth and you've got a knock-up that cannot be reduced, it just makes it all the more effective. So, well played to Roccat. They extend a very small gold lead, but we're still looking for more vision from them. We're still looking for more map control, because truthfully, it's still actually very even despite them having the tower lead.
Interested to see how this next minute leading into the Dragon all pans out. As you said, the last Dragon went over to Gambit. A capitalization really on the positioning of Roccat as they sent their mid laner and jungler towards the top side of the map. This time around, Roccat have both their AD carry and support down there, but there's still no real vision of that Dragon area here with less than a minute to go. Overpower Genji just butting heads somewhat in this mid lane as well. Overpower now got himself that Themes and Holy Grail with the blasting one. Kassadin, let's touch on him. We've not seen him for a good while because he's been not only reworked but banned a lot before that. Rod of Ages is done for Alex.
So, considering this is the first time we're seeing the reworked Kassadin, I think we have to give a lot of props to Alex for doing very well in the farming game. Yeah. He's actually slightly ahead of Overpower with a teleport to the top lane and before 20 minutes. I do feel that, yes, Lulu is still a little bit weaker thanks to the changes on her health picks, but you should still be able to bully Kassadin. You are still a melee versus a ranged. You have the tools to your credit. So either Overpower slacking or Alex is just that good. We do see Zazas and Darien, and here comes Alex as well.
Oh, Alex just waiting for this one, waiting for Zazas to go low, but he jumps on towards Darien. Darien dodges off there just in time to stay alive, and now Alex is going head-to-head with Zazas, who's doing a fair old chunk of damage. Will he jump over to Darien? No, he won't. Darien got the health back. That'll be a kill. The Dragon, in the meantime, did go down, though, in favor of Roccat.
So overall net game for Roccat, because they even out the Dragons at 1-1, they actually come out ahead in the goal. I do want to talk about how scary that is for Gambit, though. That is 2 members of Gambit that was required to seriously focus down Zazas. It took a lot of time, let's go with that one, to actually kill him. And that is a Jax without any defensive items. In 4.5, the scaling runes have actually been tweaked. They are slightly more effective, and I believe that Zazas is running a fair number of them, so it's going to allow him to scale a little bit more effectively into this late game without investing so much gold right now.
Which Jax player goes defensive? You don't need those things. We've seen that right there. Although no kills to his name yet, he is becoming a little bit of trouble for Gambit. We'll see how that all works out as Alexic gets himself another blue buff. He's up to 154 CS, still bang level at this point with Overpower's Lulu. Sure he'll be happy with how that one is working out for him. We've also seen Trinity Force now being completed by Darien's Irelia, 1-2-1, and still lacking when it comes to CS if you compare that over towards Zazas. Overpower, you're going to get chased down by Genja, playing very, very aggressive through the ward over there into that Wraith camp just to check it out and maybe follow through onto Overpower, but as he sees him back away, he'll say, okay then, free Wraith camp for me.
Yeah, great play there by Genja. Just very good mechanical ability. Chasing through an Overpower. He doesn't have a lot of defensive stats. He's relying purely on that shield to stay alive in those situations. Now, we haven't seen that Roccat have been unable to make a map impact. They do hook Diamond, but nobody's really close enough to support. And I think Roccat are looking for situations, looking for a way to invade Gambit's jungle risk-free, or safer would be a safer way to put it. Celiva, he's going to get dived.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get away from it either. That's 3 men coming in, but Wild Growth comes out. Darien sinking into it. Zazas gets that one. Incredible stuff. Slow is flashed away from there by Diamond. Alexic will rift walk. It's all about the hook. He has to flash it. I don't think he had the range anyway, but better safe than sorry there. And that, from what looked like an easy finisher onto Celiva, turned out to be a nice nightmare for Gambit, and they're going for Baron.
I cannot believe how close that was to Celeber going down. The summoner heal plus that wild growth keeps him alive. Now they're on Baron, and they are going to shred through this. There's nobody really close by. Now Diamond's coming in. There's a teleport as well.
Teleport coming to the backside. Baron is already very low. The tidal wave going to go through the middle of the team. There is a Baron taken by Rocket. They get the kill as well. We did see Thresh goes down, but Darian's diving in there. Alex Sich is there as well. Darian is going to die from this one, but both Genja and Alex Sich doing masses of damage. There's a good repel away, but he can't get away from the damage. Double kill for Alex Sich. A 4 for 2 in the end. Yes, Rocket got that Baron, but the kills were nice from Gambit afterwards.
Hashtag not worth. Rocket rushed down the Baron, but they didn't get it down quickly enough. Trinity Force was not completed on Xazus, and yes, there's a Zeal and a Bloodthirster sitting on Saliva, but truthfully, the amount of damage that was coming down from the Gambit squad and the number of directions of threat. You have a tidal wave flinging from the right-hand side. Diamond comes from the top. Alex is waiting in the wings on the right. And because of the amount of presence that Rocket needed to deal with and focus on, by the time Darian arrives, the rest of Gambit have got superior positioning. Great exhaust on Xazus makes his couple of seconds of fight impact somewhat meaningless, and a very quick kill into Saliva allowed them to just clean up this fight very efficiently. 2 for 4. Baron does go to Rocket, so I think probably net gold gain is still sitting with Rocket, but you can't deny the power and the impact of removing that buff from the members of the team in favor of Gambit.
That's going to give me a bit of insecurity, that's the word, unsecurity. Actually, the German word came into my head first. That's a worrying sign, I think. Been living here too long. But yeah, insecurity, that's the one that they had there. I don't even know where I'm going with this. Over to you, Quick Shot.
Perfect.
Why don't you have a talk?
I will, because we do see the Iceborne Gauntlets being picked up now for Kassadin. So, we're seeing the first 4.5. His kit was reworked not only to remove the silence from his Q, give him a shield when he jumps into team fights to help survive, but also on his W, you're going to be increasing the amount of damage that he deals. There's an on-hit component, it restores mana if he hits champions, and when you combo that with the Iceborne Gauntlet, we'll get to that, Xazus may go down.
Going to get caught a little bit from this one, did get his stun off, and actually will leap strike away onto that ward that he had from his trinket. No problem for him there. Gambit deciding, okay, we've got no real vision going any further down the river or in towards their jungle. Let's just let him have that one and escape from it. We've got 45 seconds here, 3/4 of a minute until that dragon comes up once again. Sits at 1 apiece right now with Rocket taking the last one.
Slightly superior vision for Rocket near the bottom half of the river. And just to finish up the point on that gauntlet, because of the changes to Kassadin and having his nether blades dealing that magic damage, when you combine the Sheen Burst plus the zone control it's going to give you with the slow, it buys him a little bit of time. Riftwalk in, get the slow, start to mitigate, use your shield from your Q, and Riftwalk out, in theory. We'll see how it works out, because I do think his upfront assassination potential is significantly lower with this build, but we do need to see it actually play out, because it is the first time we've seen Kassadin on this patch.
So, Dragon up in 5 then. No massive ward concentration down that side of the map just yet, although Rocket have started to move in position. We see that Gambit are already in there as well as a ward at the backside, which Alex Hitch is going to take away. The Dragon now down to less than half HP. They're going to try and come in for this one. It's going to be Gambit that get it. There's a repel coming away. Good tidal wave will knock them in the air, but it's Celeber that picks up Darian first. Diamond's going to fall as well. He was exhausted for that fight, and now Xazus and Celeber just start to rip through the entirety of the team. Alex Hitch is going to try and escape. Genja will get away. Alex Hitch is probably going to run them on a bit of a wild goose chase here, but as the slow lands onto him, that makes it all the harder. The play comes in, and it's the shutdown from Jankos. That's a 4 for nothing in favor of Rocket.
Gambit do not want team fights. We talked about how their composition needs to find picks. They need to blow somebody up as quickly as possible and then have a numbers advantage in the team fight. The moment you start dealing with an Elise, you put a whole bunch of damage on it. She's going to repel away to dodge the rest of it. We've seen the wild growth coming in there. It's so difficult to focus down on Jax, who's going to throw down his ultimate and get bonus resistances. So at the end of the day, Gambit stayed grouped up, and they didn't blow somebody up. They have re-engaged now. Overpower may get taken out, or not.
Or not. Darian might get taken out. He went a little bit too deep on that one. The rest of the Rocket team's coming in. Wait for the hook to come through. Where is it going to go? Vander throws it out. He catches Edward at the back. Goes straight in. Wild Growth knocks Darian up as well. And that's 2 more kills for Rocket with the turret as well. Diamond is trying to get away. Celeber going very, very deep on that one. Alexic tries to burst him down, but they've got tower takedown potential as the hook lands onto Alex. He walks to safety again, but the in-hit turret's down, and Rocket are going for the in-hit.
There's nothing that can stop them right now. Alex and Diamond, if they want to commit, I'm convinced they're going to get dropped down. Rocket are landing so many skill shots, one after the other, and every time they connect, Gambit lose objectives. The problem that Gambit have right now is their wave clear is so reliant on their ultimates. There's not the greatest AoE from Kha'Zix. Irelia is going to rely on her Transcendent Blades and Lucian on the culling. Outside of that, it's such risky wave clear, which is why every time Rocket get close to those towers, they seem to find those kills. It happened 10 minutes ago in the bottom lane, it happened 3 seconds ago in the middle lane, and I do believe it's going to continue happening until Gambit can find better vision and find more picks.
And I hate to say it again, but Darian, not sure what he was thinking there. He went far too deep. Rocket had all moved around from that bottom lane. Again, credit has to go over to Vander, who's hit some absolutely exquisite hooks here. Even the last one onto Alex, which couldn't be followed up on for obvious reasons there. That Kassadin got far too much mobility, but again, we saw the power of Xaxus diving straight into the middle of the team as well. Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruin King. He's going to be working himself up towards that Randuin's here shortly as well. This is the kind of Jax that you don't want to find yourself up against.
100% kill participation for Overpower. If you want to see somebody that is reading the tempo of this game and is at the right place at the right time, he has saved his teammates every single time that Wild Growth has been used. You could create a compilation of him saving Rocket members. Celev on the top lane after the dive. In the river, saving Yankos after the dive. Throwing it on Vander after that last tower dive. It's just every single time he's connecting and he's making it count. I do want to touch on an item build very quickly because a Warden's Mail has been picked up. So maybe it's Kassa Tank instead of Kassa Win or Kassadin or however you're going to go for it. Not a traditional build. I do think that is very important considering how many auto attackers there are with Jax as well as Jinx in your face. So we'll see how it pans out with this tank Kassadin because I'm not convinced so far.
Time to do the damage could be now as well. Baron has come back into the game. The last one, of course, went to Rocket, but Gambit picked up the kills directly afterwards. Will that change this time around? Rocket are already doing the work on the backside there as we see Alex here split pushing away on the bottom side. He, of course, has that teleport available to him. Xaxus doesn't have the teleport, which means that Rocket have to make a decision here. It means that Xaxus is going to have to try and keep Alexic down on this bottom side of the map if he's wanting to get involved. There is the Blade of the Ruin King used. Xaxus going to go in. Is he going to get the stun off? No, Alex just walking just out of range.
Yeah, you never really think Jax is going to be able to 1v1 Kassadin thanks to that Riftwalk cooldown. He'll get some auto attacks, but not going to be enough. Darian is waiting in the wings. I lie entirely. It wasn't. And we do see that Gamma secure their own red buff. They needed multiple members there out of fear of the invade. You'll see that Rocket have got much better vision in and around the Baron Pit, and Gambit haven't left this red buff area. So I'm wondering if they're afraid that a sneaky Baron is going to be going on, or Rocket are going to be forcing the objective. I did see the ward in the pit.
Ward just thrown down in there, so they at least know that nothing directly in the pit is going on right now, but Vander again getting into position. Got those Moby boots, so he's got a fair bit of pace on him. And he moves through, gets another ward into that curved brush, and he's going to try and clear things out here. Diamond just stalking off to the back, and he's in full vision of Vander. So Vander, you saw him step back there, a little bit cautious as to whether that Kha'Zix is going to jump over. Again, we see Xaxus dive onto Alex. As you said, though, you can't really lock down a Kassadin.
No, I really don't think that you can. I'm trying to understand what Gambit's thought process is with this composition, because if you've got multiple assassins, you have upfront burst and you want somebody to execute. I wonder why they didn't go for a Jinx as their AD carry. Yes, it would have been a bit riskier, but they would have had the damage to close out those fights. Right now, though, you do see Baron has been starting. Gambit coming in from the sides. They peeled for Diamond.
Oh, Diamond, though, he's going to get cocooned, and he's going to go down. That was brilliant stuff. You saw the ping ward put in position there, gave them the vision, not invisible anymore, and the Baron is going to go for a second time in a row over to Rocket.
At this point in time, Rocket already have a composition that is better at sieging turrets than Gambit's is at defending them. They just need to group up. Knowing that Jax has teleport also allows Rocket that air of safety to split push with a 4-man team in one lane and leave Jax as a 1-man team in another lane.
four-man team is pushing now along the top lane, and Overpower says, I got a shield all day long, and Vander will add into that as well with Thresh. That turret goes down without really the need for those minions to come in and tank it up for them, and it's all now about that inhibitor turret. Of course, the inhibitor in the middle lane is completely wide open. Genja actually throwing out his ultimate here. The Culling taking down that minion wave, but look at that, the next one right there behind them, and they're going to try and work themselves in for another turret kill.
Yeah, we do see that Alex is making his way back. Oh, they caught Diamond!
They caught Diamond, he actually goes away! Super Mega Death Rocket comes through, not quite got the execute. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Alex is just having to defend against the minions that were pushed up there by Jax, and here is the hook coming out. There was a minion right in front of him. Don't think he spotted that that one was there. Did land though, so still good accuracy from Vander.
At this point in time, Xaxis is continuing to split push this bottom lane. He got a couple of auto attacks off a few moments ago. That death sentence doesn't connect, but look at the damage onto Genja. 2 auto attacks from Salav and he loses 50% of his HP. I actually like the fact that Salav is playing pretty safe. He does get caught by a bubble, but it's not worth the risk to jump in.
The damage going to be thrown out here. Genja trying his best to poke them back from this one. Edward almost at half HP once again, and not a fear for that hook. And look at that bottom lane once again. We see Jax continuing to move up closer on towards that turret. They've actually pulled Alex Ich away from this one. They're going to go for the 5v4. Box comes down. Alex Ich getting caught in the cocoon. There is a tidal wave going over as well. A good bubble comes in, but look at Celiva with the wild growth on. And now Jax is in the fight. He's absolutely hammering away on them. Darian's going to fall. That's 2 men down. All 5 members of Rockout are still alive on this one. They're going to take the inhib turret. The inhibitor will fall as well. And now they chased over on towards Simon. The hook doesn't land. Well, that's the first inhibitor. The second one will go down. They can take that bottom side, if not finish it.
There are so many minions coming through the middle of this lane, and part of the reason that fight was so convincing for Roccat, after the 3-man bubble from Edward, Xaxis lands a 3-man counter-strike, locking up the entire Gambit team. Gambit panic, trying to focus him down. They've caught Diamond.
They've caught Diamond. The flame will knock him back into sure death. Now Genja is going to be the focus. One more hit will do it. That's another kill for Celiva. The Nexus turrets are already gone, and it's Roccat that pick up game number 1 here in the quarterfinal.
Absolutely phenomenal performance. We see new champion picks coming out of the side of Gambit. The Irelia, the new Kassadin, as well as that Nami. And truthfully, while the Nami bubbles I do feel were very good, I'm not entirely convinced by that Irelia and that Kassadin. I think as a composition, had Gambit got ahead early, they had the ability to dash in and find kills, but that wasn't the case. And every time they were looking to kill somebody, a wild growth came down from Overpower, and it was like, yeah, what do you want to do now? Your burst is gone.
Every single time, those wild growths as well. The first one that we saw, the first spectacular one, was Celiva in the top lane. We thought, sure death coming in, there's 3 or 4 men diving in, wild growth knocks them up in the air, they end up turning that fight around, and that continued throughout the game. We saw the fight where Darian, after they'd already lost 4 men, Darian respawned, kind of ran in there on his own. They turned it around, got another 2 kills, plus the inner turret, plus the inhibitor turret. It was clear at that point already, I think, to Gambit themselves as well, which is, you can always read Gambit's state of mind through how Darian's playing sometimes. I feel that, you know, he was just running in there. I think they felt that game was already over at that 4-man kill at least.
I do agree with you, and I do think that when you look at this particular matchup, you cannot take away from Rockat's individual ability to land the crowd control. Every time a siege is about to happen, we had no prolonged sieges. We had no prolonged dance-offs. There was no 2-minute dances around dragons or barons. As soon as they met near an objective, Roccat caught somebody. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. There was a cocoon that landed, there was a flay that connected, or a death sentence that connected, and somebody instantly died. And you have to give credit to Roccat for finding those picks in those crucial situations.
Just want to have a look down the scoreboard here as well. 7-1-9 for Celiva, and he had a bit of trouble in that lane phase. We saw that he fell 15 to 20 CS behind for quite a lot of that game. Almost died to that dive in the top. I mean, that 1 kill there alone could have changed how this game would have gone, depending on who that got that kill, whether that was Kha'Zix or Kassadin to get rolling.
Not only that, it would have been a kill. It would probably have been the tower, and maybe even Vision in the top half of the jungle. We touched on how many more wards Roccat buys than Gambit, and in the opening, I'm going to be super specific, in the opening 12 minutes of that game, I feel like Gambit had superior vision. But the moment they started falling behind, this renewed vision-based Gambit simply did not exist anymore, and they didn't have the information to work with to have aggressive picks with a pick composition.
Well, we do see Roccat taking game number 1 in the best of 3. More coming up in a little while, but first of all, we're going to head to the analyst table where Shox and Deficio are standing by with Mr. Rals.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, some things to talk about that game. Maybe starting off with, as Trevor highlighted, the new things coming out for Gambit and Aurelia, and a Kassadin, the reworked Kassadin for the first time. What did you guys make of the comps? Maybe Mr. Raleigh first.
I don't really like Kassadin that much because your damage is too less, and you go after 3 ultis. I like the Aurelia pick. If they could abuse the fact that him and Kha'Zix is stronger 2v2, but that didn't really work out.
Yeah, so for me, looking at the game itself, when you log in Aurelia, you log in Kha'Zix, you log in Kassadin, it's a clear image, or you're really showing you want to have these bruisers who can jump in the middle of the fight, survive the damage. That's why we saw the build from Alex going very tanky, of course, Kha'Zix with his ultimate, and Aurelia just being a bruiser. But it's a comp. If you fall behind, you don't have any damage, and you're not tanky enough. So it meant whenever they tried actually to teamfight Rocket once they were behind, they would go in, they would tank up some damage, but they wouldn't kill anyone. They wouldn't go close to kill anyone. So in that case, when you have this bruiser lineup, and that's why the Kassadin pick was there, it was not there to burst someone down, it was there to go in, tank some damage with the rest of the bruisers, kill the first target, could be the Jinx, no mobility, and then from there on, simply just be able to out-sustain Rocket in the team fights.
Do you feel that Alex maybe made the adjustment, he made the pick, he made the adjustment in the build, but he didn't make the adjustment in his head and his playstyle?
No, it's nothing about playstyle. It's simply Gambit falling behind as a team. And also, as we talked about during the game, when a key member like Darian, as a bruiser in a bruiser comp, falls behind, gives up like 6-7 kills, he's a non-factor. He will do nothing in the fights. He will go in, and we saw fight and fight again. Rocket would just turn around and just kill him because he was so squishy. And it also meant for him, once it got to like split pushing, which was something Gambit maybe could have tried to do, Aurelia giving up 6-7 kills and then Jax. Like, you're never going to beat Jax one-on-one.
Mr. Raleigh, maybe talk me through the bottom lane, which ended up being in the top lane versus each other, and a Jinx pick, which could have been quite dangerous, but it did work out for them.
I think the matchup is kind of a skill matchup because you have hooks you can hit and you have bobs you can hit. So it's kind of situational how the lane is going to go. But if I had to give it someone, I think Lucian Nami is better because the Nami E can proc on Lucian's passive, so you have like a double damage. So yeah.
You guys, of course, ran that a couple of times as well, so you know very much what you're talking about. Then going into game 2, Gambit now it's kind of the same scenario that Alliance was in just earlier here today. What do you think they have to alter the Deficio going into game 2?
Well, first of all, if they do want to run this bruiser comp where they need to be a hit to actually have enough damage in the team fights, they obviously need to make sure they don't make the same mistakes early game like they did here. They got caught out multiple times in the game. Hooks from Vandal landing, Cocoons landing from Yankers, giving kills onto Rocket. They also started the Baron. Yes, okay, they actually died after the Baron, but at least it was where Rocket really started to get ahead. And then there's the Dragon fight where, once again, the goods engaged by Rocket starting the fight. And from there on out, from Gambit's side, if they make these mistakes, if they get caught out of position and they play at this comp, which is very unforgiving when you do give up free kills, there's nothing they can do, really. So Darren, first of all, needs to stop feeding. He needs to stop giving up so many kills. I know it's harsh to say, he was a target, but you can't have him give up these many kills, especially if you play Kassadin, because you need the damage elsewhere. Kassadin is good at cleaning up, he's good at chasing team fights. He's not good at killing people by himself. The old Kassadin will jump in just 1v5 everyone. Sure, new Kassadin, you need to be more tanky, you need someone else to do the damage, and then you start cleaning up, and if someone drops low, you can chase forever.
All right, well, Darian did say in the pre-show, I do not fear death, and we did see that right here. We'll see how it goes in the next game, of course. But now we're going to check in with you guys at home, because today, of course, earlier we asked you on Twitter, which European LCS team have you learned the most from this split and why? Here are a few of your responses. The first one is from Aether Lol. I think I've learned the most from Roccat with their good rotation and focused team fights, and well, they did show up here today.
Definitely show up today. Early game, been an issue for them early in the season, was a bit the same here actually. Bit of a shaky start, but then once they got to rotation, got to team fights, they really pulled ahead. The combo worked really well in team fights, good protection onto Jinx, so they managed to peel off from Gambit whenever they tried to kill Celaver. So I would say, for me, Rocket, when it comes to learning from a team, it's more how many picks you can actually pull out and make them work. In the start of the season, we saw Mordekaiser, we saw Talon. Of course, you played against Rocket so many times. How is it actually to make a pick and ban phase against Rocket when you know they have all these weird picks?
It's very, very weird because you never know what to expect. When they picked Mordekaiser against us, we had no clue that they even picked it. And even the first game we played against Pantheon Malphite, we never ever expected to see a Pantheon. So it's very, very weird to play. But if you can find the right counter, it's kind of an easy game.
The second tweet is from @AlexMike20129. I learned the most from Fnatic. They taught me that a losing streak means nothing, and you can still come out strong and win. And yeah, what a season they've had so far.
What a season. I mean, Fnatic getting the second place. I don't think anyone during the losing streak said, yeah, Fnatic, of course, they're going to get second place in the league or even battle for first place, because everyone was like, what's going on? Fnatic are performing so poorly. And of course, turning it around, you as a player, you know it yourself, you're now in a situation where you're facing relegation. I mean, when you're on these losing streaks, what is it you tell yourself? Like, how do you turn it around?
It can be very, very hard. For some players, they give up, and some players just get more motivation. For example, me, I get way more motivations. I really want to win, and I want to qualify on my own. But yeah, some other players kind of give up and get sad. So yeah.
Don't give up, guys. The last one is from @Jury99. SK Gaming. They have showed that you don't need 5 perfectly mechanically skilled players for winning. You need team play, and indeed, that team has gone through such an evolution here.
It's absolutely fantastic to see them now. Early in the season, people were looking at the names saying, well, they're going to be like one of the bottom teams in the LCS. I believe actually there was a vote on Reddit before the whole season started where SK was like dead last as number 8. So people obviously didn't believe in them looking at the names, but the teamwork, the rotations they do as a team, and then N-Rated with his big brain, I mean, it is beautiful to see how N-Rated comes in there, gets comfortable with the team, and all of a sudden you start seeing these tactics Fnatic used to play when he was on there. So big credit to N-Rated and SK Gaming.
Yeah, and Mr. Riley, playing against Candy Panda and N-Rated, it's quite a pickle.
Yeah, well, yes and no. The main problem is that we have to meet a Svenskan every time we get 2v2. But yeah, SK is a team we can all learn from, especially my own team, because we are kind of at the opposite of SK. Like, we are 5 people that is really good mechanically and plays like solo queue. So we can definitely learn a lot from SK.
Very good. You highlighted Svensker, and indeed, what a fantastic performance he's had here in the split so far. You guys at home, thank you for sending those in, and keep tweeting to us @LOL Esports with the hashtag LCS to keep the discussion rolling. We're going to step off the Rift for a brief break, but stay close because Game 2 between Roccat and Gambit is coming right up. And of course, one of these teams will be going on to face the Spring Split's #1 team, SK Gaming, in the semifinals tomorrow. Before we find out who that is, let's take a look back at the long road to the top for SK Gaming.
The surrender vote has come out.
SK Gaming call it. Now they're down 2-0 in the best of 5.
There was some problems with Knif. We kind of knew he was going to leave. As you could see in the first 2 relegation games, he didn't really make the same calls as he used to.
They really need to shake off some Rusty if they want to bounce back.
But we had a talk, and he picked it up, and yeah, we won.
The Nexus going down in 500 HP. SK splits themselves back into the LCS.
So yeah, our goals for this season was always to just avoid relegation. It's like the worst thing you have to go through. It's really stressful.
After the first 3 weeks, basically, everyone was like counting us as an already relegated team. Week 1 loss versus Fnatic was definitely like the biggest loss, because I think none of our LCS losses was like that big of a stomp.
That's the ace for Fnatic, and in the first El Clasico, Fnatic absolutely wiped the floor with SK Gaming.
And I was like so frustrated because I was like, damn, this is not working out. Then we like reset our team mindset, and after that, losses weren't frustrating.
As the season went on, then we started expecting more and more from ourselves.
We all kind of opened up a little bit more, because before we were all just completely new to the team except Candy Panda.
And then we picked up the sports psychologist, we had more team synergy.
We started climbing up the whole bracket, only having Gambit on our side in the top 2.
I think I was in week 7 or something where we had a really good week. Like, we actually realized, okay, we can actually beat the top teams.
Rocket goes down, you see Diff going down, we see Shook going down, Tab goes down, Alliance are falling left, right, centre, SK Gaming just closing in to finish this game.
We were consistently performing good, and other teams went up and down throughout the whole season.
You just have it to give it to these guys. They formed as a brand new team, effectively, and my God, teams really have to respect them now.
We didn't want to get cocky. Even at week 9, we were like still aiming for top 4. I think there were like 2 victories
that were really important, but one especially was week 11 versus Fnatic.
The Karma speed buff is there, the explosive cast being used, but nothing can stop SK piling on through this base and taking top spot for their own.
It gave us a really, really good chance at getting first place.
Everyone seeing us as one of the teams that would do really bad and like be in the bottom the whole season, and then we just explode and go to the top.
Both Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus itself is finished off, and SK finished top. Absolutely incredible turnaround season from them.
I feel like every one of us has earned the place where we are right now because of the consistent hard work and the motivation we've put into it.
I think this season was more about us earning that respect.
You can already see like we get more fans or we get more recognition for being first place.
I think people will start recognizing us as a top team if we do well at playoffs.
In the end, if we win in the best of 3, best of 5, something a longer series, not just 1 or 2 games, I feel like that can maybe change minds of people.
best of 3 between Roccat and Gambit. Right now, Roccat have a chance to move into the semi-finals to face SK Gaming with a win, but Gambit will be looking for a win as well to force a third place game. Wrong. Third game to tie break the match. Now, We've already talked about the fact that 3-1 was a regular score in the season, the head-to-head between these two teams. And I asked this question on Twitter is it a surprise if Roccat beat Gambit? Is it, considering how the season's gone?
Definitely not. I think at this point in time, when you look at the league, every single team in Europe has the ability to beat every other team. It has been consistently proven. Millennium were 7 wins on the split. They had 1 victory against almost every single team, and that's a team that got crushed throughout the majority of the splits. I think as a whole, our season and our teams are very even, and we just need to see how Gambit can dig down. They've got no room for error now.
Well, let's talk about that last game. First up, Diamond on Kha'Zix. His first death, actually, on Kha'Zix in 3 games. Certainly didn't have the impact that we've seen him in previous matches.
He didn't, but you can't blame it all on Diamond. Unfortunately for him, his solo laners of both Irelia and Kassadin, being played by Darian and Alex, just didn't get themselves in a particularly strong position. I do want to highlight the fact that it was a lot about Roccat. They set the tempo. They started a Baron at 22 minutes on the clock with Jax with his Blade of the Ruin King, the Bloodthirster on Selavar's Jinx, and the re-engage from Gambit were very good. They used their 2 teleports. They got 4 members of Roccat down for only losing 2 in the process. So at least good attempt to defend.
Let's talk about that Dragon fight as well. About 25 minutes into the game, Gambit managed to pick up the Dragon, but now Roccat come back in, get the Baron, and then Gambit get kills. Those objective fights were a little bit messy in that game.
They were, and the Dragon fight that you're referring to was a clear example of the flaws in Gambit's composition. They needed to blow somebody up, they needed to kill that target. But the shields and the wild growth from Lulu, in conjunction with the shields in the face of the mountain from Thresh, meant they couldn't do it. So Roccat were able to get the momentum, they pushed more towers down, they came out ahead. And every single time they went to those towers, looked for places, they were landing death sentences, they were landing cocoons. Jankos in particular, he went 5-2-9 as Elise. And I want to highlight his Elise play because Lee Sin was available, Evelyn was available. Had he gone for those champions, the same would not have happened in this particular matchup. So very good pick ban phase from Roccat.
And his mid laner as well, Overpower 1-0-16 as Lulu. 6 of the 7 blue buffs went to him. We actually talked about that statistic before the last game. That's what's been happening. Also, just want to mention that today is in fact Overpower's birthday. So what a cracking birthday present it would be if they can win this best of 3.
100% kill participation. His team had 17 kills. He picked up the last kill of the game to close it out. And he was everywhere. Every single time somebody from Roccat looked like they were going to go down, and Wild Growth was in there, he saved them. Selavar in particular, he was a player that got dove in the top line.
Yeah.
And he managed to come away with his life. He only gave up 1 death that entire game. I think in general, Roccat had superior control. They played better, they got more towers. They didn't necessarily focus the Dragon as much, but you do have to give them props for controlling the map. And they moved around very efficiently.
Let's talk about the other side. And Gambit, Kassadin, coming out here. First time that we've seen him after the rework. Ended up 3-3-3. Built tanky because he had to dive into the middle of those fights. But honestly, didn't have any real impact on the game.
So I think there's going to be a whole lot of discussion around this Kassadin pick and whether or not he is still powerful enough to be played at this level. I never once felt that a Null Sphere Rift War combination along with his Force Pulse, was ever threatening. He jumped into fights. I distinctly remember one team fight very early on in the game, teleported to the top lane, landed a full combo on like 3 members of Roccat, and I was sort of looking going,
meh.
Like, is that it? Like,
yeah.
Did I miss something? Did he miss? And it just, I don't feel the damage was there. The next question is itemization. Did he want to be a tank? Did he want to provide kiting power? Did he want to split push? I mean, you can't catch a Kassadin, so I can see him split pushing. But yeah, I'm not 100% sold in that sort of composition that needed to find kills and picks. It wasn't working out.
So from that, I can pretty much guarantee that you're going to say no ban for Kassadin this time around.
So.
Do we need to ban him? Didn't really seem like it from game number 1.
I would say Thresh needs to be a consideration here. Vander on Thresh was very impactful. We've talked about how good he is. I still feel in the European LCS, this split, he is my favorite Thresh player because of his ability to perform at this level. And if it's not banned away, first picked has to be a consideration if you're Gambit.
Well, so far, not banned out. Ziggs and Karma for Gambit, LeBlanc, Renekton for Roccat. They're sticking to the same bans here. Rise banned out by Gambit as well. The final ban last time around was Nidalee, if my mind is correct.
Roccat banned Nidalee. Okay, so Roccat banned LeBlanc, yeah, Renekton, Nidalee, Karma, Rise, Ziggs. Changing nothing. feeling that their pick and ban theory in terms of the composition may be the decision maker, and it's actually quite poetic knowing all the champions are up and available. Previously it was Thresh first picked, this time around it's Lulu.
Well, they're gonna just lock in Jax and Thresh here. I mean, both champions last game around had big impacts on it. We saw Jax about 20 minutes, 25 minutes into the game, maybe in that top lane where he 1v2'd them, almost actually taking down Darian before dying in the end to a full HP Alex Ich. Thresh, we've already talked about. Vander, he had his MVP winning performances earlier on in the season. Had a bit of a not so impressive, let's call it, kind of mid to late season. But the whole team with Thresh, the whole team of Roccat didn't have an impressive time in that stage of the season. But if they're going to win a best of 3, that kind of form from Vander is what will do it for them.
I completely agree with you. What I would like to see from Gambit is maybe considering going for poke champions. You know, right now they're not hovering over that Caitlyn. But what we've seen work very well early in the day was playing that 2v1 split push game, playing the map game. Gambit have done it. They smashed Roccat a few weeks ago using that map-based strategy. And I think if you can force Roccat onto the defensive, force him on the back foot, and then keep that Jax shut down, prevent him or delay him getting his key items, it allows you to get map control and it allows you to ensure Jax never jumps into your face. The Evelynn lock-in will give Gambit some early game assurances. They've got some presence. Roccat need to be very aware of their opponents before they commit, before they jump in for fights. And assuming Diamond is reading Jankos like he did in the previous game, he may have some outplay opportunities in that situation.
Well, it looks like Roccat are saying, well, what if it's not broken, why fix it at this point of things? Jinx, at least, locked in, the same AD carry, the same jungler, same top laner, and same support coming out here. Mid lane is, of course, going to be different in this one, though, because Lulu has already been taken away by Gambit. The question now is, what are Gambit actually going to be finishing off with here? Kayle, I never trust Edward when he hovers over anything, so we'll completely forget that one. Right now, we're thinking about a top lane and a support here for Gambit.
It could be something like a Shyvana. I think if you were in Darren's shoes right now, that would be one of the options. You do also have, you know, you could go really brave and go something like an Olaf into that Jax. Go for something that maybe could find... If you get him ahead early, he's got the tools, he's not going to be worried about the counter-strike, has true damage to burn through some of those resistances that Jax built up naturally. I think there are options sitting on the side of Gambit, but I'm not sure what they're going to go for right now. I'm not convinced. So the Kayle, this is going to be... I'm going to say it's going to be Lulu support, Kayle mid.
Yeah.
I think we're going to give Kayle to Alex, give him the ability to split push, and also maybe dual Jax, maybe get through enough damage through intervention and get a lot of ability power later on in the game. But if we see Jankos ganking for Xaxus against this Irelia, you're going to have a very similar situation where Irelia was controlled. I don't feel like he scales quite as powerfully as Jax does. And I also want to highlight the fact that there's still not necessarily a lot of safe wave clear on the side of Gambit. They are relying on the short range of that Righteous Fury from Kayle to do a lot of AoE.
And look at Roccat here, kind of scratching their chin, scratching their head. What are we going to pick here? Is it Lulu in the mid lane? Is it Kayle in the mid lane? Who's going to be in the support role? What are we going to run? I mean, we know Overpower, he's brought Mordekaiser to play twice so far in the regular split. They're hovering over this Lux. They're keeping on it for a long time, but in the end, they're going to go safe here with Orianna.
So what I like about Orianna is it gives you a nice zone of control. You can put that command protect down, you can, command attack rather, to zone your opponents away, mitigate some of that rushing at you. Kayle wants to run at you, Lulu wants to run at you, Irelia wants to run at you. In addition, you've got very nice safe wave clear. On the side of Roccat, they've got clear engage, they've got clear disengage, they have a lot of things they can do very well, but again, it's dependent on landing those skill shots. There's still 15 seconds on the clock before we'll see if Alex or Edward swap. As it stands, this is a support Kayle, but I'm not sure. I guess if you go to Lulu, you're going to have more wave clear, you're going to have more ability power on your shields, etc. So you're going to have more saving potential. But I feel like there's enough AoE on the side of Roccat to get through the intervention and the wild growth. So we'll have to see as this clock runs down. It does look like it's going to be support Kayle.
One thing that we also saw in the European Challenger Series, actually, Kayle support role. Double heal with the summoners coming out and the heal from Kayle there can be a real tough one to actually start to burn through. But for me, that only lasts so long into the game. Then, of course, you get the intervention later on, which may also change how things go. I'm very interested to see how Gambit have gone about this break and their team chat between these two games, because Gambit have traditionally been a team that number one have struggled. You know, if you look back to the tournaments that were over multiple days, a 3-day tournament, for example, day one, they'd be not very good. In the LCS, they've struggled traditionally across the whole season of keeping things very consistent, but they've always showed up when it counts in playoffs.
Well, game one of playoffs is definitely true Gambit style. It is game one of this series. It was not impressive at all. In this particular matchup, I think they have the tools to deal with Rocket early on. You know, the intervention, the wild growth, the summoner heals are actually going to burn through a lot of the single target damage that's going to come from Jax, from Jinx, and from Elise. But the problem is, if Gambit get themselves in a position where they get hit by a multiple man Counter-Strike, by a Shockwave on multiple targets, and the Super Mega Death Rocket on multiple targets, all of a sudden, there's too many damage sources on too many champions to mitigate. So there's a lot of pressure on Gambit not putting themselves in that position, not putting themselves in a spot where they can get caught out.
Well, let's find out. It's game number 2 of Gambit versus Roccat, with Roccat having that 1-0 lead here in the best of 3. Diamond playing on Evelyn, going to have a bit more freedom to be roaming around here at level 1. Let's not forget that Gambit actually tried a little funkiness at the start of that last game, actually went in for some early vision control around the Roccat red buff. Let's see if they do it again. Right now, they're spread up across the map.
I almost wonder if they won't do it this game out of the safety cause. They don't want to potentially get jumped on again. They don't want to give up any early sorts of kills. So as it stands, nobody going for any sort of early invades. I do want to highlight the fact that Overpow has opted to go for the sweeping trinket himself, which is somewhat unusual on your mid laner. And I wonder if it's not going to signal an early sort of invade. One of the best things to do when you're dealing with a jungle Evelyn is to get deep wards on her jungle camps. It gives you full information of where she is, allows you to predict movements and plan a couple seconds ahead. And if you go in with Overpower and Jankos with that sweeping lens, it'll deny vision as well as gain you vision. And we'll see how they execute it.
Well, Gambit are moving here as a 5-man team, pretty much. I'll tell a lie, Alex is just sticking around that middle area and the ramp. So it's going to be a 4-man invade here up towards the blue buff. We see that Jankos actually is thrown his Spiderling in there first to check out what's going on. He is going to come around the corner. That's not going to give him vision because that's Diamond in there. They finally do spot that Jankos is coming out, and this is 2 men to run in there, but at level 1 they don't have the crowd control, but what they do have is the damage here for the blue. However, on the other side, Zazas, Vander, and Selva are taking the one away from Gambit.
So they are trading objectives, blue buff for blue buff. So as far as the team net gain is concerned, there is no advantage for either players or either team right now. However, in the lane swap situation that Rocket has initiated, they are going to be giving that blue buff to Jax. So he's going to have more counter-strikes up, which will allow him to dodge, obviously, those auto attacks coming down from Gambit, and we'll have to see how they play it out. He's actually looking to roam. I think Zaz is being a little bit greedy. Not sure if they've got enough damage without an ignite between the two of them onto Alex in the mid lane, but we'll see how it works out.
Alex has gone for the ignite this time around. Obviously, he was playing teleport with Kassadin in that last game. Overpower also switching things up here, pricking up the summoner's heal here for that mid lane. Top at the moment, Selva and Vander just having all the time in the world to be farming up in that 2v1, or 2v-non as they both are right now. Same that's happening down on the bottom.
So one of the things that I like to see at this stage of the game is pushing the minion wave into the tower to deny it from your opponents. Now, because Gambit did not do that, they've set themselves up for a 4-man tower dive. Flash is still up. Zazas is in so much trouble.
Does he have Counter-Strike? It doesn't look like it. Yes, he does, actually. And he is going to go on towards Edward. He found him. Edward was tanking it up, and he flashes away as well. I don't think he will escape, though. Darian is going to be chasing around the back. There's a slow, and there is first blood going over to Gambit. Edward went so ridiculously low from that one, but Low's not dead.
No, it's not. And that means the blue buff that was secured by Rocket early on is now given over to Darian. So Diamond has blue. Darian has blue. We talked about how important these lane and tower trades are. There are 4 members of Gambit pushing down that bottom lane. They've already grabbed the tower. Jankos is recoiling to back off. Rocket are going to need probably another minion wave to get this tower down. Maybe they'll get it on this one. Taking so much longer than Gambit on the other side of the map.
Actually having to tank up one turret hit there as we do see Zazas finally get back into his lane, trying his damn best to hold them off on that one before. This time does get the stun onto Darian as well. Now Jankos is there, and that will at least force Gambit away, at least for now, on this inner turret in the bottom lane. But we can see that they're pushing here. 4 men waiting in the wings to keep this push going on forward. In the top lane for Roccat, they're still going to be pushing towards that inner turret, but they're not going to get the better of Gambit in terms of speed, or are they? Darian goes low! Oh, wow! 2 versus 4, and they get a kill. That should never happen.
It's straight misplay from Gambit. They overestimated the threat of 4 members on their side. The Counter-Strike locks up so many members. Now Diamond looks like he's in trouble.
He is completely out of position here. Oriana's going to come around. Alex H will join in as well, but the execute potential is there. They've stunned up Alex as well. That's 1 kill. Edward should probably back away here. He's gone very deep, trying to get towards Zazas at the back. The flashes are forced out. Edward's going down. It's Jankos that gets it. Now Genja's there. Can they hold off Genja? He's at half HP, or pushing down Elisa half HP. In the end, he's not got the damage. And what a turn here. Gambit got first blood on Darian. They've just lost 3 kills.
The decision-making from Gambit is simply not there. Diamond once again overextended after giving up a kill. Genja's still sticking around in the jungle. While all of that drama's going on, now Roccat are out of position.
Now they're going in towards Vander and Celiver. There are the flame choppers. The hook lands onto Darian. Is this going to be his second death? Exhaust is down. He's going to fall. Vander gets that one. Get excited. We'll send Celiver running, but Diamond continues to chase. Vander needs to pull something off here. It won't be in time. And now Edward's chasing down Vander as well. They've surely got the damage here. Vander has no summoner spells left, but here comes Jankos up the river. He's going to take the lantern. They go towards Diamond, and they're going to kill Diamond, and Vander lives as well. What is going on? Now they're chasing back towards Edward. They're going to give us a break, though. It's 5-2 Roccat. Insane.
This is non-stop action. Jankos is everywhere on the map. In conjunction with his teammates, Jankos has secured 3 of the kills, grabbed himself an assist. Gambit are running around like headless chickens right now. They stuck around in that bottom turret for far too long. They invaded, they stuck around for far too long. They pulled a solo queue mistake of going in 1 by 1 by 1 and gave Roccat the opportunity to single them out and land all the CC that they needed. Now, even though Roccat were overextended in that last minute with Sullivan Vander pushing that inner turret, thanks to some great individual play, they turned it around. Roccat secured a kill, and because it took so long to chase Vander down, it bought time for Jankos to get in range. Right now, Roccat, close to 2,000 gold in the lead. They are even on turrets, and they're sieging this bottom turret as well.
Counter-Strike coming up there for Zazas, and he's just going to let that hit the minions. They want the turret here. They do not give a monkeys about Darian, and both him and Celiver are doing such a great job of stripping that one down, and now they're going to jump towards Darian. Eve's waiting to the side. There are the jumpers coming in. Darian's going down here, and he will get finished off. Celiver does it, gets excited, runs away. Edward can't have the impact. Gambit are falling apart.
I have no idea what they are thinking. The tower was going down. Darren has already given up 2 kills prior to that. You can't even call it a defense, really, because he made no real attempt at shutting the champions down. He was trying to CS. Now, Roccat with a fantastic advantage. They've got 4 kills in the lead, an additional tower. They're going to grab an uncontested dragon. And if you just look at the item disparity right now, there is a BF sword on Celiver to a double Doran's Blade on Genja. Vamsictor picked up for Zazas. He's currently sitting on a whole bunch of gold. He's going to go back and spend that in a moment or two. And every time Roccat are moving around the map, they are punishing Gambit for their decision-making.
Absolutely dumbfounded by how this game is going so far. Darian 1-3-1. Picking up, I hate to say it, but picking up where he left off in that last game in terms of just being caught out completely. Diamond there as he was caught by the Wolves to give another kill. Edward, who's moved back and forth in those little engagements, also is 0-1-2 right now. This is not going Gambit's way. This is not the way to win a best of 3. I mean, they need this game, otherwise they're going to have to play the Wolves for that 5th, 6th place.
Yeah, and face the potential of the summer promotion tournament. Now, right now, it is still 3,000 gold. So that is a sizable amount of money at this point in the game. But because Roccat have garnered so many advantages in that top and bottom lane, it now becomes exponentially more risky to actually go past those turrets, to push deep into enemy territory. Vander right now, pushing down, getting some vision. If he continues to push and Evelyn comes in from behind, Gambit can find themselves kills. Gambit can find opportunities to bring themselves back in the game. This is a level 6 Diamond that's going to be coming up against a level 6 Celiver. Vander still doesn't have his box, so we'll see how this little engage plays out.
Trying to get into position here. He's got a scan, does Vander, and if you put it down right now, he would find that he's in full vision and in absolute danger. They're going to go in there. All three of them moving around the side. They dive towards Vander. The exhaust goes down. Darian comes in. Well, here comes Jankos. Here come the teleports as well. Vander's still alive. He's gone out to the back. Darian tries to follow through, but didn't get the killing blow. Edward's low on the top side. There is the Wild Growth coming in, and they chase around. Irelia goes down. They have not managed to finish off Overpower. He flashed away from that one, and now Jankos is on towards Genja. Can they kill him blow? No, a flash away from Lucian, but look at those red blinking health balls over with Gambit. Either way, it's just a 1-for-0. I have no idea how Vander survived that.
Yeah, Diamond is in a little bit of trouble. Vander gets out with his life, and Summoner Heal wasn't even used by Celiva. That was a straight hook, line, and sinker bait from Roccat. They put themselves in a position where they knew Gambit was going to bite. The moment Gambit did, the teleport came in from Xaxus. Jankos was close enough that a repel allowed him to get in range and have an impact on that fight. I do want to highlight, though, the wild growth from Gambit and the mobility that their champions have did actually allow them to survive longer than we were expecting. I did think that was going to be much worse for Gambit. And the only reason I say that in a fairly positive light is assuming Gambit can stop falling further behind. They do have the tools to deal with the single target burst of Roccat, as long as they don't get grouped up and hit by multi-man abilities. So Gambit just need to play a little bit smarter and not force objectives, not force what appeared to be a fairly obvious bait.
Now they go back to farming, which I'll give them credit with on that one. You see that Darian is ahead right now of Xaxus, although he's been running across the map picking up kills left, right, and center. Mid lane, they're losing out, but only slightly. AD carries are also very, very even as well, as we see here. Darian, and there is actually Vander. He's just gone into that brush where he was almost killed before, where they got the kills thanks to that one, and has now cleared that one out. So they have full vision control over this bottom side of the map. Looks like they're going for an inner turret, and honestly, only Darian is here. He has to be very careful with the hook, the play, the box, and the threat of the chompers, the cocoon. There's so much CC with this 3-man push.
If a skill shot lands, Darian will die. There's enough damage from Roccat. Now Darian needs to back away. The tower's about to fall. I think he's playing this a little bit brave. Does stand just out of range. I think he's learned a few more steps is the difference between life and death, and the third tower of the game secured for Roccat. We talked about how risky it is to go for those invades, so what Roccat have done to mitigate that risk is group up as a multi-man unit. They have a jungler who has hard CC in his back pocket, and now they're grouping up in the mid-outer turret. Safety in numbers, Roccat are pressing their advantage.
Gambit can't do anything about this right now. They're too far behind at this stage. They know that they can be caught far too easily at this stage of the game, and that will be turret number 4 going over to Roccat. All outer turrets now down. The inner turret in that bottom lane is down. We can see that Gambit, wherever they can, trying to pick up some farm. We've got a dragon coming here in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and I feel that Gambit won't be able to contest for that.
I don't think that they can. The only way Gambit can make that work is if Evelyn can come in and secure a steal on that dragon. Because as it stands, with the gold difference and the ability that Roccat has to fight in those confined spaces, I think if Gambit were to engage without a proper flank, without a proper pincer movement, they could be in trouble. But on the same token, in the previous game, we've seen how effective the Lulu Wild Growth can be when you combo a lot of damage together. So if Gambit can find the perfect angle and kill a priority target like Celiva very quickly, that can work in their favor. So we'll see how it pans out. I am anticipating Roccat just to grab it fairly uncomfortably.
45 seconds till that comes up. Alex is going to be getting his blue buff here. Already saw just previously that Overpower was gifted his own blue buff from Jankos. So are we going to see Gambit moving into that area? We can see that they've actually got 4 wards on the bottom side of the map, one of which just timed out there. But they've got 2 in the back side of that Dragon Pit. None in the pit itself, though, which is the worrying thought. Here is Xaxus here, going to be pushed by both Darian and Genja and Diamond. So this is going to be a 3-man gank. But honestly, Xaxus, he could do his job here and just hold on to this for as long as possible while that Dragon goes down. It's going to be a kill nonetheless to Gambit. That will be their 3rd of the game. It goes to Genja, but what are they going to do on the bottom side of the map now with Dragon up in 2?
That was very well played by Darian. Because Xaxus overextended a tiny bit, Darian was able to burn out the ward as well as that leap. So it just bought time for them to set up a very, very easy kill. Now there's no one around here for Gambit to actually contest this Dragon. So yes, they've lost a tower and a kill. Roccat do the best they can to stay even. I think Gambit will be pretty happy with that trade. given Genji a little bit of an advantage, and they've opened up that top half of the map. It does look like they're trying to steal this red as well.
Well, will probably be able to stop this one from happening. He's going to throw it out. There's Shockwave onto Diamond. He's going to go full all in onto him, and he's going to get every last bit of it as well. The kill and the red buff. Overpower. Nicely worked for him there. Actually, the Super Mega Death Rocket went out towards Gensha there. I think completely missed him, by the way. But they pick up a kill, keep a hold of their red buff. They got that dragon, and yes, they lost that turret, but look at that gold lead. 5,000 already for Roccat.
Yeah, at the 15-minute mark, this is such a commanding performance. Diamond tried to go for a solo invade. He didn't have the support of his team members. And I will also be honest, I think underestimated the damage there from Overpower. You actually see Gambit members basically arguing over the wolf camp there. Alex securing the big wolf while Genji gets the two smaller ones. And I think at this point in time, Gambit have given up so many kills and so many objectives that there is literally no more room for error. If they do that again, when Roccat group up around these inner turrets at the top and the middle lane, it's going to open up their inhibitor turrets. And the moment Gambit falls so far behind that they can't even defend their inhibitors, this game is going to be completely over.
We see that Celiber here quite happily pushing away on this top side of the map. In fact, he does have Thresh coming around to him there. Lisa's there as well, and actually Eddie might get caught out here. This is real bad news for Edward. He's going to get caught in between three people. It's Overpower that's going to be chasing him back. The rest of his team have said, I don't think we're going to be able to stick with you, Eddie. He's going to flash away over on towards the side of Roccat, and on their side of the map, he's going to be chased by Overpower, but that leaves 3 versus 2 here on that side of the map. Edward here will be spotted by the minions. Have they got vision of him? Overpower going to check this first push. Edward is going to try to recall, but he's not going to escape this one. He's going to go underneath the tower. That's the free damage that Overpower needs. Well,
eventually.
It's just a matter of time for that one. Meanwhile, all right, Eddie.
The most unexciting kill of the game.
You know, I love to scream for things, replays included, but that one was just a foregone conclusion there. 3 men were still pushing here on this top lane, by the way, for Roccat while that was happening. Gambit did manage to hold it.
So while the chase on Edward was awkward, I actually think Rockat's movement in the jungle of Gambit was even more awkward. They had 3 members available. They were milling between the lane and the jungle camps. Xaxis was pushing the bottom lane just to, push out that wave and get some more map control. But as it stands, Roccat, they haven't really committed to going for this full tower. Overpower still has his shockwave available, and I'm waiting to see when Xaxis decides to teleport in. Genja forced to use the culling just to defend the tower, and actually doesn't even get the full wave.
He needs to be careful. Oh, the cocoon's landed. There is everything thrown at him. The hook lands as well, and Jankos now unstoppable. 5-0-1. Turret goes down. The box goes in. Darian going very, very low from this one. Can they finish him? He flashes over. Now they turn towards Edward and to Diamond, who gets locked up in the cocoon. Jankos has to just jump away from that one, and in the end, they not quite got the damage to finish off those 2 men, but will they have enough for the turret here with a 5-man push?
Shockwave and heal is still available on the side of Overpower. They're going to get the tower uncontested. Nobody else from Gambit is close enough to challenge, so Roccat decide to back away safely. I want to go back to that pick on Genja after they landed the CC. Had Edward not wasted his intervention on a kill that was guaranteed to happen, he may have saved Genja for a moment or 2 longer. Genja has a flash available. If he'd flashed away from those flame chompers after intervention could have saved him, you know what? Maybe it would have been enough time for the rest of the team to get there. Truthfully though, that's hindsight, that's 2020, and Roccat have a 7,000, 8,000 gold lead. But the point is, because Gambit are making all of these individual misplays, Roccat is punishing them over and over and over again. And with the gold lead that Roccat have, this is their series to lose because they're in such a great position.
I was going to say your maybe can pretty much be traced right the way back to the start of this match, or not quite the start, because let's not forget First Blood went to Darian before everything went so quickly pear-shaped from Gambit's side of things. They're going to try and rebuild here, starting with a blue buff for Alexic. He's now got the needlessly large rod added in to his Athene's Unholy Grail. Looks the same as Orianna, but something tells me that he might be selling quite a bit of gold there, Overpower.
Yeah, we'll need to see where he works. 1,400 gold, a decent chunk of change, getting closer to the point that he can pick up that death cap. Needs another 250 odd, give or take. At this point, I just think Roccat, when they group up in Siege, they're doing it well. They're doing it fantastically. Every single time they've been on Gambit's turrets, a member of Roccat has landed a crucial skill shot that has given them kills. It happened in game 1 with the exact same champions. It's happening now in game 2. You've seen the death sentence previously, you're seeing the cocoons landing, and I think if I were in Rocket's shoes, I would stock up on wards, and I would just push down the middle lane. Get the last mid inner turret, and then immediately start sieging up either the inhibitor turrets or forcing Baron. I think Xaxus was a little further ahead in the previous game, so they're not quite powerful enough to take Baron, but we'll see how it works out.
Celeber and Vander here going to push out this bottom lane once again. Evelyn, I feel like Diamond is going to be so key here to doing anything in this game. If they're going to get these picks off, he's got to be the one that gets things started off, that gets these positional moves right for them. But you see that Jankos has not even got vision of him. He's just walking his general direction, and Diamond's like, nope, not going to do that. Meanwhile, Darian's just cowering in a bush. Doesn't want to add any more deaths, I think, to that 1-4-2. The Dragon's coming up here in 5 seconds. Honestly, again, Gambit are in that scenario where I feel like they can't fight for it, but I almost feel like they have to at this point somehow.
The problem is Gambit can't pick a fair fight because they're so far down on map presence and on gold. If they pick a straight up fight, they're behind in every single department, so they will lose. The only way for Gambit to actually pick a fight to try to balance this back out is, once again, finding picks. Is actually with Diamond and Alex maybe flanking somebody, maybe catching Xaxus and killing him before he can get the support of the rest of his team. And because Rocket have got pretty good vision, at least in the top half of Gambit's jungle, it just makes it so much more difficult. Rocket aren't giving them a chance. They are playing safe enough right now to avoid opening themselves up to that opportunity.
Overpower's death cap. Must be a little bit scary there for Alex Ich. We saw his little 1v1 against Diamond. It wasn't really a 1v1 either, was it? If we're really honest on that, it was all about Overpower just landing everything. And there is Xaxus jumping on towards Alex Ich. The Wild Growth used, flash away from the shockwave. The intervention used a little bit too early there from Edward, and that was a little bit of a catastrophe there, a bit of comedy of errors.
So that was a flash intervention from Edward. He used his summoner spell and his ultimate. Alex forced to flash away from Jax and use his wild growth. If you look down the summoner spells of Rocket, they didn't lose a thing. They only used that shockwave. Now a two-man of Rocket are sneaking a Baron. The rest of Rocket are running interference and blocking. Xaxus isn't even there. He's going to walk his way back up, but Jankos, look at the damage he's taken. If he gets caught out now by Diamond, he probably will go down. Here's a teleport from Gambit. Can they steal this Baron?
He coming in, but there's the Baron going to Rocket. Jankos low. Oh, the Super Mega Death Rocket completely whiffing there. Vander's going to go low. He flashes away to the side. Celeber not got any mana left. Overpower does have a flash here. He's just going to wait it out. He's even going to take a ward down there in the time that he waits around. And he's waiting for that Lantern, and there it is. Who needs the flash when your teammate can go low, go over the other side, throw you the Lantern. Safe as houses for Rocket. They get the Baron here. 10-3 up in kills. So very close to a 10k gold lead.
That play absolutely exemplifies how unfortunate Gambit have been in this game. Their decision-making has put them so far behind that as a team, knowing that their opponent's on low HP, there are 5 members of Gambit here, and they are too scared to engage on Overpower. They are too scared to go in the pit. The control and the exquisite decision-making from Rocket means that Overpower didn't even burn his flash. He knew, he was communicating with Vander, they knew that the Lantern was up, there was no threat, so why bother wasting a summoner spell? And that just completely defines this series so far. Gambit just haven't been in it.
Not being in it, as Jankos going to be spotted out there by Alex Ich up in the Gambit jungle, and he's looking for those wards. There's one by the white, there's one pink ward in fact by that blue buff, but he's looking at those jungle camps right now. Let's try and look at some of the items here and check out the differences between the two of them. The AD carries there, we see actually Celeber getting caught here, so let's forget that one for a little while. Vander throws in the Lantern as if to say, come on, let's rejoin the fight and have a go at them right now. That's not going to happen as Darian comes in from the side and Rocket just push up through the jungle on that top side. They've got a minion wave actually starting to push down now. That inhibitor, of course, on the top side is in fact open for them. They're going to take the buffs. They're going to start pushing down there. That's going to leave Jax and Xaxus to push the bottom lane with teleport available.
That was a 5-on-4 that Gambit didn't pull the trigger on. They didn't feel confident enough to find a kill before Xaxus could teleport in. Now with the tower being down, Rocket are on the inhibitor and Gambit make no signs of defending. Alex is 1.5 miles away pushing that mid lane. He's just started recalling, but it's far too late. and Roccat pick up an uncontested inhibitor. Can Zazas 1v2?
Genja through the calling out there! Oh my god, Zazas tricking the both of them, got the stun down and then jumped straight off. Meanwhile, Edward here, intervention's not going to save his life, and I don't know if Genja's going to escape this one either. He will, because he's got his flash available. He flashes straight out of that one. Diamond's off to the side of things as well, but look at Roccat. They're going to try and win this game.
They're going for the Nexus turrets, and they've got a minion wave with them. Diamond and Darien from the sides. There's no Agony's Embrace, so Diamond doesn't have that big AoE and get enough wave clear to hold on the turrets. But at the end of the day, Roccat get a lot of damage, and Zazas is left uncontested in the bottom lane.
Zazas doing the damage, and look at this Roccat playing that split push perfectly. They're going to come in from the side. Darien not caught by the hook there, and he's going to go right into the middle. The box goes down. Darien has to flash away. Diamond, will he be so lucky? The wild growth actually saving him there. Edward has respawned and come back into this one as well, but Jax continues to hammer away on the turret and leaping when they come out. It forces Gambit to yo-yo between the top and the bottom lane.
Yeah, if there weren't 10,000 gold down, that wild growth saving members of Gambit could have opened an opportunity for them to re-engage on Roccat. But because Gambit fell so far behind early on, it is not possible. Now, Alex fancies his chances here against Zazas. Did get a very nice help picks into Glitterlance, but at the end of the day, doesn't manage to do anything more than interrupt Zazas. But Roccat are playing a 4-1 split push absolutely phenomenally.
Diamond here, trying to get in there, but honestly, you don't want that fight. You don't want to be fighting Zazas. You maybe look for a cheeky steal on that blue buff, and Zazas is like, you know what, I fancy the white. Let's just reset the blue for now, as Diamond does come around. Darian's there with him as well. They don't want this one. There's no way they should be sticking around from this. And actually, Zazas going to get sped up from this one. Has he got the pace, though, to get into Diamond? Actually jumps off towards the ward, but that means he can't jump to Diamond's position. But they are very much out of position. Darian's lucky there that they've got no vision. Diamond might not be as lucky. He should just sit there and wait, because if he reveals Darian, they'll stop him from recalling. And here is the hunt, and it's not much of a kill either. Zazas going to pick off Diamond. The Dragon's up, freebie for Roccat.
I'm not sure you can call that a hunt. It was more like shooting fish in a barrel as far as Roccat were concerned. They managed to catch Diamond and Darien out of position. Again, just trying to do the best that they can, trying to put themselves in a position where they can get a buff or get something. But it's just becoming more and more desperate on the side of Gambit. Alex, again, he's stealing away a Wraith Camp. 40 gold. I guess it's going to help get you closer to that 10,000, but as it stands, Super Minis in the top lane. Roccat, they just need to bide the time, maybe wait for the next Baron, get Baron before they go for a siege. I think that's probably going to be the route that they're going to follow. But as it stands, they're doing everything right.
Well, it's an 11,000 gold lead, 12-3 in kills, 6-3 in turrets. They've got one inhibitor down already. That first Nexus turret went very, very low earlier on. As Jankos actually getting a little bit caught out, but, well, at least he had the repel to get away. The Chompers pretty much zoning Gambit out of any potential fight. Wow, that was a pretty sick cocoon, or maybe Diamond just walked into it, which is probably more than a likely story from that one. Jankos going to have himself the Wraith Camp here, and Roccat set up. Still an inner turret here on this middle lane. As usual, Zazas has pushed off towards his bottom lane, and he's going to be running through. Gambit have to make a decision. Defend the inner turret, defend the inner turret. One of two of them is going to happen. They're actually going to fight for this one. Darien going to go low. They're trying to focus Jankos, but he's not taking the damage. 3-man shockwave comes in, and here comes Zazas right into the middle. All the damage coming down, but no one actually falling here. Diamond going to be chased onto. Can Zazas finish him off? He has got his ultimate running. He's going to have one more jump in a second, and he squashes him like a fly. That's a 5 versus 4 now. Have they got the health for the turret? And maybe more.
They definitely do. You see Zazas is pushing the wave in to that top tower. Here comes the Super Minion. The inhibitor has respawned. That's going to go down shortly. The rest of Roccat are peeling. Zazas may be in a little bit of trouble.
Rest of the team coming across. Zazas actually dives further in onto that one. He does indeed end up falling to Alex, but so does the inhibitor. And there's 12 seconds until the Baron comes away. They didn't quite finish off that top inhibitor again. Gambit, are they going to try and contest or do anything for this Baron? They've not really got any vision. And if they do go in there, they could be in danger, although this one ward here is giving them vision of Rockat's position now.
It is very, very risky for Roccat if they try to start the Baron off. So I think they're going to just try to interrupt Gambit if Gambit try to rush that one down. Super Mega Death Rocket will be available shortly. Shockwave is up. Overpower is backing away right now. I think he should probably cancel that recall. We'll see how quickly they can respond. Gambit is showing no signs of rushing this one down because it is a game-losing move. If they get caught out and give up too many kills, they will die.
I also have to give the counter-argument to that one. They have to do something in this game, whether that's rushing it, whether that's setting up some kind of surprise here against Rocket, and even then, there's I don't want to say very little chance, but the chances are definitely not high for them to win a 5v5, even if that starts with some crazy face check from Rockout. We can see already that they've wrestled the positioning back on Baron. Diamond's trying to flank around the side here to cause any kind of surprise to them, but look how much HP he's got to Jankos. Look how tanky Jankos is compared to him, and Jankos has even got more damage in there as well with that Leandris.
At this point in time, I actually think it's too late. It's very seldom that you want to say, look, a team is done, but at this point, Irelia's not tanky enough to be in the middle of Roccat. Diamond Prox is by no means strong enough to even flank Roccat. And yes, there is an intervention and a wild growth, but in the previous team fight, you've seen when the Shockwave landed and the Mega Death Rocket landed, that was one boost of HP and one damage prevention that just simply had next to no impact. Gambit needed to not lose the early game. You do see Zazas continues to split push on that bottom half of the map, and every single time members of Gambit sort of move towards him, Rocket try to gain better vision and better positioning in this top half of the map. They've got their sights set on this Baron buff.
Going to be a bit of a ward war of attrition here, and so far Rocket doing a great job, although that one single ward there at Baron is still alive. It's just around the corner from the pink ward. The scan was just out of range of it. That means they're going to see Roccat starting this one off, but that Baron's health is sinking very, very quickly. They start to peel away, go towards Diamond, who actually he's going to get some decent damage down. There's the intervention as well, but Zazas is now joining the party. Wild Growth comes on towards Darian. Jankos is decently low. Celiva, though, is free to hammer away from the backside. The hook lands onto Darian, and that is the first of possible many kills here. No, Roccat decides to back away. They want this Baron.
Gambit actually performed that fight near flawless, considering how far that behind they are with items, with gold, with every single thing. They managed to mitigate and juke around Roccat well enough to cause them a headache. Unfortunately for Gambit, they are just too far behind. They didn't have the damage they needed to get the kills, and like we talked about, Darian was in the fight for 3 odd seconds before he needed to retreat, and a great death sentence from Vanda sentenced him to death. Now Roccat with Baron, they're going to siege this top lane, grab their second inhibitor. There's very little Gambit can do because they don't have many of their ultimates available for another big team fight.
Diamond trying to come around the side here, but honestly, his effect has been pretty minimal in these fights, and look how quickly that inhibitor goes down there. Celiva ripping it to shreds, and that means now only the bottom side of Gambit's base is really left standing. That middle inhibitor should be spawning in here fairly shortly, as we're going to see the slow going on to Edward. Does that mean the hook comes in? No, not quite, and Diamond is still looking for that flank position.
Yeah, it's the way you need to engage with Eve, but we need to see, can they blow somebody up quickly enough? At this point in time, Rocket are playing so incredibly safe. They're even moving towards Diamond. There's no pink wards right now, but as they back away, they are placing their own vision, using their sweeping lenses, going to spend the money they've earned from the last few pushes and from Baron, and they've got super minions in both the middle and the top lane. So this is the Rocket that we've seen last year in the promo tournament when they took out Ninjas in Pajamas. This is the Rocket that plays safe and controlled when they have a lead to ensure they do not give it up.
And on that note as well, we're only 33 minutes into this game. This is not a 50-minute dragged out victory here for Roccat. And that all comes from, that amazing... I almost hesitate to call it amazing because I feel like a lot of it was misplays from Gambit's side as well, whilst not wanting to take things away from Roccat because they certainly have capitalized on what they've been given.
The way to look at it is the misplays from Gambit were punished and taken advantage of by Roccat. And when you are at this level of play and you are gifted opponents who are out of position and engage one by one into multiple members of your teams, if you do not punish that, you are making even bigger mistakes. So all kudos to Roccat for taking advantage of Gambit being out of position. I do want to touch on the fact that the Captain Boots have been picked up by Edward. It has been changed. It is cheaper in 4.5 and more effective. It's going to give you your allies a 10% increase when they're moving forward. But you know what? At this point, it's a little too late in the game. Super Minions streaming middle and top, and we'll see how Roccat sieges this up. Using the long range of their rocket launcher, that tower's already being shredded.
Yeah, already down to way less than half HP. Genja actually getting hit there slightly by Overpower. And look at this, once again, the standard tactic here of this game for Roccat is Zazas pushing down that middle lane. This is going to be the third and final inning going down. Diamond is actually going to back away. Darian's right in the middle of them. Wild Growth goes down. Jankos actually falling fairly low, but they've used all the heals that they've got there. The hook comes in, the shockwave follows up. Gambit are going to fall one by one. Edward, the last man left alive here. And look at Roccat, they're tanking up those Nexus turrets. They're going to finish both of them off. They'll finish the Nexus itself and Gambit Gaming and pick up the victory here to go through into the semi-finals to meet SK Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, a flawless performance with effectively the same composition. Roccat played 4 out of 5 champions the same in both of these games, and you never once felt like Gambit were really in a position to challenge. From the get-go, Roccat found picks, they landed their skill shots, and they forced Gambit into the 5th, 6th place decider, potentially to a position where they may be facing the summer promotion tournaments.
And it's so hard to call out one specific member there of Roccat for fantastic play. I'm going to go out on a limb and talk about Zazas here. You were trying to get in there before me. I hope you've got someone different from that one. But for me, Zazas, we saw in the first blood of this game, let's not forget, went over to Gambit. It was a 3-man dive onto the turret. Actually, it was a 4-man dive.
It was 4-man.
It was a 4-man dive versus Zazas alone. He waited to see who the tower was going to aggro, and then he threw the counter-strike, jumped straight onto him, got the stun, almost killed Edward. But even then, after that, Edward was low. He ended up doing it again on the inner turret this time to pick off Darian. And once that happened, you saw an obvious nosedive in, I think, confidence overall for Gambit.
So the part of the reason that Zazas was able to turn the second dive on the inner turrets and actually get a kill in a 2v4 was because of the player I want to call out is Jankos. He played Elise in both games. His cocoons were phenomenal. Yeah. His early ganks were absolutely great. Elise is a champion that has been hit recently, but in terms of her jungle clear, not necessarily in terms of her damage against champions. She still has percentage HP. And we've heard a lot of pros quite outspoken about moving away from Elise. And Jankos made it work. He went unkilled in that previous game, 6-0-7. 13 of the kills he was involved with out of his team's 18. And I really feel like he was a very large proponent of the rotations in the early game. We talked about how important Jankos and Diamond are to this games. I did not once feel that Diamond had a positive impact.
Well, let's just keep the ball rolling here. Overpower, it's his birthday today, a 2-0 victory. Not a single death over 2 games. Finished 2-0-11 in this one. He didn't die in game 1, right?
No, he didn't. 1-0-16.
And he was involved in every single kill in game 1.
Yeah.
Pretty much most of them here. 2-0-11 on Orianna. He had another really, really impressive game. Vander's hooks were sublime all day long. Celiva, whilst I think it remained the quieter of everyone else, he didn't really do anything wrong in those both entire games.
So before we get to Celiva, I want to touch on the lane matchups that Overpower had. He played Lulu in the first game, he had Orianna in the second game. He had time to deal with Gambit. In game 1, he was against Kassadin, who is strong in the weak in the laning phase, doesn't offer much resistance. Now Orianna versus Lulu. Lulu is much less of a bully in the early game. So both times, both teams were almost gifted a fairly easy mid lane laning phase. Yeah. The difference is the side lanes went to crap for Gambit because they got caught out, they were out of position. Alex never got a chance to have a positive impact because he was 3, 4, 5,000 gold down before his ultimates were even needed. And then just to very quickly touch on Celiva, he played Jinx, high risk AD carry because you can get jumped on against champions who wanted to jump on him. He gave up 1 death in each game. And again, because of great teamwork and getting ahead, but all props to him. He was never out of position. You never felt like he was at threat of being killed in either of the matches.
And kited brilliantly, which is something you've got to be able to do with Jinx, landing the slows in there. We saw a couple of times where he was so very low, specifically in that second game in the top lane, where he got the assist on the kill, got his passive going, and just ran away from what looked like certain death. Overall, I think we could say that this Roccat team were so impressive. And I want to go back to that question that I asked earlier. Is it an upset if Roccat beat Gambit today? And I'll tell you what, looking at the performances there, it's no surprise that Roccat beat Gambit today, looking at both teams' performances.
Roccat are one of the few teams that can get under Gambit's skin very early on, and that is, to me, the key to beating Gambit. If you are even at the end of a laning phase, all of a sudden you are in trouble. And I want to step back very quickly and look at Gambit as a whole. They had a boot camp leading into Intel Extreme Masters World Championship in Katowice, and they did not look threatening. They did not look to be the Korean killers that we expect.
Yeah.
They had a 12-day boot camp coming into this match. And truthfully, I don't think they've looked worse all split. Individually, they made mistakes. Their decision-making when moving around the map was poor. And I really think they have to go back to the drawing board tonight to figure out how they deal with the Copenhagen Wolves tomorrow, because otherwise it's a Summer Pro Asian tournament.
They need to fix that, that's for sure, but let's keep it positive. Roccat move through to the semi-final. We're going to send things down to Shox, who's joined by Vander and the birthday boy Overpower from Roccat to talk about that win.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by the birthday boy Overpow and Vander as well. Overpow, what a birthday present that you guys gave yourselves. You not only secure a place in the semi-finals tomorrow, but also the summer split. What for you guys is the most important?
I think the most important is that we stay for the next split. It's very exciting to play on the LCS, and it's just really great.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, you got to give your all in the semi-final tomorrow, because you guys look great today. Let us talk a little bit about the comps. I wanted to ask you maybe first, going up against that reworked Kassadin the very first time here in the LCS, what were your general impressions?
So before the game, I asked guys what his skills are, because I didn't even play versus him at solo queue or something. But I feel overall he's a weak champion. He had to go tanky because he deals not so much damage anymore. So he went tanky and had no damage, not so tanky as well. So it was kind of weird to see him in the LCS playoffs.
Are you the guy that then says, hey, Overpow, he does this, this, and this? Are you the brain?
It was Jenkos, because he always likes to troll a bit in solo queue. And he likes to have fun. And I think the Kassadin pick was about catching the AD carry of us. Like, he's tanky and he has a lot of slows with E and this item. You build out of Shin, yeah. And yeah, then you have Kha'Zix and Irelia, so I think they were focusing on killing Jinx in teamfights.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys going for that Jinx pick twice, which is, of course, a risky pick. So are you then very confident in your Thresh skills that you can protect her, or is it the Jinx, or is it Celiver that says, hey guys, I can do it?
I think it's both. Like, they were jumping on Jinx every teamfight, and I just built 2 items for her, one from the Targon to shield and Mikael, so she's pretty safe with a new exhaust, which is really good, and my ultimates and other skills.
So in the preview show, we had statements from both teams, and you guys kind of called out Gambit bottom lane as probably being the weakest link, and they did the same thing about you guys. How do you think it matched up in the end?
Well, in game 1, the teleports really saved them, because if not those TPs, they would be dead twice in 2v2. But yeah, it could be them baiting, so I died once for 2 TPs, so I think it's not that well for them, and even Nami took the kill.
Overpowered, and tell me about the champion select also in game 2, because we seemed confused. Is it going to be Lulu mid or is it going to be Lulu support? Why did you go for the Orianna in the end?
Because it's just a safe champion, as Lulu is, so we wanted to make it safe. We picked the same picks as last game because it really worked for us, and we just changed Orianna, as I said, because for this safety.
One last thing maybe about the game. It almost seemed like a birthday present from Gambit to you, because after the first blood went down for Darien, you just kept cutting him out all the time. Tell us about that.
It was crazy. First time, Jax got dived by 4 people, and then I said, oh crap. And suddenly, big team fights, they're going next to our blue buff, I'm going in, Lulu's going in, everyone's killing everyone, and everyone's using flashes. So I just don't know, like, we end up being 5-2, I think. So it feels great to win such a fight, but it was really weird.
Yeah, you're like, give me all those birthday presents. But anyway, guys, we will see you guys in the summer split, which is fantastic for you. But tomorrow, the semifinal versus SK Gaming. You guys have not the best record versus SK Gaming, 1-3 in the spring split. So how do you think that matchup's going to go, Vander?
I think they are a really strong team right now. Like them and Fnatic are two best teams probably right now, not including us. Yeah, I think it will be hard, and I think both teams have really big chance. Like we have really different play styles, I think, and yeah, it will be fun to see how it goes.
It will indeed be fun to see. We'll see that tomorrow. Thank you very much, Yvette, and happy birthday once again to you, Overpower.
Thank you.
And now we're going to go back over to Joe and Quick Chat to check out our bracket.
All right, thank you very much, guys. And with that series complete, let's take a look at the rest of the playoff picture. Alliance, of course, beat the Copenhagen Wolves earlier today, which means they will move into tomorrow's semi-final match versus Fnatic. And after winning 2 decisive games over Gambit, Roccat will join them and move into the semis where they'll face SK Gaming.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the Copenhagen Wolves will face Gambit in a 5th place best of 3, with the losers heading to the summer promotion tournament. Thursday will feature a battle for 3rd place between the losing teams from the semi-finals. And finally, the winners from those 2 semi-final matches will head into the championship best of 5 to decide the spring split 1st place team and who will be heading to Paris and represent Europe in the All-Stars.
So that means that you can watch these matches here with us tomorrow. First up, Fnatic will face Alliance in the 1st semi-final best of 3, and that will be followed by SK Gaming versus Roccat in our 2nd semi-final of the day.
Yeah, after that, Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves will fight for 5th place, with the losing team heading to next week's summer promotion tournament. Those matches will start on Wednesday at 5 p.m. Central European Summertime. That's 8 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
So for myself, Quick Shot, Shox, Demon, Deficio, and the entire LCS broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you back here Wednesday as the spring playoffs move into the semi-finals to decide who will head to the championship match. Don't miss it.